sister's got a story, your sister's got a story, your mum's got a story, your grandmother's got a story. If we're telling stories, it's going to make us so much more stronger. And it's a community that I'm building in this business owner quadrant, because I want to invite as many of you into it as possible. So none of us have to filter back down into the self-employed and feel that, that just lack of belief in yourself that's been given by the system and society. Systematically, we were never meant to win. The system's been built like that for thousands of hundreds of years. Probably is thousands of years from biblical time. That's how it's been built. The system's never changed. Different governments have come into play, yes. The world's moved on technologically, yes. The world has changed, yes. But the systems that we live under have never, ever changed. So it's important to me. I don't want to be in a quadrant by myself. I don't want us to be, leaning into all the things that the system bamboozles us with. Black culture is pop culture. But what they've done is they've taken all the bad parts of black culture, made it pop culture, and then now we get tarnished for the bad bits about it, but no one talks about the great things. No one talks about how fantastic we are. You've got to ask yourself, why does this system want so many more black women in tech? Why does this system say, okay, if we're going to create a boardroom, we're going to let 1 or 2 through? Why is it the black woman that goes through, but it's just in the 1 or 2s or singular? If we all come together on a platform and there are millions of us, you've got to think to yourself the change that would occur and what we can do. And that's what I'm inviting you to do. Oh, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Let me come back. Let me stop sharing. And that gives you a little bit more about me. Let me come back to you. There we go. That just tells you a little bit more about me, my story, my why, and how Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit came about. And it's just come about in such a special way. The connections that I've made with all these women that are standing next to me are just amazing. And we are on a journey. And, if you want to be on that journey as well, watch out today, because I'll be giving some information out on how you can be a speaker for our next Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit, which will be in March 2026 in conjunction with International Women's Month. Can you believe it? 2026 is around the corner. Right, today your first masterclass is going to be delivered by myself. But before we kick off, please remember that I'm going to be running competitions throughout our time of being live. Okay, yesterday we had some really, really great amount of submissions. So throughout today, I'm going to be giving some keywords out, a new set of keywords. At the end of the day, I will give you a Google form for you to insert the keywords I'm going to be repeating throughout the day. And then once you enter, you've got the opportunity to either be a part of our coaching mastery program, which is a 12-week program that goes from building your complete and utter coaching business to getting clients through it. So this is building your brand, building your offer, or rebuilding your brand. Some of you have already got a brand, you've got an offer, but it's not affirmative. You're still not 100% sure this is the way that you want to go. So whether you're at the beginning of your coaching career, or maybe you've launched, but things aren't working out the way you want to, our 12-week coaching mastery program takes you from literally your brand to your purpose to exactly what your offer is going to be, how to deliver a signature masterclass or webinar or lead magnet that really attract clients. And then we really work at building out your funnel to make sure that you have a stream of leads that you're building a database for, and those leads then turn into conversions. It's all about making sure that you're targeting the right people with the right offer, and we work with you. We're also going to be giving away a complete and utter free space on our funnel mastery program for those of you that have got more of an experienced coaching, consulting, or content creation business. Maybe you've got a membership site, a community site, you coach. The funnel is really going to be able to help you really change your business model and make sure it's completely digital and automated. But most importantly, it's going to really help give you the awareness, the leads, and the customers. It's going to be able to grow your business and scale your business. It's important that your business is scalable. So for those who are further along in their business, they've monetized it already. There's a funnel mastery program of really understanding how to get bigger and how to break into that 6, 7, 8 figure. The coaching marketplace is a really lucrative marketplace. It's actually done nothing but grown. And I know some of you might feel it's really tough out here because of the amount of competition. which is true. However, it amazes me that 70% of businesses earn 5 figures and under in the coaching business, and 30% are in that 6, 7, and 8 figure, and still quite a lot at that 6 figure trying to break through to the 7 figure. Okay, there is room in this marketplace, but it's understanding how to position yourself and understanding how to connect with your potential clients online. So we are giving away 2 spaces to our program when you enter the keyword competition, just by collecting a set of keywords that I'm going to be giving out across today's sessions. So without further ado, I want to jump straight into my masterclass, and at the end of it, I will be giving out the first set of keywords. Okay, so bear with me. I'm just going to get myself set up, and we are going to kick off. So just bear with me. Let me share screen, and actually let me get rid of the QR code in the corner. I am about to take this down. Okay, the QR code in the corner of the left-hand screen, that's going to take you to our actual platform where all the masterclasses for today, they're going to be running right the way from 9 a.m. today Eastern time, which is 2 p.m. UK time, and it's pretty much going to run all the way into tonight. That's how many masterclasses we've got for you. So in case you want to catch a replay, in case you want to come back to it, scan that QR code and make sure you get access to day 2 of the summit. Okay, so I'm going to remove that now, and I'm going to now share my screen. Oop, I nearly did the leave studio. Could you imagine? So let me share my screen. There's always something really nerve-wracking about doing it completely and utterly live. Right, here we go. Oops, there we go. So I've just started to share screen. You should all be seeing my screen now. Let me come back over to you just so I can make sure that the slides are showing, and no, they're not. So let me add it to the stage. Right, here I am in the corner. You can see me. Hey. Right, let me go back to the text and let's go into present mode. Hey, we are here, we are rolling. So this is the first masterclass of today. My name is Natalia Nicholson. I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business. So today I really want to take you through 5 simple strategies that's really going to 10x your coaching clients. So whether you're a coach, a consultant, you're a community leader, even if you're an influencer, anything within content creation and you sell online, these are just simple strategies that's really going to be able to help you literally at least 10x your business. Even if you've got 0 clients, okay, we're going to get you to 10. If you got 10, we're going to get you to 20. If you got 20, we're going to get you to 30, and you get the drill. And it's not just 10xing and 10 more customers. Who can tell my maths is really bad? It's just an example that I'm giving, by the way, because 10x is 10 times. So if you've got none, we're going to take you to 10. If you've got 10, does that make sense? We want to get you to 1,000. It's just about understanding how you can really attract people. It can be really, really tough out there. Okay. So I just want you to think about this, and make sure you go and get your notepad, by the way. Make sure you go and get your phone. I really want you to reflect as I'm going through the masterclass today, and I want to make sure you write some notes. I've got a special digital boot camp that I'm going to be running this week, Saturday. Okay. We're going to be running that from 2 p.m. UK time, which is 9 a.m. Eastern time. So, you know, from these masterclasses that I'm running across the week, it will really prepare you in the boot camp to get a lot out of it. So I just want you to think about, where are you and where do you want to be? Okay. And not just where you want to be in terms of the end destination. It's great to understand where you want to land, because it's great then to work backwards to make sure that you're working towards that. But at the same time, it's really great to understand, okay, this is where I am now. My objective in the next 90 days, 6 months, a year is X. Okay, so it's always good to paint the bigger picture, because it's always great to reverse engineer and figure out that, okay, that high objective that you've got, you know, being the 7, 8 figure helping others, being able to have freedom and flexibility in your lifestyle, all the reasons why we become entrepreneurs and we start businesses. We do want to start there and work our way backwards. But for some of you, it's about getting the engine going, and it's about having a business that is actually profitable. So to be able to do that, yes, you've got your bigger vision. And I'm sure within your business plans, you have done a 5-year plan on how it is that you're going to get there. But now I want you to do a plan for yourself, not a plan for a bank manager, not a plan for a funding application or grant application. I want you to do a plan from now that you want to say in 90 days, in 6 months, this is where I want to be. By the end of 2026, this is where I want to be. And we're going to start working to get you towards that. Once you've monetized, once your business is validated, once you're bringing in customers and you're bringing in money and you're in profit, that's when we really want to be able to scale and start working backwards from that bigger plan. Okay, so I just want you to really think about it. Where are you now and where do you want to be? It's really important you understand your why and your how. Okay, and your audiences, they all use digital channels. Okay, the internet, this little smartphone that everybody carries around with them, is connected the whole world globally. There are several channels that you can access your audience on. So it's just about understanding, first of all, what is your why and how. And sometimes some of us have to dig deep for this. I had to dig deep because sometimes you can lose a sense of your why and how, especially when things get tough, they get difficult, you're not getting the results that you want to get. It just feels like you're working really hard. It almost feels like, you know, you're running on the spot, trying to go 30 miles per hour, but someone's got their hand in your forehead and you're exerting all this energy. You're not really moving from where you want to be. If your journey was anything like mine, I stayed in that position for a couple of years, still trying different things, but not really understanding the why and the how, and constantly coming up with this new stream of ideas, which kept me in procrastination and just kept me in the realm of it's going to happen. It's going to happen. This idea is the one. It's not about an idea. It's about having a strategy, and it's about following those smart objectives. You've always, as an entrepreneur, got to make sure you're being specific. Is what you're doing be measured? Data's a big thing in 2025. It's been a big thing for the last 5-7 years. You don't have to wonder why something went wrong anymore or make assumptions. Okay, you can actually, with data, find out exactly why something's not working for you and optimize it and fix it. So it's really, really important that you do go back to that grassroots of understanding your why and understanding your how. So what are you going to learn today? You're going to learn the secret to a meaningful, profitable coaching, consulting, or content creation business. Okay. And one of the golden rules of it, if you want me to be honest with you, one of the top things that you need to do is put a spotlight on your customers and not you. And what I mean by that is very often when, you know, we're in a consultancy environment, or I'm working with entrepreneurs, I find what we do, and I'm guilty of it as well, by the way, so this isn't a blame thing. We're guilty of thinking about things from our perspective of an entrepreneur, the business model, what we want to achieve on the bigger level. And we're not really thinking about who appeals to me right here and now, who needs my services right here and now. You've got to put a spotlight on your customers. If you have a question in your business where you're wondering, you need guidance, turn the question around and direct it towards who you want your end user to be, and think about what would their response be, because everything leads from that. Everything leads from that. You've got to understand who it is you're selling to, and you've got to make sure that you're offering that person something that is a foolproof solution, and they need it now because they're desperate for your solution, meaning that they're going to buy from you because you're going to have to create some urgency. So you need to make sure you're putting the spotlight on your customer. So everything is about your customer. So whether you want to call it a user journey, whether you want to call it a digital sales funnel, a customer value journey, customer touch points, it's all the same thing. Okay. One of the things that I got crowned, and this is the truth, I never ever picked the nickname that I've got. I'm the queen of funnels. But funnels is the exact same thing as the customer journey, the customer value journey, the user journey, customer touch points. We all use different language, and this sometimes is the problem why there's no clarity around it. This is a framework that all marketers use to be able to connect to their audience and to really be able to sell. Okay, and it's important that you have a funnel otherwise known as a user journey, you have one for each one of your segments, not just for your target audience in general, because if you're going to do one for just your target audience in general, which is what some of you might have done, you are sending out a generic message to all different types of people. So I always use the example, if I was a business and I was selling bags to mums, I might have nappy bags. I might have work satchel bags that can carry a lot because you drop your kids off to school. I might have bags for younger children, but work from home mums. They've all got different requirements for their bags. So although I sell bags to mums, there's different segments. Okay. And right now I want you to think about, okay, what segment is my low hanging fruit? What is the segment that I have the most authority for? What is the segment that I've got the easiest access to? I've had experience in, because that's probably the customer segment that you want to start with. And you might want to use that as an example as I go through today's masterclass to really start looking at how you are reaching your customers. So the first thing I want you to do is pick your customer segment. And then picking your customer segment, I now want you to answer all the things I'm about to go through the funnel, otherwise known also as the user journey. I want you to think about what you do. And I also want you to write down any opportunities that you're spotting as I'm delivering the masterclass. Okay. So assuming that you have got your brand, assuming that you are very clear on what you're offering, assuming that you know exactly who you're offering it to, you've got all your branding assets and materials set up. The next thing you now need to do is push traffic into your funnel. You need to push traffic into your user journey. Okay. And that starts with you really thinking about, okay, how am I going to make my audience aware of me? So literally you're going to be like, over here, look at me, come on. And you want to be able to connect with people. So there's going to be some form of content that you're going to be putting out on channels and on places on the internet that you know your customer segment is hanging out on. Okay. And this is where you're going to have to do the research. So your awareness channels is going to be some type of paid traffic. I always say to people, you're never going to have a traffic problem because you can actually pay for traffic. So whether that is digital advertising, so whether that's Meta, TikTok, X, Pinterest, you know, there's so many, LinkedIn, there's so many channels out there. So you might be doing some type of paid digital advertising. Maybe you're doing some type of paid search advertising. Maybe it's Google Ads. Maybe it's Bing, but you are paying a search engine to be found under keywords that you bid on. And when you use those keywords, you come up and you're found. Okay. It could be from networking. It can be from so many different things, but what do you do right now to make your audience aware that you exist? They even know who you are. What are you doing? And if you write this list down and it doesn't seem very big, you know, what else could you be doing? If you're doing this exercise and the list is really big, you need to think which channels are working and which channels aren't. So we've got paid traffic. We've then got something called borrowed traffic. Borrowed traffic is where you go into other people's communities, and if they like you, they leave from that community and they go into your own. That's what we intentionally do with the summit. You're on one platform now, but there might be coaches, consultants, therapists that are delivering masterclasses, and you might think that's exactly what I need right now, and you might move into their community. It could be that you're doing podcast interviews. By doing podcast interviews, you're now going out to somebody else's audience. If someone's listening and they're interested in what you're saying or they're attracted to you in some type of way, they'll come over into your community, contributing to blogs, contributing to community groups. So you've also got influencers. So you've also got borrowed traffic. Okay. The third traffic source is the one you want to be working towards. It's owned traffic. Owned traffic is when you've got your own email list, your own WhatsApp group, your own messaging group. Okay. And that way, when it's owned traffic, you can send a message out, a broadcast out, and that's when people already know you. It doesn't cost you anything because you've done the work and you own this traffic. So those are your three main sources of traffic. And you should be using one of those methodologies. And I've just gone through a few. For those of you that, you know, I'm going to give you the opportunity for those that really want to work with me and build out everything that we're about to go to in this masterclass. I'm going to give that opportunity away at the end. Okay, so this is just a framework. There are loads of different channels, but your job is to make people aware. You want to push traffic into what's called the top of the funnel or the very first starting point of the user journey. Everything you do should have a call to action. So you now want to push your traffic to engage, the consideration stage. This is where someone's considering, and it's your job to give content that is the objection to sell. Okay. Because think about it, when you're interested in something, what do? You go off somewhere and you think, oh, can I find this cheaper? Can I find a better quality? Can I find a service that beats a service that I looked at that I'm interested in? So really what you want to do here is have the opportunity to give any objection to sell, and also have a clear line of communication that if someone wants to know more, they can. So this might look like a telephone call. This might look like an email, a chat bot on the page. It could be pushing someone to a YouTube channel to watch some videos to find out something more. You're pushing them somewhere to be able to engage, to find out more information, because guess what? They're considering buying from you. And then every call to action in that touch point should lead to something that's called a lead magnet that I'm sure most of you have heard of. But sometimes we can get into this realm of, you know what, I've got this webinar, I've got this, let's just give that away. And we're not putting enough thought behind what really connects with the audience. Everything goes back to the customer segment that you built this funnel out for. Okay, to make sure that you're so connected to them, you can push them from one touch point to another. So at Subscribe, you really want to create some type of lead magnet where there's an opt-in. That opt-in means now you've got someone's name and you've got their address. Okay, their email address, sorry. Or you might have their address. You might have their cell phone number. You've got to offer something that's good enough to warrant what you're asking for. Okay, so Subscribe now means that you're building that own traffic, which now it means that, remember what I said yesterday, not every time someone's ready to buy, not every time you're selling is somebody ready to buy. Got tongue tied there. So it's important that you're always collecting the leads so you can nurture them. And yesterday we really looked at the nurture path. Okay, nurturing is key, because what you're going to do is make sure that you're always converting your leads, which means you can sustain income. Because what can happen sometimes in coaching business is that you can be a one-hit wonder. You launch and you start off, you're going great, you're making sales, but because you haven't got the leads, you don't keep that constant amount of sales coming in. And they shouldn't just keep coming in, they should be growing month on month. So now if you've got an email list, if you've got a group WhatsApp, if you've got a group of cell numbers, okay, you are constantly nurturing people so you can make sure you're converting month on month and your business can grow. Okay, and that's where really you want to look at conversion. If you're tracking everything in your funnel, when somebody converts, you should be able to see what touch points did they touch, because you want to do more of that and less of the things that are working. So you're always optimizing. Okay, it's really important to keep people excited and connected in this day and age. You know, so many brands do this well. Excitement could making sure they open something up, which creates you user-generated content. Excitement could be giving a free gift away. It could be asking someone's opinion of what they thought of the service so far, maybe a review. It all depends on your business model and your business offering. But excite is really important because it's a part of the nurture part. You want to excite people so they enroll into your other programs. So they take offers up on all the other products and services that you have. Okay, which is essentially climbing the ascension ladder. So if you've got a high ticket, usually what we want to do is warm your audience up and get them to buy from you. And then you will hit them with your upsells. Okay, and we're going to look further into that in today's masterclass. Advocacy is really important. Okay, think about when you go onto Amazon. Quite often you will buy something based on the reviews. You'll also buy something when Amazon suggests to you how many people bought 2 other things with the same product that you're looking at. So advocacy and making sure you're getting people to talk about what you do, the outcomes that they had. This is now content. This content can now be used in the aware, engage, and the excite stage, which is essentially your word of mouth. And then there's promote. This is where people are promoting your business on your behalf and they might be getting a commission. So this could be affiliate marketing. This could also be maybe a franchise model or some type of partnership. Okay, so it's all about your customers. At every point, you should be thinking about your customers and thinking about how can I connect to them? What do they want? Okay, really, really important. So why am I an authority? Why should you even listen to me? Because let's not get it twisted. There's a lot of people that I listened to that had authority. And yes, they helped me out. But a lot of times they would just give me pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. And this was high ticket as well. And I don't get a full picture. I've got a wealth of experience of literally fading my way to success. I speak from experience. I don't want you to make the same mistakes as me. And I don't want you to take as long as I did to get to where I am. So one of the things that I would say about being an authority, do not underestimate yourself by comparing yourself with others. It's so funny. Just this morning, like I was saying to my husband, it's really strange that as I am growing up online, almost even at 47, listen to me growing up, but it at first it didn't feel comfortable. Didn't feel comfortable having to get out line, put myself out there. It felt really uncomfortable, if I was to be honest with you. But one thing about being uncomfortable is when you're uncomfortable, that's when, you know, really great things are happening or about to happen. But over the years, actually, I just don't care what people think anymore. What I mean by that is that I've got my why, and if someone resonates with me, they're going to resonate with me. You can't make people or force people to like you. You've got to be really comfortable within yourself and who you are. You've decided to become a coach or consultant, a speaker, or a content creator because you too are an authority within yourself. So please, Black female entrepreneurs, do not underestimate yourself, because we do this a lot. Okay, we're so grateful for the small opportunities that we do get. We underestimate the greatness within ourselves to actually know that we can go the whole way. We doubt ourselves sometimes. Okay, if you go onto my Instagram feed, Natalia Nicholson, I promise you, if you scroll through, you will see videos of me with completely and utterly no makeup, looking absolutely exhausted and tired. You'll see videos and pictures of me, you know, looking great. I passed the point of having to put up a front or a facade. I am just me. And that's one of the reasons why I even put this summit on. We deserve to just be ourselves. Okay, if someone's going to buy into you, they're going to buy into you, because guess what? People buy people. So just be yourself, because that's how you're really going to be able to attract more and more clients. Okay, coaches can't keep placing themselves as being completely and utterly flawless. Okay, we are all learners, but at the same time, within the expert field that you're offering, you know, have that confidence within yourself. Our differences is what makes us unique. Okay. And we are special. There is something about a sister that is just special. The determination, the focus, the ability to be able to get on with things and get over things. Let's stop doubting ourselves. Let's stop underestimating ourselves. Let's stop not charging the prices that we should be charging, because we're constantly downplaying ourselves and always in this realm of being grateful for what we have got. Being grateful and being humble is important, but at the same time, understanding and knowing your worth is just as equally as important as well. So I just want to take you through a case study. So I launched a business. My first e-commerce business was after I finished with corporate coaching. And from my first business, where I went bankrupt, where I sold A to Z in black books, this was my first time back into the online space. Okay, so this was around about 2015. So this is when Shopify was coming into their own. It's one of the best platforms for e-commerce. But it was just coming into its own. It was just starting to become a market leader for e-commerce. This is when Amazon really opened up FBA, where you could become a prime fulfillment seller, meaning that you could send the goods out but still be a part of Prime. And as we all know, if you've got Prime, people tend to order more because they get that next day delivery. So this was round about this time. This business I also sold as well, and really decided to focus on women in digital business. But I was in the luxury scented candle market. I was based here in the UK. It was a homeware product. I had my own Shopify store that we would sell on directly and also sell on Amazon. When you sell on Amazon, you get zero. A big fat zero of any customer data. So you do not know who your customer is. Yes, you've got the footfall. It's a bit like being in a really busy mall globally, but you don't get any information on the customer. And that's everything in terms of scaling. So it's always good if you're an Amazon seller to make sure you have your own website as well. But the challenges I had around this business was definitely identifying the correct customer avatars. I love candles. So I thought if I design my own range of candles, I bring them in from China, I buy them at bulk, I'll be able to sell them way under market value for luxury soy wax candles. Soy wax is natural. They burn evenly. Some of you might be familiar with them. They really do go out to candle lovers, and those are definitely more in a high-end marketplace. Let me take that back. I know I didn't fully understand my audience. Okay. Because my mind, I'm thinking, let's just sell them as cheap as chips. They're not going to get a better price than this. We're just going to sell out, and I'm just going to be instant 7 figures. Wasn't quite as simple as that. Pricing was one of the biggest problems in inspirational gifts. I priced them so low that people that are used to buying luxury candles thought, what's the catch here? Why are they so cheap? Surely they can't be that good. Go figure is the first time that I put prices up in a business and actually saw more sales come in. But I didn't understand who my audience was, partly because I was selling so much through Amazon. And another part of it, I was so busy thinking about what the marketplace needed and what they should have and what it should be priced at. I wasn't really identifying the behavioral habits and who my actual customers were. Okay, I found it really difficult producing content value for the right target audience because of this, because I didn't understand who my audience is. This then now had a knock-on effect in terms of the content that I'm now producing to get visibility. You know, my brand positioning and creating a community wasn't there. People nowadays want to attach themselves to your why and your story. Okay, how you're really going to get ahead in this day and age is to have some type of community, because high streets are not as popular as what they used to be. Before, you would just open up a shop in the mall, in the high street, and you would get that footfall. More and more people work remotely. They work from home. You've got the convenience of Amazon. The landscape of the world has changed. Okay, so what I struggled with in branding and positioning was just really creating a customer avatar that I really understood and, you know, had a need for my product or service. You know, at one point, we actually found our audience was a lot of people that suffered from asthma or had health problems and had pets. People had health problems and had difficulty breathing, needed soy wax to avoid all the fumes and the soot. People that had dogs would want to get rid of the smells in their house, and soy wax candles got a really strong smell. Had I understood that from the beginning, I may have crafted my content around that. Also, I wasn't really understanding the analytics. I wasn't tracking everything because I never had a full funnel. Yes, I had Shopify, but I wasn't tracking all the different marketing activities. I was just randomly shooting in the dark and hoping for the best. So in terms of solutions, it's really about analyzing data to understand your current customers and to gain more insight into what they want, to make sure you're offering them. The value proposition is everything, making sure that your offer aligns with your audience. I missed the trick on, Instagram. Instagram is a lifestyle platform. And sometimes we post and we take all this crazy advice that we hear online, just 30 days, you can get a following. I've got new news on algorithms. If you just try this, it's about being consistent. For the first time ever in the history of social media, content is put in front of people based on what they view and what they like. So you can't just post for posting's sake anymore. You've really got to understand who your audience is. You've got to look at your competition. Look at the businesses that you want to be like, and they've got the same audience as you, and they've got good following and good engagement. What are they doing? You know, we don't spend enough time, really working on our business because we're so busy being in the business. You've got to take time if you really want to push your business ahead to work on it. Okay, understanding search engine optimization, understanding optimization, understanding what it takes to be more visible online and find my customers. You know, understanding Amazon advertising, paying money for advertising where I've got no insights to my customers. How can I do that? How can I make the unwrapping of the parcel more interactive so I can put a leaflet in the box and be able to connect with the people that I'm sending to when shipping from Amazon when I've got no idea who they are? How do I do brand activation and take my user journey online to offline? Okay, these are all the things that when I changed, there were some big differences that came into play. You know, chatbot campaigns, really being able to reach out and speak. E-commerce is very much different to coaching and consulting. To get that connection with your audience is a little bit more difficult because you're selling a physical product. Okay, but through chatbots, through the internet, there are many different ways that you can still build connections through technology. And that's the secret of selling online. How do you humanize an experience through a laptop, through a tablet, through your smartphone? Okay, all of these things made that I increased my sales by like 100%. I started getting more leads. I had a database which I actually sold. I had customers, and I then started to get social channels that started to pick up traction. Okay, so what I'm talking about, even if you're not a coach, consultant, or content creator, it applies. Okay, so it's really important. The first thing you need to do is set your goal, like I said at the beginning. The lower the cost of your acquisition while simultaneously increasing immediate lifetime value. You've got to lower the cost of acquisition. And this isn't just for those of you that spend money on digital advertising. Even those of you who are doing other marketing activities, you have to look at the time and the effort that's put in and what is the output that you get out. And you need to be able to assess that and understand what that metric is. Because what you want to do is lower the cost of acquisition and give immediate lifetime value so you attract more people. But you've got to have a goal. Okay, what is that goal for you in the next 3 months? How much of your packages and offers do you want to sell? How much do you want to make? How much leads do you want in your email list? Write down what your objective and goals are. Okay, so I just want to now delve into the 5 steps of the intimacy guide, just to really put into perspective exactly how you're going to get more clients, more customers for your coaching, consultant, membership, online course, digital asset business, whichever one you fall into. So the first thing you're going to need is a lead magnet, and not just a webinar that just follows a structure where you've not really taken into account who your end user is and what their problem is. And your lead magnet can't be something that you've just got, that you did and you haven't really used it, and tick box. This is not a tick box exercise. Your lead magnet is someone subscribing to you and giving them your details. It's no different to you meeting someone and you exchanging numbers. No different. So you've got to think to yourself, as a person, you've met someone, you're attracted to them, you're swapping numbers. What is it about that person why you're willing to give them your number? And literally, that's how you need to think about your lead magnet. It cannot just be something you've got already, you've done already. Maybe I can use this. It's not a tick box exercise. It's got to be something that really lands and really connects with your customer segment. And that's one of the reasons why you can't have a general target audience, because now you're creating a lead magnet that's very, very generic and it's not specific to anyone. Okay, why would you're going to give your number out to someone for specific reasons? I want you to think about that in terms of your business. Okay, you then want what's called an entry point offer. Okay, to go from not really knowing who you are, being made aware of you. Some people want to be, and a lot of people, remember, the coaching market sector has done nothing but grow. But some of the coaches that have had high tickets, not given the greatest results, have made it more difficult for us as coaches that are coming up, and consultants as well, membership sites, all digital assets and products. Over the years, many of us have bought some that just have not come up to par. So a really good way to differentiate yourself from those type of coaches and that type of marketplace is to have an entry point offer. Just like when you meet someone, you exchange numbers, you talk on the phone for a bit. The next thing you do is you go to meet each other. Maybe it's a quick coffee somewhere that thinks, can I really do dinner? Can I take this further? Okay, so an entry point offer is something that as a coach you want to put in front of your core offer so someone can try you out. I've seen a lot of coaches do things like, a checklist, a discovery call, but everything about sometimes those assets is geared towards an entrepreneur in their business. It's self-serving to the business. So when your potential customer feels like they've gone on a discovery call with you, they just feel like they're being sold to. They don't feel like you're really taking them into consideration. Does that make sense? It can be off-putting. So what we want is a genuine entry point offer that's going to help them, just one layer of your onion, but it gives them a taster of who you are, and what you could do for them on that next touch point. So entry point offers are a really great way to take lukewarm leads and turn them into hot leads that are ready to convert. Okay, and again, think of it like a relationship. Where would someone want to go on that first date that's in person? What is it that your audience needs right now that would be super helpful for them and is the start of them working with you that they can use as actually going to have purpose and actually help them? Then you got your core offer. Your core offer is the main thing that you're going to offer within your coaching business. So this is where it's like, can I take you out for dinner? We've met, we swap numbers, the conversation's flowing, it's really nice. You meet for a coffee. It's like, oh my God, this is actually continuing in person. Then you go out for dinner. And you are doing the same thing with your customers. You are nurturing them. It is literally like you're dating your customers, and really what you want to do is get them to the marrying you point and buying that main product, your product maximizer. So when we're looking at product offering, especially within a coaching business, we want to look at, okay, what's the lead magnet? What's the entry point? And how do I get them to that core offering? And it should flow through your funnel. The journey should flow like water, where your prospect feels like you are a part of where it is that they need to get to. And you're going to really help with transformation, because the journey of transformation has already started with that awareness stage. But you've got to be careful as a coach and consultant not to give too much information away. Because otherwise, by the time you sell, you're going to give away a lot of free content. And nowadays, where content is how we get visible, it's very easy to give away great content. Yes, it does show value, but sometimes if your audience doesn't understand the value, it's just like the word free. For some reason, if I say to you guys, I'm offering you something free, it seems to devalue it somehow. Okay, in our community, we do everything at a really affordable price because we have a mission. Our first mission is to help 10,000 women, then 100,000, and we want to bring it to 1 million. Hopefully we get to do that within my lifetime. Okay, but to be able for me to achieve that, it's all about making sure that I serve my audience from the minute that I meet them. Does that make any sense? But because we do give away value, sometimes people are like, oh, can it be that good? We've just made it affordable so we can access and help as many Black female entrepreneurs as possible. Okay, but you want to flow, is my point. You want to flow. It needs to be able to flow. So that's why it's great to have an opt-in for free that's mega helpful, an entry point that takes into the next level of transformation, and then that main core offer that you give, and then your top offer. So product offering is important. It literally is asking for a number, going for a coffee, going out for a dinner. Will you marry me? And that's how I want you to think of it when you create your offer, because that's how you're going to create your user journey and your funnel. And it doesn't stop there, because you've got the return path. Once someone's bought your products and services from you, or they're inside your community, now you've got to make sure you have date nights, you have flowers. You've got to make sure that you're still nurturing your existing customers. Okay, we never want to forget about the people that bought from us, because they will buy again and again and again. You can easily increase all of your prices by 20%, and more than likely, no one will leave you. Yeah, the return path is important. You don't just want to get customers on board, deliver, and then they drop off and you're constantly looking for new customers. You need to think about that return path and think, okay, once someone's used my entry point, my core offer, I've maximized all of our offering. You should be constantly thinking, how can I now help those group of people? And that's how you're going to get growth, and that's how you're going to get scalability. So when we're looking at, just the strategies of really growing your coaching business, you want a lead magnet, okay? You want an entry point offer. You want that core offer, the main thing that you sell. You want the profit maximizers. What else can you sell with the core offer that is solving all of the solution while upselling your audience? And then you want the return path. What are you doing once someone's come on board, they've gone through the transformation? What is it they need next? Is it some type of support? Okay, maybe it's a community, maybe it's a membership. It can look like so many different paths of making sure you are continuing that journey and continuing that customer life cycle. Okay, so when it comes to creating a lead magnet, you've got to deal with not just the demographics, but you've got to deal with the psychometrics as well. You want to know their hobbies and interests. What blogs do they read? What associations are they a part of? Clubs, forums. Where do they like going out? What do they eat? Okay, do they love children? Do they not? I don't know. It's really about, depending on what you sell and what you offer, it's really about tapping into their psychometrics around your offering. Okay, and it's not just around your offering, to be honest with you. It's around them as an individual and people. Their mood. Are they happy, sad, emotional, illogical, full of anxiety, introvert, extrovert? Are they someone that produces content? Are they frustrated what they do? What are their pain points? Is it their clothes can't fit? They can't pay their bills, can't find a job? Is it the system that's holding them down? Is it relationships? What are the big pain points that tend to be emotional? So you really want to think about your audience and think about them from a really deep emotional viewpoint. When you work with me, we do something called empathy mapping, which is really taking a deep dive. And I'm going to sample some of that in tomorrow's masterclass, by the way. Tomorrow's masterclass is going to be all about building a community and how we really, we can really scratch beneath the surface and get to know our audience more. Okay, so your entry point offer, remember, leads directly to your core offer or your product service. That's really important to remember, because after the lead magnet, you want an entry point offer. You want to put something in front of the core offer that you've got that's going to give someone a taste for a small price, because what happens is you're building trust to get your prospect to know, like, and trust you. If they can take the card out their back pocket and pay for that entry point offer, which is an introduction to the big offer, for them to get a feel for you and for them to see, okay, you know, does this person, does this community, does this membership really deliver? It's really important that you've got that entry point that's going to lead directly to your core offering. And this is why, again, if you're here with me and you're thinking, do you know what, I'm not sure about my offering. Is my offer strong enough? Does it connect with my audience? This is where you might need to look at the whole business model of your coaching business. And again, I'm going to be giving an audit away for those of you that really need help from the offer part. The offer is so important. Okay, even when you're putting your offer together, it's really important that you always think about what's the hook, what's the story, your why needs to be in there. What's the offer? The offer is absolutely key for your success. If you haven't got an offer that directly is in line with what your audience needs now and solves a problem that they've got now, this is where it can be really hard to monetize your business. So from lead magnet, we're going to the entry point offer, and then we're going to the core offer. Please know, no amount of marketing, no amount of miracles can fix a bad core offer. Your core offer is really important. Yesterday, I spoke about that. If you have got an offering and it's the same as what many people offer, and you don't have a complete bundle or an offer that solves a complete problem, you're going to be competing with everyone else. And usually what happens when there's a lot of competition, the prices get driven down. So it's really important that you have got a core offer where you're really just thinking, okay, this is what I offer. And for some of you, you might have an offer, and what you might be thinking now, does my offer really fit? But before you ask that question, what you want to think about is, who is your offer for? You might have an offer right now that you might be thinking, let me revise that. But maybe it's the audience that you're marketing the offer to that doesn't fit. Your audience and your offering are like hand and glove. They interconnect. They have to understand one another, because that's what makes a great value proposition. So in having an offer is really, really important. And it's where a lot of entrepreneurs really, really struggle with. Okay, if you look at some great offers, a lot of times it's the same thing, just in different formats. So maybe it's giving a program away, but you also got a book that goes with it. You've also got a workbook that goes with it. You've also, got a podcast where you can talk about it. It's really important that you think, what is my offer? And your offer should be based around the transformation that you want to give to your audience. Okay, you've got to take that time out to think about the offer. The offer's got to talk to your customer segment, and they've got to feel like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. This person, this organization understands me and my problem down to a T. I'm going to try it out. Okay. And that's where the entry point comes, with the trying it out. But you need to have a great core offer. A bad core offer is going to cause problems within your coaching business. So if you've got an offer but it needs revising, work on that, because you don't want to be building a funnel out if you don't have the foundation of the branding, who you are, what you stand for, and the offer, and understanding who your customer segments are. The funnel's not going to work unless we've got those bits done first. And once you've done the funnel, you've got to push traffic to it, which means you've got to create content. So if you don't understand who your offer is for, and you don't understand what transformation your offer is going to give, how can you now then create content that's really going to connect to drive traffic to the funnel? So your offer is really, really, really important. And then you've got the profit maximizer. This is how you get to your front end customers, because you want them to buy more. So they bought your core offer, and this is now, how do I continue this relationship and be able to make sure that I can offer more high ticket and help those who need the help. But again, you want to think, what happens after that transformation? What would your audience need? Because what happens in many coaching businesses, it will be a case of, well, this is my main offer, then there's this, then I can offer this, because you're thinking about what assets you got, what maybe you've done previously that you can put together. You're not looking at it from the viewpoint of who your customer segment is. What do they need? What can you do to maximize? You've offered a coaching program, but now maybe they need some help with the implementation. Maybe you're going to offer them a project management program. This is where you've really got to think about the needs of your customers and make sure that anything you're maximizing, you are serving your end user. So you want to think about how to get your front end customers to buy more, and then you continue to upsell. You know, what price were they prepared to pay at entry point level? What will they pay now? This is where the data comes into play. Really important. So you've got to be able to use downsells and upsells. The fast food industry do this really well. You know, you go into a burger joint, you'll go somewhere like McDonald's, you know, you can, we're trying to think, the Monopoly game where you get something free. You might get a free burger. That now encourages you to buy the fries and the drinks because you're with someone else. That's a cross sell. You know, you buy a meal. Do you want something from our saver menu? Do you want something from the dessert menu? That's a downsell. Do you want to go super large and pay extra to have a larger meal? That's an upsell. Yeah. So again, you want to think about all these things, and some of you might be familiar with it. But again, if you don't have the right audience, you could be upselling something that they don't need, or they don't need it now. So you want to be able to maximize, okay, your profit. Really important. And you want to target both non-buyers and previous buyers with that return path. The return path is all about keeping connection, giving connection. Okay, connection in this digital age on the internet is key, because that's how people are going to get to know you. We don't have the luxury anymore of always being going to a physical location where we've got our five senses. We've got sight, we've got smell, we've got taste, we've got hearing, we've got touch. That's gone. We've now got to replace this emotion through technology. So you want to make sure you are nurturing at all times people that are bought from you so they return and they buy more. Okay, and also non-buyers, people that didn't take you up on an offer. Again, you need to make sure you're nurturing them to get them to buy into that entry point to the core offer. Okay, once you really learn how to build a funnel out, you should have something that's called a funnel map. Okay, so this is something for the return path. This is a way for you to be able to get the people that have bought from you already, or get the people that have maybe opted into a lead magnet or entry point, but they haven't gone on to your core offer or any of your upsells. You want to be able to capture their lead. So you should have done this by collecting their details. If they haven't bought from you, if they have bought from you, you would have their details. So you want to maybe email them, send them a messenger through somewhere like ManyChat or Messenger, maybe a WhatsApp group, whatever details you've got. You want to be able to capture that lead. You want to be able to send them a sales page, an isolated page that's giving them the specific information of however you met them, the help that they need next. Whether they bought from you, whether they haven't bought from you, there's going to be something that they should need next with urgency that you've identified. And you want to build out a sales page, a landing page. Okay, you don't want to send them to your website because your website's got loads of information on it. You really want to hit them and be specific with their pain points. Okay, you know, from there, you're going to have the order form, you're going to have the checkout. Okay, once you've got that checkout, again, you should be tracking all of this so you can see those that might have entered into your funnel or bought from you. Have they opened up the sales page? Have they opted in? Have they bought from the order form? Did you give them an upsell on the order? So another thing that we've got is something called a tripwire, where just before you get to a checkout, you might do an upsell. Who here has seen, you know, been in someone's user journey and they'll say, wait, don't go. I've got one more offer for you. Okay. Again, it shouldn't be geared towards you just selling and following a script. It's got to be authentic, but you have to map out your content, your lead pages, your order forms, your thank you pages, your downsells, what emails are going to be triggered out. Okay. And this is what creates a map for your funnel. This is where you can be really intentional. And this is what I do. You work with me and we figure out exactly how you can put something like this together that is really going to create a flow of audience for you. And you shouldn't just be doing this for new customers. You should also be doing this for the return path. Each piece of content that you create, content marketing is so powerful, is an opportunity for you to connect human to human. Remember how I compared that user journey, that funnel, to meeting someone? Okay, it should literally be a plan of how you're going to get them from one touch point to another. Each one of those touch points is content. All pieces of content have got a URL. All URLs can be tracked through Google Analytics and Google Tags Manager. If you're tracking something, you will be able to see, okay, we did this marketing campaign on LinkedIn. We did a lead generation campaign. We then push them to the sales page. we had loads of people answer us on the lead generation saying they'd check it out, but hardly no one clicked onto the page. And when they did, they logged straight off again. Maybe there's something wrong with your messaging, your title, something on the sales page. That was just an example, but the data is going to give you insight and it's going to help you understand where your business is working and where your business is not working, so we can stop making assumptions. So that brings me on to the Coaching Mastery program that we run. We've got so many fun things for you. So on the left-hand side of the screen right now, you should see a QR code. Okay, that is going to bring you through to our Coaching Mastery, where you can actually book a audit call. So if you're in a place where, you know, you've launched a business, you want to be a coach, you understand what you're coaching, what you're going to be coaching about, who your audience is, you started, but you can't get that traction or you can't get it to where you want to be, this is going to be a great program for you, because we're going to spend 6 weeks really looking at your brand, your how, your why. We're going to put your offer together. And we're going to make sure that you have a coaching business. We're going to help you be more confident in speaking, delivering on video, because you've got a lot of content create. And then we're also, with another 6 weeks, going to work with you to build out that funnel map, to make sure that you've got a funnel to match your coaching business, which means you can launch and you can go and start promoting and start bringing traffic through to that awareness, engage, subscription, conversion of buying, the excitement, upselling your other products and services, advocacy, where people are now saying how great you are, using that as content. We're going to spend 6 weeks building out the funnel. So if you're in a place where your actual offer, your audience, your brand, your website, your social media channels aren't quite where they need to be, this is a great program for you to come on board and really put back together your coaching business in a way that once you build your funnel, we know that we can get you to monetize it. Okay, and that's our Coaching Mastery program. So it runs for 12 weeks. Weeks to 1 is all about identity and foundation. This is where you're really going to learn how to discover your unique coaching identity and mission, craft your signature coaching model and define your niche, and turn your personal story into proof and authority. So you're really going to walk away with a clear coaching niche and a target audience, your own coaching method and transformation story. You cannot have anybody else's. It's got to be yours. And foundations just for being authentic, confident coach. Phase 2, that's weeks 4 to 6. This is where we're going to teach you to speak and coach with power. You're going to develop your voice, your presence, and your coaching skill set. So you're going to learn to speak, to inspire, transform, okay? Not just perform. You're going to coach real people with confidence and emotional intelligence, handle mindset blocks and resistance with grace. So with here, I'm going to make sure that you walk away with a powerful 3-minute signature talk that you can use in different environments. Whether you're on a podcast, you're talking at an event, you're a guest somewhere, we're going to help you put together a 3-minute signature talk that you can use. Okay, we're going to give you real coaching experience and feedback to really be able to help you, and tools so you can coach the whole person. When I say the whole person, we want to coach all of you. Okay. Phase 3, this is week 7 to 9. This is where you're going to really build your business infrastructure. You're going to turn your coaching into a business. This is where you're going to design your core coaching offer and your funnel and your lead magnet and your email automation or messaging automation, and create content that attracts and converts clients. So you're going to walk away with a full coaching funnel, from the lead magnet to the nurture to the entry offer to the core offer to the upsells. Okay, you're going to walk away with a 30-day visibility and content strategy, because you've got to put traffic to that funnel. You're going to walk away with systems for consistent client attraction. And then lastly, phase 4 is your week 10 to 2. This is where you're going to step into your power as a certified coach. Okay, you're going to launch your first or next paid coaching program. You're going to deliver a confident coach talk, whatever your talk is, to share your message. And then you're going to complete a certification plan. Okay. For your next 90 days. This is where you're going to put everything to action and go away and launch it and be able to test it. But all your foundation, groundwork, even with the data, we're going to help you track it as well. So here you're going to walk away with 1 to 3 paying clients or beta testers, a recorded public speaking showcase, an official mastery certification from us, and the next steps to a roadmap that's going to really help you go into growth. From growth, you'll then go into scalability. So if this is something that you feel like your coaching business would really benefit from, so even if you're a new coach, or even if you're a coach, like I said, that launched and you're not getting the results, this is a perfect program for you. And it is 12 weeks, because anything under 12 weeks, I'm not going to be able to help. But one of the things that we do here, I don't work with businesses that aren't ready. We've got a really great success rate and we want to keep it there. So we like to do an audit. I like to do an audit to make sure that everybody that enters into this program is right for you and you're going to get the results. Okay, so scan the QR code on the screen. For some strange unknown reason, this is how you know we're live. It's not on my screen at the moment. However, I'm just going to stop sharing. Let me come back to you. However, the QR code is at the top left-hand side of the screen. Please scan that now, and please book a call for an audit. So we're going to look at your coaching mastery program. Okay, please do let me know if any of you found that useful. Drop your comments wherever you are, whether you're live streaming, whether you're on our platform. No matter where you are right now, we want to hear your comments. Want to know if you found that useful in terms of really being able to grow your coaching business. We're not holding back at this summit. We're giving information away, and we're giving valuable information away at that. Okay, we do have another speaker that is coming up for you now. Okay, I'm going to also do the competition, so make sure you take that QR code right now for the audit call. And what I'm going to do is we are going to play a quick promo all about the coaching mastery program while I just get set up for the next batch of speakers and the competition. So here we go. It's Natalia here. Let me ask you something. Have you ever felt like you have the knowledge, the story, the skills to really be able to help people, but you're stuck on how to turn that into a business? You want to coach, consult, or teach an online course, but the structure, pricing, and marketing just feels like a maze. I've been there and I know how discouraging it can be. That's why I created the Coaching Mastery Program. This is for aspiring coaches, those that really want to get into consultancy, and also course creators who are ready to turn their expertise into a business that actually works and is profitable. Or you might even be an intermediate or a high-end coach that really needs to figure out how to scale their coaching business. Either way, you're going to learn how to package your knowledge, create transformational offers, attract the right clients, and scale and increase those sales. This program is usually $5,000. Simply go and check our website right now. This is what this program has been running for nearly the last 2 years at $5,000, and it sells. Okay, go and check out the reviews. But because it is the top 100 most powerful Black women summit, we are giving away 2 spaces at just $3,000. All you got to do is book a call for an audit, okay? Our success rate is incredibly high at Women in Digital Business because we make sure that you're ready for any program that you go on to. We don't just sell when we know that, you're not gonna quite get to where you want to be. You're not where you need to be before entering into the program. We don't set you up for failure. We only set you up for success. So we like to make sure that you're on the right program by being able to do an audit of where you are to make sure the program is going to get you to exactly where you need to be. We are giving it away for, yes, just $3,000. Okay, $297. That is it for a whole 12-week program. And for 2 lucky women, you are going to get this program at an amazing $3,000. That's all. But here's the deal. You must book a call right now to see if you qualify for this amazing, amazing offer. Let's get that audit done. Let's make sure that you're right for the program, and let's see if you can get in there and be one of those lucky 2 ladies that gets the program for an amazing $3,000. Imagine launching your coaching business or relaunching your coaching business with confidence, clarity, clients who are ready to pay you for your expertise. This is your moment. Don't let it slip away. Simply scan that QR code and get on the audit call with me. I look forward to seeing you, and let's make your coaching business a reality. Hey guys, so I'm back with you. So that was our promo. So I've left the QR. Oh, sorry, there I am back again. Put the QR code in the top left-hand corner of the screen, which is about to go, by the way. So make sure you book a call now. Right. For those of you that have come into the summit, I've kicked off with the masterclass today, all about 10xing your coaching business and how to really get clients. What I want to do now is competition time. So I'm going to be giving a set of keywords away. I can't get the words out. I'm going to be giving a set of keywords away. Okay. Within those keywords, I'm fumbling at the moment. I want you to collect the keywords that I'm about to give out. And at the end of the day, I'm going to give you a link to a Google form to put them in. And like the video said, we will be giving free spaces away to our funnel program and to our coaching program, which you just saw the promo for. So the keywords today are, and I'm going to be announcing them throughout the day. So keywords today are vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Okay, so let's go again. The keywords are vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Okay, those are our keywords for today. Okay, I'll be dropping a link at the end of today's live sessions that we are streaming for you to drop that into the Google form. So keep listening out for them because I will be announcing them again. So for those of you that have just joined us, welcome to day 2. If you missed my masterclass, please do make sure that you check out all of the replays. So make sure that you click on the link. I will change it now. So the QR code right above me, right here, that QR code will bring you to our platform where you can access any replays or all the recordings that will be going on after the lives are finished. Okay. No matter where you are right now, if you're on social channels, there'll be a link in the bio for tickets. That's the best thing you can do is register for them because you'll just get the links to access the 100 masterclasses every day. And at the end, you'll be able to access all the masterclasses and get them on replays. There's a lot of great content going out across this week and all of you won't be able to consume it all. So with that said, I want to welcome you to day 2.
Yesterday was a day of power and purpose. We celebrated Black women shaping the future, building legacies, and taking their rightful place at the table. Today, we continue to rise and create more seats for others.
Today is about breakthroughs that shift your thinking and ignite confidence. Realign with your divine purpose and transform, not just be inspired. Prepare to rise even higher and embrace the change. Remember, you are part of a global movement rewriting history. You are not just a spectator, you are the story. Feel the energy of day 2 moving through you, empowering every step. Learn, connect, and celebrate the power of sisterhood. Understand how sisterhood is transforming the digital and business world. Carry forward the connections made here and let them inspire change. The summit continues with the world watching. Let's make day 2 even more unforgettable. Embrace the opportunity to shine and lead, showcasing the brilliance of Black women everywhere.
Take the inspiration and transform it into action. Lead with confidence and purpose in your community. Continue the journey of rewriting history together, making a lasting impact. Set a goal to connect with one new person today. Share your story and listen to theirs. By building these connections, you'll strengthen the sisterhood and amplify our collective impact. Reflect on what you've learned and how you can apply it. Take one actionable step towards your goals. By doing so, you'll not only transform your life, but also inspire those around you. Commit to sharing your insights with others. By spreading knowledge, you'll empower more women to join this movement. Together, we can create a ripple effect of change.
Sorry, ladies, my mic was turned off. That was Viva, our AI presenter that is working with me throughout the summit. And she's right. Make sure you challenge yourself with this summit. You're not just consuming the information, but you are acting on it. Also, make sure that you spread the word. Right, without further ado, so we can stick to schedule, we've got our next speaker on stage. Her name is Ebony. We actually featured a podcast all about her. I got to be live in the studio with her, which was absolutely amazing. So please do check out our YouTube channel. It's just go over to Natalia Official. Search on search engine, but if you go over to Natalia Nicholson Official on YouTube, you'll be able to see all the podcasts that we've done with the speakers, so you can get find out a little bit more about them. We will be featuring some of the podcasts today throughout the session, so please make sure you check Ebony out. But before you do, don't go nowhere. Let me hand it over to Ebony. She is absolutely amazing, and I know you're going to get absolutely loads out of this. Ebony is the epitome of just keeping it real, of sharing her vulnerability, sharing her life experiences, and taking those experiences. She's also from the music industry as well. So any of you out there that come from a creative background, there might be a lot that you are going to relate to with Ebony. So without further ado, I would like to welcome you. Oh, hang on. I just need to bear with me a moment. Sorry, Ebony is just getting ready. Let me not put her on too prematurely. I do apologize, but yep, she's getting ready now. And her masterclass is all about echoing your essence. So without further ado, here is Ebony.
Hey everyone, my name is Ebony Omalara. I run Ebony Omalara Enterprises, and today I am going to be teaching you how to echo your essence online using social story selling, which is our online visibility framework. A little bit about me. So I started my first company in 2019, and it was a waist bead company, empowering women to feel more confident in themselves and in their appearance. I studied quantity surveying and commercial management at university, which gave me project management skills. And while I was studying, I also delivered community projects through volunteering, including a short film project, events, youth conferences, workshops, etc. In terms of how we got from Cultured Waste to Ebony Omalara Enterprises, I had started making content about body positivity and confidence at the start of 2020. And that year I experienced, I think, the fastest growth I've ever experienced online. In terms of the growth of my Instagram page, we grew to like 2,000 followers. My YouTube channel had grown to like 2,000 subscribers. And I'd experienced like bursts of sales. For example, Black Pound Day in 2020, I think the Shade Borough posted my brand and we made like 500 sales in 2 days. So it was quite good. But by the end of that year, I quit my business permanently and I was sure I wasn't going to do it again. So I deleted my Instagram, my YouTube, and my website. I just didn't deregister. And it was really because, and I didn't know at the time, but when I look back, I was too nervous to tell the truth about where I'd come from in business. And obviously I'm speaking about confidence. And I was getting to the point in my own journey where confidence wasn't just about what I looked like, it was about how I felt about myself. And so I kind of ran away from it, which is how social story selling was actually born, because I felt like I deserved to tell my story and it deserved to be heard because there was value in it. But my interest for marketing actually developed as I was volunteering, because I'm producing these films and I'm working on these projects, and every time we have to create a flyer or we have to create a promo video, I'm like, let me do it, because I understand the entire scope of the project and how to communicate its value and how to get people to realize this is what they need to come to. Not even like how to make them feel like they want to come, but literally seeing a need within them and letting them know that, hey, I want to fulfill this need for you. I'm not quite sure if you're aware that you have it. And that's kind of the approach to marketing, which requires me to be confident in telling my story, because I could only perceive that lack or perceive that unfulfilled need because I had it. So I had to be open and vulnerable with myself. And in 2024, I changed the company from Cultured Waste to Ebony Omalara Enterprises. And we started primarily focusing on online visibility, although we still do run Cultured Waste unapologetically Ebony and not Impersonal under the entire company. So why is online visibility crucial? I believe that giving everyone their own platform gives power to the people, because for a really long time, media was controlled by certain businesses, organizations. Like, they were the only ones who could put media out, and so we was always at risk of propaganda. But over time, I noticed that people had the permission to tell their own stories or to say their side and version of things, especially where in the past storytelling has been manipulated to invoke certain feelings or to present certain people in certain ways, and other people never were really given the voice to speak. There's an African proverb that says that the hunter always tells the tale until the lion learns to write. And so social media was giving the lion a pen, literally. And in my own personal experience with it, the reason why I started making content in the first place is because I didn't feel confident saying what I wanted to say to anybody. I'd say it to myself, but I wanted to put it out there. I wanted to have these conversations. And it was creating a safe space for myself where I decide the rules here. No one has to tell me who to be or how to be or what to be. And I think that was really what it was for me, in terms of giving myself the permission to explore, what does Ebony want? How does Ebony want to be? How does she want to present herself? Or how, all of those questions. On the other side of it, because that's very like individual, on the other side of it, I feel like it's created this unity of the tribe. And I mean that overall, even though there's different tribes existing within the overall collective of humanity. And so whether you're a personal brand, a community group, or trading business, you can benefit from being visible online in 3 ways. One is that it gives you the opportunity to establish your brand promise. So if I have promised you that all the content or everything you experience through my brand is going to inspire you, is going to empower you, and is going to educate you, then when I'm doing my content, I get to show up and continue to deliver on that promise. And so it builds up your brand overall. The second way is that you get to engage people in your cause. And so by being able to ask people questions, get their feedback, or even like through them engaging in the comments and stuff, you get a real perspective of, oh, this is how it impacts people. This is how people receive my idea, or this is how people view the concept in which I'm researching or in which I'm trying to develop with my product or service. And then the third way, which kind of ties them all into one, is that the fact that you create deeper relationships through giving that understanding. So where before we didn't really understand the behind the scenes behind companies or behind influencers or celebrities, and there was a disconnect, and there was a you're over there and we're over here. But through you being able to authentically share, you can then bridge that gap. Sorry, is what I wanted to say. You can bridge that gap through understanding, through providing different perspectives, whether it's in a short video and you're just answering a question to clear something up, or whether it's in a long form video and you're actually telling an entire story to give people the depth and the ability to choose to resonate with your story. So I've put a quote down below that a lot of people probably have heard, but maybe not in this context, where if you want to go fast, then go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. And it's an African proverb. And oftentimes we only think of that in terms of having a team and the people who work with us. But when we have online platforms, we have the potential of having an online community because they follow our pages and things like that. And going together, there's a wealth of information that community can provide to you, whether it be through they have expertise in certain areas or they have experiences in certain areas, or the fact that they're willing to ask you questions so you can go further into what it is that you're doing. So in terms of the actual framework that we're going to be learning today, it is called social story selling, and it breaks into 3 elements: social media marketing, creative storytelling, and online selling. And when you actually think about it, it's your production, your marketing, and your sales. two of them are kind of marketing principles, but I align social media marketing with your production because it's what you're producing, how you then, not how you tell it, because that's the storytelling element. I guess it's how you present it. But again, we'll go into it together. So the questions I want you to start to think about is, where can people access you online and learn about you? What do you want people to know about you? And where is the value in your story? And then how do your products and services deliver your promised value? And kind of, no, that was it. How do your products and services deliver your promised value? And so I've shared another quote here that we've probably heard before. And it said, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And sometimes we can dress up the experience a lot and forget about the fact that it is about feeling. That's where the transformation takes place. That's the inner workings of connecting with someone and creating long-lasting relationships, whether it be repeat purchases or recommendations or any of those things. It's about the impact that you have on them. So we are going to go into each element of social story selling. But before we do that, I would like to demystify some of the things that I hear a lot when I speak to people about marketing. The first thing is that you don't need to be on every platform. There are the major platforms, there are some smaller platforms, and there's everything in between. There's new platforms being created every single day, every single week. And so I don't want you to overwhelm yourself in thinking that you need to keep up with the Joneses. The second thing is that you don't need to understand the algorithm on each platform. The algorithm is something that is always changing. It changes based on the creators. And so you have to realize that you are a creative. And so you have the power to change the algorithm based on the consistent strategy that you create yourself. And then the final one is that you don't need a huge marketing budget. Honestly, because social story selling is based on what you're already authentically doing, there isn't much that you need to add on. And even if you do, it's about being more creative with what you have or what you have access to. And that could be AI softwares, that could be just your phone camera, that could be your laptop camera. It could be any of those things, as opposed to having to invest a lot of resources that maybe you don't currently have yet, and so you keep on saying not yet, or that could be invested in another area of your business because you can still deliver a solid, creative, consistent, and clear marketing plan online without increasing your budget. So we are going to go into the first element of social story selling, which is social media marketing. And this is all about finding the right platform for you. So the first thing that I want you to consider is, what are you willing to share online? And I've put some examples there. And these examples align with 5 elements of business. And they align with the briefing element, the production, the marketing, the sales, and the budget or finance. And so different things in which you can share in alignment with those is the why behind your business, the products and services that you provide, behind the scenes in day-to-day life or the production process or whatever it is that you want to share, testimonials from people who have experienced your products or services. And then in terms of the budget element, rather than sharing the exact numbers, maybe you'll share your business journey and growth, or how it's going, or percentage growth, or things like that. But again, it's all up to you, and you get to decide what elements you want to be open about. For example, for a company that does more, let's say you're a therapist, you might not choose to go with direct testimonials because people might not want to speak about the work that they're doing with you. But you might go into, no. I'll use the same example of a therapist. But instead of saying no to testimonials, it might be that you say no to behind the scenes because people don't want you filming during their sessions, but they don't mind after the session, once they've wiped their tears and stuff, to say, well, I really enjoyed today's session. It was powerful because we worked through this, this, and this. And so again, it's completely up to you and based on what your company does and also what your company values are and what value it is that you want to share. Because you can be online and get to the point where you're just sharing for the sake of sharing everything and there's no purpose behind it. So you want to know why you're sharing as well. The next thing is about what format you would like to share it in. And so I've given a couple of examples. We've got written, graphic design, animations, pictures, videos, getting on camera and speaking. And you're not limited to any of these. But I really want you to think about what you're comfortable with. Something a lot of people say to me is, oh, I'm not comfortable talking on camera. And I'm like, that's okay. You don't have to. Like, even if you want to get there eventually, you can start by taking pictures and putting text on them. Then you can start taking videos and doing voiceovers. Then you can get on camera and be like, okay, I'm actually going to speak directly to the camera now. So it's all about what you're comfortable with and also how you feel like what you're sharing can be best presented. So aligning those two. And once you've decided what you're sharing and how you're sharing it, then you can find the right platform to say, oh, this is what aligns with what I want to present. And I've given some examples based on the platforms that I use. So I use YouTube for more long form educational content. I use LinkedIn for more professional networking type of content or behind the scenes and entrepreneurship. I use TikTok for more short form and creative clips. And then I use Instagram for more personalized content that maybe I want us to have a discussion about and engage in. And so those are just, again, some of the major platforms, but there are so many. And the reason why I would say to decide what you want to do first before you find the software is because it's very easy to choose a platform, decide what you're going to do, and then something on that platform changes and you have to change everything that you're doing, as opposed to we're already doing this and this is just how we do it on there. If something changes on the software, how can we take what we're already doing and move it in alignment with that change, as opposed to the other way around, which can be a bit hectic. The next element of social story selling is creative storytelling. And so we want to look at the fundamentals of telling your story. And I've separated this into two elements. One is about figuring out the purpose of why you're telling your story. And this isn't going to be the same all the time. So each time you do it, I want you to think about it. And another thing that you can do is when people are telling you a story or when you're consuming content, can you figure out the purpose of why this person is sharing? Because that will help you connect with even understanding their funnels or deeper understanding yours. And then on the other side of it, we've got some crucial points for telling your stories, which I'm going to go through. So the 4 examples of the purpose behind telling your story that I've given are to share, which could be sharing a vulnerable truth or an announcement that something's coming up or that something's going to be launched or that you're going to be in a certain place or anything like that. And the idea behind that is just, I want you to be engaged in this with me. The next thing is that it could be to teach. So this is where you'll have your tutorials, your how-to videos, or even sometimes it could be if you're sharing the wisdom of a story in terms of what you learn. It's not always the practical learning. Sometimes it's the learning from the experience that we share and that provides value and even develops our ideas and our business journeys and our growth. So being able to connect with people on that creates a deeper understanding of you and why you do what you do. Another example of a purpose is to celebrate. And so for example, a milestone. And it could be that you've just hit a number of sales or that you're celebrating an anniversary or that an event that you was planning and sharing with them, or even if you wasn't, an event that you've done has gone extremely well, just celebrating anything. And the final one is to learn. And so even though sometimes we come on to teach and we want to demonstrate our expertise, we also want to demonstrate our willingness to learn and to listen to the people that we're here to service by asking them questions, by getting them to share their stories, by giving them opportunities to feedback. And so those are just a few of the purposes behind telling your story. There are many more, but these are the main ones that I find myself using in business when I'm online. In terms of the other side, I used ChatGPT and I asked, what are the fundamentals of storytelling? And I only asked for the sake of, like, I guess, communicating it, because I write stories, but I couldn't really understand what it was I was doing. So I'm going to share with you. I didn't take everything from there. I took the bits of my experience as a storyteller and some of the practical things that ChatGPT suggested to create these 7 points and share them with you. So the first thing I want you to consider is, who is your story about? Oftentimes or not, it's going to be about you, but how are you profiling yourself? And so when I'm writing scripts, something that my friend Lily taught me is to do a character profile, but to do it in so much depth that we understand the internal workings and the external workings of the character. And so we'll put down things like, they was raised in a single parent household with this many siblings, and they're academically smart, but they don't really like to show it because they don't really want people to know that about them, because people feel intimidated or did it, like giving full context. And then on the other side of it, in terms of the internal, what's their attachment style like? What are their love languages and things like that, just so that we can really understand who we're hearing about. And the truth is, most times or not, we're not going to have enough time to go into that level of depth. But you having that understanding of knowledge will change how you tell the story and how descriptive you are, and the feeling that you create around it, because you're really able to create that context. The second thing I want you to consider is the structure of your story and the order that you tell it in. A lot of people, I want to emphasize that I do want you to go in chronological order. I want it to make sense from beginning to middle to end. So we're not like starting at the end, or where we are now in this presentation. We're going back to the beginning, then we're going to the middle, then we're going back to the beginning. Like, but I also want to make it clear that when you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, you don't have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can go 1, 4, 7, 10. And it will depend on the purpose of why you're telling your story. So you know which elements of your story are valid for that purpose, or for why you're speaking now, or that really portray the value it is that you want to deliver. The third thing is about character development. So once you've kind of profiled yourself and you have this deep understanding of you, do you know how to build your character up as you're telling the story? Do you know the moments that made you shift, or the moments that, sometimes when someone's telling a story, you can tell what the character's going to do next based on the profile that they've created. And so that's the character development of, are they following on where your strengths are? Have they been able to pick up on that? Well, when she went through this thing, she was so resilient and open about it. I'm sure when she hit this challenge, she was the same way in it, and giving them the ability to follow on and connect in that sense, and even build an understanding of who you are through it. And that links into the next point, which is about demonstrating the transformation. Sometimes when people tell their story, they don't say what the transformation actually was. They may focus on the new way in which they're seeing things, or they'll focus on the old way in which they're seeing things. But being able to describe the difference between the two and why that shift had to occur in order to deliver what it is that you was looking for is what is going to hook people in. And then that links into the next thing as well, about who are you speaking to. So when you're demonstrating that transformation, it's going to depend on your audience, because how did they relate to this? Where are they right now that I can speak to them and be like, hey, I've been in that space before. And so this is how I kind of rode through it. This is how I rode through the waves. This is what it looked like, because we all kind of go through the same thing, but it's different. So if we do it based on a diagram, I've got like this wave in my head. This is what the peak looked like for me, and this is what the low point looks like for me. They can then substitute themselves in of, oh, this is what the peak feels like for me, and this is what the low point feels like for me. And so how did you navigate between those 2 points and get back to the peak again, or even learn how to manage within the middle of those 2 points? That's where they will connect with you, and that's where the value is. And that requires you to share your emotional truth. And sometimes when we share, especially in business, we're like, oh no, we can't put the emotions in this at all, as if it isn't valid. But it's actually the base and foundation of why we made the choice that we made, or why we move in the way that we do, or why we're so passionate about what we're doing. And so I really want you to tap into, how did this make me feel? And when I'm telling the story, what potential feelings does it have to invoke in other people? So I'm aware of that. So I know I'm not going to leave. There was this feeling of hopelessness in the story, and I'm not going to leave that unended. I'm not going to leave them feeling hopeless. I'm going to communicate to them, like, I was able to find hope. I was able to trust that mustard seed of faith within myself. And then the final thing is about universal patterns. And I feel like this one is about understanding the wider concept and wider context of what you're doing, why you're doing it, and the impact that is having. And so in this, we want to understand, what is the norm? What is the usual rhetoric, or what is the thing that were more inclined to do that just wasn't working for me? And how have I decided to incorporate that? Or how have I decided to break the mold? And being able to relate to those universal patterns and understand how everyone else relates to them as well, and and where your uniqueness is kind of coming from. And I feel like it's very, I feel like this is the part where you may experience fear, because it's where we start to recognize, whoa, I'm actually really different, or I actually see this really differently to how the majority sees it, or I actually have a differing opinion. And so being able to deliver that confidently without telling the other people, hey, I'm right and you're wrong. It's just about being able to say, this is how I feel about this and why I feel so strongly. So that's the elements of storytelling. The final element of social storytelling is online selling. And so the question here says, how does social media fit into your sales funnel? And so it may play different roles for you at different stages. For example, if you're on YouTube and you have a paid community, that would most likely be in the second part or the third part of your sales funnel, if we're looking at it from a 3 scale. But usually social media content is found in the awareness element. So it's the first way in which people come into contact with you. And so we want to figure out, how can you turn a social media impression or review into a paying customer or a client? And there's really 3 things that I want you to focus on that you can really utilize and maximize to create conversions. The first one is about the platform that you're on. Is it clear what you're selling or what you're presenting when they arrive on your page? That means looking at your DP. That means looking at your name, your handle, looking at your bio, looking at your highlights or any pin posts or any introduction videos. Like, what does your page say about you as soon as they get on there? That is going to be very important, so that they know, or at least have an idea of, what industry or what realm am I in right now? Am I in the coaching realm? Am I in the hair business? Am I in, well, is it beauty? Is it education? What is this platform about? And what is it rooted in? The next thing you want to do is think about your content. Does your content show the context for your product or your service? And that could be through you telling your story. I'm telling my story, and now you can understand why I created my product or service, or why I deliver it in the way that I do. Or We are doing this skit and it's hilarious, but it shows maybe how people usually use this thing, or how people may take it for granted, or things like that. How there's so many ways in which you can be creative with it, but your content is all about providing context. And it may be a thing where someone sees one video around your product or service, or even around the concept that your product or service is based on, and they resonate with it, or it hooks them in, or it's intrigued them, and now they go in your page to find out more about it. And then they find out, okay, well, they sell this, or they do this service, and it's about leading them through that discovery space. And the final thing is your captions. And your captions could be on the content itself, or it could be underneath. Again, it depends on the platform. I'm generally talking about Instagram and Reels and that. So you'll have the content and then you'll have the caption. But if it is something like a blog post, you may have the main body of your text and then like something at the bottom, just to move them through that funnel, give them wider context and understanding. And so you want to ask yourself, what call to actions can you add which will move them through your sales funnel? They might find your piece of content on Instagram. Let's say, for example, I do a post about social story selling, and I'm talking in it about the fact that I was so scared of telling my story because I was really worried about people judging me and not wanting to work with me and not wanting to buy from me. And then in the bio of that, I can say, if you are interested in hearing more about my story, or even learning about marketing, then sign up to the social story newsletter that moves them through the sales funnel to the next stage of where I want them to be, where no, they're not paying me for anything. They're not directly working with me, but now I can feed you some more information in more depth so that you can get to know me and the work that I do. There are a range of call to actions. I would definitely suggest like doing a Google search, or even ChatGPT of, I've created this piece of content to promote my book or to promote my event. What call to action can I add to encourage people to buy tickets, or to do this or to do that? So you want to think about the next stage of the content for them as you're creating the content. That is social story selling for you in a nutshell. I hope that this framework helps you to, even if it's not to create your clear plan, just to think about how your production, marketing, and sales systems and processes can be funneled into like just authentic content, and be the basis of you starting a conversation with your next customer or with your next client, or even creating a community based off of either the product or services themselves, or the concept of it. Because it just could be that you've found a niche spot where no one really speaks about, for example, with waist beads, no one uses waist beads to do their inner work of healing and insecurity. It was just a piece of body jewelry. And so me doing that, I'm able to create space for the people who are really careful about their ego and how they feel about themselves, and more intentional with it. Whereas the wider market for waist beads, there's loads of people who use them. And so I want to share with you the offer that I'm presenting today. And it is for social story selling consultations. So I do 2-hour strategy calls. We'll do a 20-minute discovery first, where we'll speak about who you are and what it is that you want to market. And again, I work with personal brands. I work with community causes. So you can be a CIC, a charity, or anything of that nature, or you can just be a trading company. But the focus is on having a purpose of why you do what you want to do without sacrificing the profit element, and being able to connect those two things together. The strategy calls can be based on your business and marketing strategy, which will funnel in, again, your production, marketing, and sales. It can be based on your social media strategy, where we'll figure out which platform is best for you and create a consistent plan that is clear in terms of what you're marketing, and also creative, so you get to enjoy it and it's not just the same mundane. You get to create your unique selling point online. or it could be in project management. So you might want to do a book, you might want to do an event, you might want to do a focus group, anything of that nature. We will help you to put together the elements and understand how it helps you to create your short-term goals, your specific goals for this project, and also your long-term goals for your business. And so these 2-hour consultations are usually £250, but until the end of the summit, they are going to be £120. So feel free to get in touch with me and book one. Again, we can do your discovery call, and then we can book the actual strategy call at a later date if that is better for you. And you can also recommend this to other people, which will give you a discount on our services, which around the social story selling consultation, we have like the lower ticket offer where we can do content creation for you. We do graphic design, we do user generated content if you need me to try it out and actually show people the different elements of your product. We do videos, we do lives, we do all sorts. And so you can sponsor our platforms, or we can just create content that you're going to use on your own platform. We also do things like media packs, pitch decks, anything in the realms of online creativity and marketing. We are your people. So yeah, that is on the lower side. And then on the higher side, obviously we have one-time consultations, and you can come and ask questions after and ask for support and things like that. But we also have coaching packages where we give you ongoing support. We do strategy calls at first to help you pull all the elements of what you want to do together and put it into one plan. We will send you weekly content prompts to help you stay on top of your content and diversify it. And we'll also do monthly strategy calls where we'll look at your engagement analytics and what's happening, and look at, okay, what can we do with what's happening now? For example, someone asked a question about this. We're going to do a campaign about this because people don't know about the history of waist beads or things like that. I'm always giving examples based on what I do for myself, but it's just so that you can put it into context. And then on the higher packages, we also offer some social media management services as well. So the final thing I want to leave you guys with, and I have 5 minutes, is that we are currently doing a challenge, and it's called Halloween Horrors, and it's on LinkedIn. And so we want to know, what has been your worst experience in business so far? Like just that horrible period of time or the horrible lesson that you had to learn. It could be with someone, it could be with the software, it could be something that you didn't know that you had to learn, and when you figured it out, it horrified you. For example, I didn't know that you don't need to register for VAT until you're meeting a certain threshold, but I registered anyway. And then one day I just got a letter saying I owe like 6 figures, and I was like, so yeah. And we want to know what was scary about it and what did you learn. So I put our LinkedIn there. It's Ebony Omalara Enterprises. We will probably create a base post so you can comment your stories under, or if you want to go ahead and go into more detail, you can create your own post and then tag us, and you can find our LinkedIn or our other social media platforms and even our brands and the work we do through the QR code on screen. So make sure you scan it and use our hashtag EOE online. Thank you very much for your time today. I hope that you enjoyed this presentation. I hope that it has helped you to look at social media social media marketing, or even just being online differently in terms of who you are sets the precedent. Don't let online tell you who to be or how to work or because again, there's a million and one frameworks and blueprints and advice or strategies, but you have to tailor it for what works for you, as with anything. And so if I leave you with one jewel, and I shared this in my podcast episode with Natalia as well, is decide what your brand values are. Because that means even if your company goes from selling hair to selling fridges, the value that you provide is the same, because it's based on what you filter your choices through. And so the choices, the values that I filter everything through are authenticity, and being true to myself. They are transparency and making sure that there's a clear understanding between me and whoever I'm working with or whoever I'm speaking to. So there's no, oh, I didn't know this, or I wasn't aware. Just really an agreement thing and no manipulation. And then the final thing is about impact and understanding that people don't have to like me, people don't have to agree with me, but I'm always going to be mindful of how I impact another person, because I don't want to be the one to put you down. And so me being myself doesn't mean that you can't be yourself. It's actually giving us all permission to exist. And that is the beauty of social media, where a lot of people didn't know that, or they may have felt weird about certain elements of themselves or certain ideas that they had, and they didn't know other people exist in that same space or feel the same way about it until they spoke up. And so I would encourage you to start being visible online today, even if it's just a reflection from this where you're like, I didn't realize I was trying to fit the mold being online, as opposed to being myself and bringing my unique value to you, or just being honest about, this is why I started doing what I was doing, and realizing that that is going to connect you with people more easily and create deeper, meaningful relationships, as opposed to anything on the surface. So again, I have been Ebony Omalara. Thank you so much for your time today. And thank you to Women in Digital Business for the opportunity to be a part of this summit. I hope to connect with you guys. Make sure you find my LinkedIn and connect with me. And yeah, see you soon.
I'm on mute. I'm sorry. Oh, Ebony, thank you so much. That was an absolutely brilliant masterclass. Picked up a lot of tips there, just in terms of being visible and being online. If you tuned in and you didn't get all of that, please make sure that you go onto our platform where everything is being streamed, the keynotes, and there's even more masterclasses there. And you can catch any replays because you'll now have access into the summit. There's a QR code in the top left hand of the screen that will bring you to day 2 of our platform. But wherever you are, there should be a link to tickets. Please make sure you register. It doesn't matter that the summit started. It will just give you access to all the replays, access to every day, because you'll just be emailed directly into your inbox. So please make sure, if you haven't, you have registered for tickets, which no matter what platform you're on, there'll be a link guiding you to that. The QR code on the screen right now, that's just going to take you to today's platform so you can view everything on there. Again, thank you, Ebony. So coming up shortly, we are going to be having the amazing Dawn Speaks. You are really in for an absolute treat. But before we do, I want to do a little bit of a recap for you. For those of you that were here to listen to my coaching mastery masterclass of how to get more customers, which I kicked the summit off to, there was a QR code on the screen. I've just put it back. That QR code actually brought you to our coaching program on our website, and that coaching program is $5,000. For the summit, we have put together an audit call because we tend to speak and give an audit to everyone before we start working with them on any of our programs, because we want to set you up for success. So that page wasn't actually taking you to book a call. If you scan the QR code right now in the top left hand of the corner, that's going to bring you to the page where you can book a call to get an audit if the coaching program seems like something that would really help you, which it would. So what I want to do is just quickly share screen and just go through what you would get with that program if you did miss the masterclass, because there were some great sound bites in there, if I don't say so myself. Hopefully others of you will agree with me on that. Please just make sure that you join us at the summit where you can watch a replay. So with that said, I just want to share screen very quickly, and we're going to go through what that offer, where is it? Here we go. We're going to go through what that offer looked like, and you should see the QR code even. There we go. There's a QR code. If you scan that code, you're going to be able to book a call. So just to recap, it's a 12-week program. So phase 1 is all about identity and foundation. That's week 1 to 3. So the theme is to build unshakable confidence and clarity of who you are as a coach. You're going to learn how to discover your unique coaching identities and mission, craft your signature coaching model, and define your niche. You're going to turn your personal story into proof and authority. So what you're going to walk away with is a clear coaching niche and a target audience. If you was here for the masterclass, I went through that user journey. I went through what your lead magnet, your entry offer, your core offer, getting your audience excitement, upselling, cross-selling, downselling. We looked at all of that. So everything that we looked at within that masterclass, it's about bringing it to life in a 12-week program. So weeks 1 to 3, like I said, you're going to walk away with a clear coaching niche and target audience, your own coaching method and transformation story, and foundations for authentic and feeling confident as a coach. Okay, because not getting the clients that you need, not getting the visibility, your business not growing as it is, can often really put the dampener on things. You want to get back your confidence through the program. Weeks 4 to weeks 4 to 6 is all about speak and coach with power. The theme is to develop your voice presence and your coaching skill set. So you're going to learn to speak to inspire transformation, not just perform. Okay, it's not just about scripting. It's about really understanding who your audience is and having that confidence within yourself that you've got transformation for people. You're going to learn to coach real people with that confidence, with emotional intelligence, and handle the mindset blocks and resistance, the resistance with grace. Okay, just learning how to handle them. We are all human after all. You're going to walk away with 3-minute signature talk. This is something that you can use at networkings. If you're a guest at someone's podcast, if you're contributing any form of content that you're going to be talking about who you are and what you do, you're going to need that 3-minute signature talk. You're going to walk away with a real coaching experience and get feedback. You know, how we give feedback and how we receive feedback is a big part of our growth. You know, and you're going to walk away with tools that you're going to be able to use to coach a whole person in their entirety. You know, looking at what are the other things that you need to help them with to get that desired transformation, which also means that you can perfect your offer. Phase 3 is, it's weeks 7 to 9. This is build, launch, and certify. This is where you're going to build your business infrastructure. You're going to turn your coaching into an actual business. You're going to learn how to design your core coaching offer and funnel. The offer is pivotal to be able to design a funnel and also put together content that's going to drive traffic towards the funnel and be congruent with the messaging and the transformation. You're going to build your lead magnet and your email automation. Again, giving something that really means something that's meaningful to your customer segment. An email automation, which is all about nurturing systems, making sure at all times your prospect knows that if they've signed into something, they've connected with you about something, they've also got an automation that supports that through messaging, so they know where they're at all times and they don't feel lost. You're going to learn how to create content that attracts and converts clients. So you're going to walk away with a full coaching funnel. That's your lead magnet to your nurturing with your email automation, how you're going to nurture outside automation with maybe newsletters, podcasts, some type of content and digital asset. And also you're going to walk away with your offer, that all important offer that every coach needs. Also, you're going to walk away with a 30-day visibility and content strategy. You know, we've got the offer, we've got the business, we've got the funnel, we've got to now push traffic to the funnel. Okay, so your 30-day visibility and content strategy is key. And also systems and automations for consistent client attraction. So you're not a one-hit wonder and you can keep doing this again and again and again so you can start to grow month on month, which will lead to scaling. Phase 4 is, coaching, launching, and your certified weeks. This is weeks 10 to 12. So you're going to step into your power as a certified coach. Okay, many of you are already certified, but now you're going to be certified at your own standard by following a plan that's mapped out for you, your customer, and your marketplace. Not a business plan that's mapped out for a funding department, a grant department, or a bank manager, some type of institution that's never run their own business. You need to have your own plan so you don't plan to fail, and it's a plan that you can follow. When you work with me, you get a plan that you feel in the pit of your stomach. You feel, yeah, baby, this is going to work. Okay, because you've taken the time out to craft a strategy, to move items around, to recraft it, optimize it. You do that all within 12 weeks. So you're not doing what I used to do, where you're launching, having to take things down, redo them again and relaunching. That costs a lot of time and a lot of resource. So in phase 4, you're going to learn how to launch your first or next paid coaching program. Okay, you're going to deliver a confident coach talk to share your message. And you're going to complete the certification of what we put together in the following 90 days. Okay, you will, after this program, have clients that come through your funnel. Okay, so you will walk away with 1 to 3 paying clients or beta testers, a recorded public speaking showcase, and an official mastery certification for you that certifies you are going to where you want to be. You are working towards your objectives. You are reaching your KPIs, and you've got that next step of a roadmap. Okay, so that's what we missed out. The QR code is on the screen. It's now given to you to book a call. Okay, really important. It's going to get QR code is going to get you to book a call to see whether you are in the right place, because we set you up for success. We work with women that are ready to go on that journey and really ready to become profitable, level up, become visible, and have a business that gives the freedom, the flexibility, helps others, and has growth and scalability within it. Okay. So we're going to do a quick promo video of Become a Coach, and we are going to be kicking off shortly. We've got a competition coming up after this promo, all about the coaching mastery, and then we're going to kick off with our next speaker. So here we go. Take a look at our coaching promo. Hi friends, it's Natalia here. Let me ask you something. Have you ever felt like you have the knowledge, the story, the skills to really be able to help people, but you're stuck on how to turn that into a business? You want to coach, consult, or teach an online course, but the structure, pricing, and marketing just feels like a maze. I've been there and I know how discouraging it can be. That's why guys, the volume seems really low. Bear with me. Aspiring coaches, those that really want to get into consultancy, and also course creators who are ready to turn their expertise. Oh, sorry guys, I'm just pausing it. There we go. The volume went down. I've got a super sensitive mouse, so let's go to the beginning. Hi friends, it's Natalia here. Let me ask you something. Have you ever felt like you have the knowledge, the story, the skills to really be able to help people, but you're stuck on how to turn that into a business? You want to coach, consult, or teach an online course, but the structure, pricing, and marketing just feels like a maze. I've been there and I know how discouraging it can be. That's why I created the Coaching Mastery Program. This is for aspiring coaches, those that really want to get into consultancy, and also course creators who are ready to turn their expertise into a business that actually works and is profitable. Or you might even be an intermediate or a high-end coach that really needs to figure out how to scale their coaching business. Either way, you're going to learn how to package your knowledge, create transformational offers, attract the right clients, and scale and increase those sales. This program is usually $5,000. Simply go and check our website right now. This is what this program has been running for nearly the last 2 years at $5,000, and it sells. Okay, go and check out the reviews. But because it is the top 100 most powerful Black women summit, we are giving away 2 spaces at just $3,000. All you got to do is book a call for an audit, okay? Our success rate is incredibly high at Women in Digital Business because we make sure that you're ready for any program that you go on to. We don't just sell when we know that, you're not going to quite get to where you want to be. You're not where you need to be before entering into the program. We don't set you up for failure. We only set you up for success. So we like to make sure that you're on the right program by being able to do an audit of where you are to make sure the program is going to get you to exactly where you need to be. We are giving it away for, just $3,000. Okay, $297. That is it for a whole 12-week program. And for 2 lucky women, you are going to get this program at an amazing $3,000. That's all. But here's the deal. You must book a call right now to see if you qualify for this amazing, amazing offer. Let's get that audit done. Let's make sure that you're right for the program, and let's see if you can get in there and be one of those lucky 2 ladies that gets the program for an amazing $3,000. Imagine launching your coaching business or relaunching your coaching business with confidence, clarity, clients who are ready to pay you for your expertise. This is your moment. Don't let it slip away. Simply scan that QR code and get on the audit call with me. I look forward to seeing you, and let's make your coaching business a reality. All right, guys. Gosh, look at that red lipstick on my teeth, eh? Right, brilliant. Right, so make sure you scan the QR code. It's going to be gone soon. It's in the top left-hand side of the corner. Like we said, 2 women will be getting a free space. For a free space, we'll be getting a space, that $3,000, which is a really low amount. So make sure you book the call in. It's genuine, it's real. I'm going to be speaking to all of you, so book the call. If you feel like that program could really help you, don't procrastinate. Book the audit call in. We're going to be kicking off in November, so try and book your audit call for next week, as we will be starting the cohort the week after. So before we have the next speaker up, it's competition time. Right, so all week we are delivering keywords every single day. And what we're going to be doing is we are going to be giving away spaces to our coaching mastery program and our funnel mastery program. I will throughout today tell you a little bit about the funnel mastery program. It's actually for those who have monetized their business, they've got a coaching business, but it's not growing. They don't have that flow of customers. And the funnel's really going to help you make sure that you can really get into that growth quadrant or that scalability quadrant and really go from the 5 to 6 or the 6 to 7 figures. Even if you're not in the 5-figure bracket and maybe you're not earning much, as long as you've got your brand, your website, your social channels, and you've got an offer, and it's really the more customers and more online visibility you want, the Funnel Mastery Program is the one for you. But today, our focus is those of you that need help throughout that coaching program. So with this competition, you are going to get a free space either on our coaching program or our funnel program, okay? So I am going to be shouting out keywords throughout all of today. At the end of today, okay, which is around 9 p.m. UK time, I'm going to be dropping a link. And if you've got access to the platform, you're going to get access to the link. But I'll be dropping a link to a Google form. And that Google form is where you'll submit your answers to all the keywords that I've been saying throughout the day. So before our next speaker comes along, I am going to, if I can find my mouse, here it is. I am going to go through... Here we go. I'm going to go through the keywords for today, day 2. So the keywords are vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, freedom. Okay? I'm going to say it one more time for you. Keywords are vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, freedom. Okay, make sure you jot those down, because I'll be giving a link to a Google form. We'll be giving that at the end of the day. And if you can tell me all those keywords, you are into our prize draw to win a free space. But do not forget, ladies, just because we're doing a giveaway, if you're in a place and you really want to get your coaching business, book the audit call. Really important. Okay? Right. Let me come back to you. I was on my screen reading out the keywords. So let's give a welcome to day 2. For those of you that have just joined us, maybe you weren't here from the beginning, let's give a warm welcome to day 2 before our next speaker comes to the stage.
Yesterday was a day of power and purpose. We celebrated Black women shaping the future, building legacies, and taking their rightful place at the table. Today, we continue to rise and create more seats for others.
Today is about breakthroughs that shift your thinking and ignite confidence. Realign with your divine purpose and transform, not just be inspired. Prepare to rise even higher and embrace the change. Remember, you're part of a global movement rewriting history. You are not just a spectator, you are the story. Feel the energy of Day 2 moving through you, empowering every step. Learn, connect, and celebrate the power of sisterhood. Understand how sisterhood is transforming the digital and business world. Carry forward the connections made here and let them inspire change. The summit continues with the world watching. Let's make Day 2 even more unforgettable. Embrace the opportunity to shine and lead, showcasing the brilliance of Black women everywhere.
Take the inspiration and transform it into action. Lead with confidence and purpose in your community. Continue the journey of rewriting history together, making a lasting impact. Set a goal to connect with one new person today. Share your story and listen to theirs. By building these connections, you'll strengthen the sisterhood and amplify our collective impact. Reflect on what you've learned and how you can apply it. Take one actionable step towards your goals. By doing so, you'll not only transform your life, but also inspire those around you. Commit to sharing your insights with others. By spreading knowledge, you'll empower more women to join this movement. Together, we can create a ripple effect of change.
Oh, sorry, guys. I don't want to lose you. My mouse is super sensitive. Oh, let me get it back on me. Yay, I'm back. Right. We are, going to be welcoming our next speaker. Just give us a couple of minutes as she makes her way to the stage. Oh, it's all happening, isn't it, guys? Just to let you know, I've just blown my screen up by mistake. Oh, there we go. There we go. I've got it back down again. Right, Dawn. Dawn says she is ready to go. We're going to be welcoming Dawn. I'm going to welcome you here, but Dawn, I need to get you onto the stage. I can see you in the chat on the actual stream, but you actually need to enter into our studio. So bear with us, everybody. Bear with us. Dawn, you are in for a treat, by the way, everyone. Invite guest. I'm going to send you an invite link. Dawn, just bear with me. Bear with me. So my team, Dawn needs a link into the studio, not just into the stream. So Dawn Speaks is here with us. I'm going to introduce her. And she just needs a link into the studio. Ah, Dawn. Woo! We got Dawn here. We got Dawn. I can see you laughing. I'm ready to go and burst out the music. Right, before we get started, I just want to introduce Dawn. I've got so much love for this lady. She just lights the room up. She's full of energy. I think we're just kindred spirits, by the way. She's up there. So ladies and gentlemen, it really is, well, there are no gentlemen. So ladies, it really is my honor to introduce a remarkable voice of empowerment, transformation, and purpose. So please join me in welcoming Dawn Speaks. Dawn Speaks is a seasoned educator, a dynamic motivational speaker, and insightful storyteller whose mission is to ignite confidence, clarity, and courageous action in the lives of others. With absolute years of experience guiding individuals and organizations, she has become a beacon of truth and growth for those who are ready to step into their full potential. Don't play with Dawn. You only go to Dawn when you're ready. Okay, so today Dawn brings to our summit a session that promises to stir your heart and sharpen your vision. She will take us beyond the usual steps and into the deeper realms of why we do what we do, helping us to really align with our purpose. Purpose is key. And also with our business, and break through the fears that keep us from showing up powerfully. So as you listen, I invite you to open up your heart, learn with curiosity, and commit to the next level of your journey, because it isn't just a talk. This is going to be a turning point. So without further ado, let me welcome, sorry, I'm Need to get my mouse right. Let me bring to the stage Dawn. Dawn, I am just adding you to the stage right now. And let me hand over the screen to you. There you go, Dawn. Take it away. Oh, hang on. We got no volume, Dawn. We got no volume. Right. Hang on. Let me... there we go. Are you... Still no volume. We're going to get there. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get there. Dawn, I'm just going to shut mine off. I'm just going to remove myself, Dawn, just in case that makes a difference. No, Dawn, it didn't make a difference when I removed myself. I know. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Don't worry. Don't worry. We are going to get there. I know the team is looking at what it could be. I'm also edit mic settings. Right. Let me see if it's anything to do with that. Nope. I can see your lips moving. Oh, right. We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Can you hear me? Can you?
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're back. You're back.
Yes.
You know what I mean, guys? Dawn, me and Dawn are kindred spirits. We just match each other's energy. I absolutely love it.
It wasn't on you. It was on me. I had to change a setting in my audio. So that was on me and I apologize, but we are here. I am here. I am ready.
Nothing to apologize about. Dawn, it's over to you. It's your stage.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to get out of here.
Natalia, thank you for that magical introduction. Y'all, I am so thrilled to be with you all today. Let me get my screen up because I got stuff I want to share with you. I got stuff I want to present, and I want us to get on and popping. So let me go to, I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to go to, okay, and I'm going to go over here to my entire screen. There we go. I'm going to share that, and I'm going to play this from the start. I think y'all can see my screen. I think you can. Okay. Yo, this has been the most awesome journey. I'm so thrilled to be here with y'all. Good morning, everybody, wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever part of the world you are chiming in from. I'm thrilled. Now, Natalia just gave me that awesome introduction, and I'm so thrilled to have gotten it. But I want you to know that this morning, today, this summit is about you. So I'm so glad you made the choice to start your day in whatever way you are with me, because today I'm going to be in a conversation. We're going to have a conversation that just might shift how you see yourself, right? Your power, what's truly possible. This morning, you're going to get a taste of the kind of, I just want to make sure I didn't move too far. Hold on. You're going to get a taste of the kind of work really what I'll say is transformational work that I do in my programs at Speaks Out Loud. Work that helps people move beyond their circumstances, reclaim their worth, and turn their declarations into what I call real world results. Now, notice I said real world, not what's made up in your head, not what you think it might be. No, actually on the court, like you see your results. And today isn't just about hearing me talk, okay? This is really about you. This conversation is about you stepping into what is next for you. Now, here's how our time together is going to happen, okay? In the first part, I'm just going to share a few powerful principles, right? Tools that you're going to be able to get up and walk away with at the end of this session, right? And you're actually going to be able to put them into practice right away to elevate how you think, how you lead, and absolutely how you show up. You'll walk out of here with something real and of value that you can actually use immediately.
Brilliant. Dawn, by the way, we can't see your screen, just to let you know.
Woo!
So we can see your gorgeous face,
Okay,
if you
well,
just go to share,
I'm going to go back a step. Hold on.
no problem.
Do, 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 do.
This was me yesterday.
Yeah. Well, when you're operating in different formats, so that's all it takes is just a different format. Okay. I hit present. Wait a minute. Is there share?
There should be a share button right at the bottom strip of the
I do.
screen.
I see share screen.
Perfect. And then
So
you can either share a tab or share your entire screen.
I'm going to share the tab. Let's see. And I don't have any audio, so let's hit share again. And let's go to, hold on. Do you see that?
Right, I think I know what's happened here. Bear with me. I can help fix this. Right, so I'm going to add your screen to the stage.
Okay.
So now we can see your screen and we can see you. And I'm going to remove myself.
Okay. We love technology. We don't like technology. We love it, but we don't, but we love it. Okay. So thank you, Natalia. I hope you can now see my screen. And I've got multiple screens, y'all. I've got my laptop, I've got my monitor, and I've also got my third option, which allows me to see comments. Okay. Because today you're also going to get a chance to comment. So what I was saying before is the first part, I'm going to share some powerful principles, tools that you're just going to be able to put into practice immediately. I'm going to give you something of real value that you're going to be able to take away with you. In the second part, and I do call it a second part, I'm going to give you the opportunity to understand what my signature programs are about, give you the opportunity to register if that's something that you would like to do, and really where you can see what your next step is going to be all about. My intention is simple, that by the time we're done, you leave this summit having some real world tools that you'll be able to use to move yourself from the space of doubt to declaration. All right. And be ready to take that first step toward leading bold, living fully and just being out there in the world in a way that you absolutely want to be. Now, I know we just met, we're strangers, and it's not like it's a common conversation to start sharing all of who you are with the stranger, but that's exactly what I'm going to ask you to do today. So one of the first things I'm going to tell you to do is get that pen, get that paper, because the tools I'm about to give you are definitely for you to apply right away, even today. If you're about to have that first call with the client, if you're about to step into your job at the end of the day, if you're about to ask for that raise, if you're about to have a deep and meaningful conversation with your significant other or partner, all of what I'm about to give you is going to speak to that. So let's go into where I call my sign in. I want to know who it is. Why do I want to know who you are? Because I got a gift for you. I do have a gift that I'm going to be giving you at the end of our time today before the summit is over. You're going to get something from me. So feel free to go ahead and scan that QR code. Tell me who you are so that I can give you a goodie that I know you're going to be able to use. So take a moment. I'm going to give you 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a quick click with your phone, and then you can fill it out at your leisure. Okay. The next 24 hours, like I said, I'm going to send you a little gift just to thank you for attending. This is different than the gift that I'm likely going to be sending you post the summit. All right. So take a second, drop your name, email, where I can get that to you. You really do want to know who I am. Why do I say that? I know Natalia introduced me by name and she gave me an absolutely glowing intro, but I'm Dawn Speaks. And I'm an executive leadership strategist with 15 years of transforming, coaching C-suite executives. I work with senior leaders. I work with high-performing teams. I have and continue to be an expert in leadership, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. But really what I like to call all of that world is cultural competency. I'm a former exec for a multi-million global brand beauty company. I've been its first cultural ambassador. I've built groundbreaking diversity and cultural competency programs. I'm an educator. I'm a nonprofit leader. I've been a lot of things. I've had a long life. Now, why do I say that? Because this is just a little bit of my life. And this is not my brag page, though it could be, but it's not a brag page. It's actually the I can't believe I get to live this life page. It's the I can't believe I make that kind of impact change. I can't believe I caused that in the world change. And to get to any and all of that, I had to deal with who I thought I was in relationship to who others thought I should be. I was the Black girl. I was the fat girl. I was the funny girl. I was the friend girl. I was the girl boys didn't think was cute enough girl. I was the do too many things for too many people girl. I was the show up for everyone but myself girl, the give it all away girl. Some of this might resonate with you, and if it does, feel free to drop that in the chat that it does. That's me, if that's you, if that's been you. Now, having been all of that, and if you identified with any of what I said, there's a challenge that comes with that. What is the challenge? Well, the challenge is this, that in spite of doing all of that and being all of that way, too many of us shrink in rooms, just count our words, stay silent when it matters most. See, I want you to drop in the chat right now. When was the last time you felt undervalued or overlooked? I want you to look, and I bet you, I would put dollars, real live money on the table that you don't got to look far. Your relationships with friends, where you give more than you get, or the job where you work longer hours than others and receive little to no acknowledgement. Your family relationships, where you're the person everybody comes to for all the things, but hardly ever say thank you for being there for me, or any of the other myriad of things that I could mention. And I want you to get, even as you throw it in the chat, I'm trying to see the chat. Okay, good. Even as you throw that in the chat, I want you to get that it's not a problem that you've done that. It's not a problem that you've been that way. You've been conditioned as a Black woman, as a woman of color, as a woman to be that way. So wherever way you are, whatever way that has shown up, that is absolutely fine. But that's the challenge. That's the work. And frankly, this is the session where we're going to stop that mess. So let's do a little bit of real talk, okay? I want you to get right now, whether you believe me or not, and you don't have to believe me, titles don't define you. Expectations don't own you, and your value is bigger than your role. Now, I'm just going to pause on that for a second, that I even said that. Your title doesn't define you, though I have lived a life where I looked for the title. I am the director of, I am the regional director of, I am the manager of, I am the VP of, right? I looked for all of that for a long time to define me. And then while I let all of that define me, I let people's expectations own me. Their expectation that I would be there for them, no matter if it was detrimental or uncomfortable for me, that I would do whatever people needed, even if it left me feeling spent or uncared for, or their expectations that I'm a strong Black woman. And I know many of you know that one. And then I had to really get that the value that I bring was bigger than the role. But not only that I had to get, did I have to get that my value was bigger than the role, I had to let other people know it. And today's session is about how you go from that doubt to a declaration to dollars. So your title in some cases might pay your bills, but it is not who you are. And I mean every title. The title called director, the title called VP, the title called mother, the title called woman. Those things don't define you. They might inform something, but they do not define you. And those expectations, like I said before, they may have been owning you, but they don't have to. You own you. I'll say it louder for the people in the back. You own you. But let's strip that back to what's real. Just for the sake of this conversation, and if you can and you are here, throw that hand emoji, that praise hand, whatever hand emoji you need to throw in the chat if you've ever felt boxed in by a title. If you've ever experienced yourself boxed in by a title, the title called sister, the title called mother, the title called director, the title called staff, wherever you have ever felt boxed in. Now, I want you to get something. Listen to the sound of my voice. Whatever way you may have felt boxed in by a title or by expectations or haven't been clear about who you are, it has left you absent of being clear about the only thing that matters, which is your value proposition. Well, stop, Dawn. What did you say? You said what? That whatever way I felt boxed in by my title or the expectations, or I haven't been clear about who I am, has left me absent of being clear about the only thing that really matters, which is what? My value proposition? Say more. Your value proposition is who you are, but more than that, it is the code you live by. Okay, that sounds like a lot that I just said. So let's try that again. Let's run that back. I want to share with you all what I call the cheat code. So then if we, and I do mean we, because I would include myself in this conversation, are hampered by this. And by this, I mean those expectations and that title and being all things to all people at all times, then what's the cheat code to getting over it, to getting above it, to getting around it through all those expectations? The answer lies in the following question, which is, what is your value proposition? Simply put, what in the hell do you value? I don't mean cars. I don't mean clothes. I don't mean money. I don't mean things. I don't even mean your house, as beautiful as all those things may be. I mean, what is the code you live by? So for the purposes of this conversation, I'm going to share a little bit about me. So one of the things to know is I'm a New Yorker, like pretty much born and bred, okay? Born in Philly, but raised in New York all of my life. And one of the things growing up, I grew up in New York in the 80s and the 90s, but for sure, I'm 52 years old. I was born August 11th, 1973. I was born on the day that hip hop was birthed. And one of the things growing up in the Bronx and growing up in New York was the dudes used to say, my word is my bond. Now, for some of you, that phrase may be very reminiscent of a life you once knew. And for some of you, this may be a new conversation, but I'm going to tell you what that means. It means if I give you my word about something, then that's what it is. So if I say I'm going to pay you on Friday, you getting that money in your hand, if not before. But the day won't close without me giving you whatever it is I promised you. Why? Because my word is my bond. It is the bond by which I go about my life. A very Shakespearean phrase might say, this above all to thine own self be true. Like, who are you? And every one of us must have a code that we live by. But maybe you don't know what that is yet. Maybe you're like, Dawn, I don't know what my code is. There's a lot of codes I live by. Maybe you don't know quite what it is yet. And part of that, is because you haven't done that work. And that's why we're going to do that work today. So let's do that work, okay? I said before, you're going to need a pen, you're going to need a paper, or whatever you're going to use to capture information, because you're going to want to refer back to this. When you have that moment when you're in a conversation and you're about to back off and let whatever happen, instead of being like, no, the code I operate or live by is this, and have you step into your power in that moment, you're going to want to be able to refer to this. You're going to want to write this down so you build some memory around what your code is, what your value proposition is. So let me say a little bit more about that. So get ready. Step 1, identify what you value. Here's the exercise. When it comes to dealing with people, with jobs, with family, with relationships, and all situations, what are the things that you value? I gave you some examples here, right? It's like you might value trust and freedom. You might value resilience and workability. You might value cultural insight and perspective. You might value transparency and straightforwardness. Personally, I value straightforwardness and I would really say integrity and workability. Like those are kind of like the 3, but straightforwardness is top. What do I mean by that? A good test to know what you value is to note what you don't like in experiences you have with other people. So I told you what I value is straightforwardness, right? Okay, here's what I mean by that. If you call me and what you want is something, tell me what the something is. Do not sugarcoat me with how you doing, how you feel, how you been. Those are pleasantries or niceties that, while acceptable, if you really peel back and tell the truth, what you want is something. And for a person like me who values straightforwardness, just tell me what the something is. And it's one of the things I value in people when they operate that way with me. But what you can count on is I'll do the same thing. If I want something from you, I'm going to tell you from the jump, I want something. If I call you on the phone, if I call Natalia up today, Natalia, I'm calling you because I need something. And I do want to check in and see how you're doing. But I just want to first, see if this thing that I need from you is possible for you to do. Okay, now, I might even say to Natalia, I don't need you to tell me if you can do it right now. Think on it. But that's the first thing. I want to get that out the way. All right. So, Natalia, I need XYZ. Natalia, I'm going to give you a little moment. I'm going to give you some time to think on that because I want to get that out the way first. Okay. Now that that's out the way, girl, how you doing? What's been going on with you? Now I can be present in the conversation because what's not in the way anymore is the thing I want or the thing I need or the request I'm making. That's off the table now. Now I'm going to give Natalia whatever amount of time that she needs to think about that. I'm even going to put in, I don't need you to answer me right now. I'm just putting that in your ear. I could come back around to you on that later. We've now gotten that out the way. So my point in saying that is I value straightforwardness. What's the thing that when you note it in your experiences with people that you don't like, that you're like, oh, I do not like when people are, not straight, right? When they're not straightforward with me. So whatever that thing is that you might not like in other people, that might be the thing that you really love, or that's the thing you value, okay? So, I tell that to my children all the time. My youngest is 19, then I have a 21-year-old, and then I have a 24, soon to be 25. If they come into my room and they're asking for something, they ask their dad or something, or their dad or I for something, I'm like, stop it. What you want? Tell me what you want. Let's get that out the way. And then we can move on from there, right? And by the way, I will just say that a general rule in business and working with people, tell them what you want first so that they have the opportunity to think on it. Stop trying to tell people something or tell them what you want and wanting them to make the decision right in the moment, okay? Give people a moment to think about it. So you want to be responsible for that. All right, ready for step 2? Strip away the doubt. Okay, I want you to write down 3 things that make you undeniably valuable. Now, this demands, that you actually do a little bit of looking about who you are, who you think you are. See, what's the thing that you're skilled at? What's the win? I was listening to yesterday's session with with Lethea Owens, right? And I believe she said, one of the things she said was like, I'm the closer. I was like, wow, like, I love it. And known for that, right? Known to be that way. So what's the thing that you value, or what's the thing that undeniably, I should say, makes you valuable? And it's not, it could be in the things like you give, like I give my time or I listen well or whatever, but like it's a real skill that you know yourself as valuable for. Examples of that hidden brilliance might be your ability to mentor and guide. your resilience, your grit, your fortitude, your insight, your perspective. It's not to be missed that I say cultural insight and perspective, right? Your ability to, one of the things that made me successful in my role as the regional director for one of a very large beauty brand was my ability to be culturally competent across all kinds of cultures. Not because I know every culture, I know what there is, but I was culturally responsible for making myself knowledgeable and having people feel acknowledged and known and understood. So mostly what I'm pointing to, what are the results beyond your title? Like knowing yourself is valuable. Okay. All right. Take a minute, write that down. What are the things that make you undeniably valuable? And you know it too. It's the thing that people come up to you about and they go, I need you in this conversation because you have the ability to discern. Some of y'all have great ability of discernment. Like you could smoke out what's not right. You'd be like, something about this don't smell right. As my grandmother used to say when I was growing up, something in the cream ain't clean. Something ain't right here. And the ability to discern that and divine the nature of people is a skill, a very highly utilized skill, by the way. All right. Now, feel free, by the way, to write that in the chat. Like, what's that? If you might have 3, but give me one. What's one of your divinely brilliant, valuable aspects of yourself? I want to know what makes you valuable, right? Undeniably valuable, by the way. All right. Let's go to number 3. Build your declaration. There's a formula for this, okay, y'all? It goes a little something like, and before I even say that, I want y'all to know this really is the money maker. This is the money maker right here. It's the money maker because the moment that you are clear about your declaration, about what it is you do, the value that you bring, people can't mess with that. No, I mean that lightly. I mean, people cannot mess with you when you are clear, not them, when you are clear about your undeniable value. Like, and if you leave with nothing else in our time together, leave with this declaration. So I'm going to guide you through this step by step. The formula is I create and or deliver whatever it is, right? Whatever that skill or that result, whatever it is, that skill or result that you deliver, that you create, that you make available, so that what happens? See, if I say what it is for me, it'd be like, I bring straightforwardness, that's my skill, so that monetary, assets arise. I bring straightforwardness or whatever the skill is, but that's your bold statement of worth. Whatever it is that you just right there, I create, deliver X so that this happens. So, you have to know what you bring to the table, and you can't let other people tell you what it is you bring to the table. Now, that's not to say that other people may not be completely aware and clear about your value such that they're like, wow, Natalia, you are absolutely the queen of funnels. That doesn't negate that, but it will have more oomph, more charge, more strength to it, that Natalia is present to that. That is who she is. What makes her undeniably valuable is that in any conversation, if you give her 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a half an hour, she's going to tell you how to scale your business in such a way so that the funnels that you create allow you to build generational wealth, build programs that flow, create customer access in ways beyond just trying to keep building new customers, but actually have your current customers stay with you. She's going to show you how to funnel that. And she's clear about that, even if other people say to her, oh, I see that that's your skill. What's more valuable is that she sees it as her skill. So when I worked for the multi-million-dollar beauty company, I was the regional director for North America. And I would say to people, no, there were lots of things I was clear I didn't know. It was a direct sales company. We were under the umbrella of a very large multi-billion-dollar company. And I would say to anybody, whatever situation is, I'd be like, there's a lot of things I know I don't know. But here's what I do know. Nobody can outcoach me. You can't outcoach me. Now, is that bragging? Absolutely. Was I clear about it? Absolutely. Why? Because I had become a master at coaching. Mastery is either 10 years or 10,000 hours. You can become the master of something if you diligently put yourself in for 10 years or 10,000 hours. I was clear that I had done that. One of the books I want to recommend to you all, just as a sidebar, is a book by a gentleman named Joshua Metcalf, and it's called Chop Wood, Carry Water. And the whole premise of that book is that the character, I'll just give you a short synopsis, spends a great deal of time doing what? Chopping wood and carrying water in order to become proficient in a particular martial art. But you got to do a particular amount of work first before you can say you're a master. So when I would say nobody could outcoach me, I meant that with my whole chest. That didn't make other people who coach ineligible. That didn't mean that other people who coached were, not good. It just meant I was clear for me about me. I was clear that if I get you in my hands, you're going to win. That's the code I live by. It's the mantra I chant. It's the world in which I operate. Around me, people win. And you want to know how I know that's true? Because everybody I ever coached, every person I ever worked with, always won in whatever they were out to win against or win for, right? If what they wanted was a relationship, I'm gonna have you win that. If what you wanted was to build relationship between your family and you were gonna win that. If what you wanted was the job that paid you more money, I was gonna have you win that. That I was clear about what my skill set could bring. And the results were there, whether it was executive after executive that funneled in hundreds and tens of thousands of dollars in a company that generated millions of dollars. I was that person who made that happen. And I made my declaration true. So I want to give you some examples of those declarations, okay? It could be, I create leadership frameworks that help teams thrive so that organizations achieve breakthrough results. That might be one. I deliver strategies that amplify women's voices so that companies build inclusive cultures that last. That might be something, right? I nurture and guide my children. If you're somebody who's like really committed to whether you're raising your own children or raising somebody else's or run a daycare facility or you're an educator, but I nurture and guide my children with patience and love so that they grow into confident and compassionate leaders. I run my business with resilience and creativity so that I can provide opportunities for my community and financial freedom for my family. Those might be some examples of your declaration. So whether you got one line in there, right? I want you just to throw in the chat, one line from your declaration draft. I want to flood this chat, but like what's one line from your declaration? You might, some examples of that, again, exist here, but like, what's that real-time declaration? I am what? I create leadership frameworks. I do this. I deliver. I nurture. Notice that the framework of the declaration is I create. There's something I and an action. I create, I deliver, I nurture, I run. It's an action. It's not I am going to or I hope to one day. That's not a declaration. I know it sounds like I'm yelling. This is actually just my vocal intensity for love, okay? A declaration begins with an I, and then there is an action. So I deliver, I create, I transform. There is an action that takes place with it. And the reason why you're writing it, I, and then the action is because the declaration is a now phenomenon. It's happening right now. The moment that you write that, that's right happening right now. That's happening right now. The moment that you write that. So I'm just looking at the chat. Okay, good. So now, here's what I want to write. Here's what I want you to get. I'm going to give you an opportunity. If you so choose, I'd love to hear it from you. Build your declaration and share your declaration, right? I love to hear from people because because one of the things that'll likely happen for those of you who provided your email and you're doing your declaration, you're going to share it with me. I'm going to hit you up via email one day out of nowhere and be like, are you being your declaration today? And it's going to be on the right day at the right time that you needed it to be. So take a screenshot of that QR code. You get an opportunity. It's a Google form to build and share your declaration with me. Why? Because I want to hold you to account for the declaration you are. Because a declaration means nothing if you don't share it with people. By the way, that's also part of your homework, okay? Make sure you share with people the declaration you now are. Because this is who you are now. There's no going back to some other way. This is whatever you declared, that's it. That's who you are now. Because you said it. But part of saying it is also sharing it with others, right? Letting others know. Why? Because people can hold you to account. Share it with people who will hold you to account. All right, good. Fourth and final step, okay, in our time together. Connect worth to wealth. Okay, I know y'all were wondering all this time, Dawn, I get it. I get about a declaration. I get about stripping something away. But how do I connect this to my money? How do I connect this to my bag? How do I get that? Your words are your currency. Huh? Your words are your currency. This is where we cash the check. Your words aren't just inspiration, they're strategy. So you have to start talking to people in a way that lets them know this person got to get paid. So what I mean by that, your declaration in negotiation, that's salary, your salaries, your promotion, networking, your introductions, your rooms of influence, business, clients, partnerships, opportunities. All right. So there I was working as a trainer facilitator for a really awesome nonprofit institution. But I had already decided that while I did enjoy my role there, it was time for me to really step up, right? I was working, whatever, several days a week, but I was like, I want more. I want more money. I want to do more things. And it wasn't necessarily at the company I was with. So I get a wonderful call from a friend who says, listen, I'm with this new startup company. It's a beauty brand. I'm looking for someone to coach these women that I'm working with. And the only name that I could think of that I would want to have there is you. I go, man, say less. He would be like, what would it take for you to stop what you're doing and sign on with this? I said, well, it won't take much. Let's just see what the opportunity, unveils, right? So I interview, it all goes swimmingly well. It's magical. It comes down to the salary. Now, I'd already told my friend, listen, I am looking for 6 figures. This is what I want. And he was like, okay. He said, okay. You say okay to me. That's like a yes, but okay. So I finally sit down and interview, and then I get presented with the salary. Y'all, the salary was like half of what I asked for. So if I asked for 6 figures, they were giving me 5, and it was a low 5. And I was like, I made that 10, 20 years ago. There's no way I'm going back to that. But here's where this conversation comes in. Because I was connected to what I could bring to the table. Like, you only called me out of all the other people that you could have called to coach in this industry and work with these particular groups of people. I was clear about my value, not because that person said so, but because I knew so. So there I am sitting at the negotiation table, so to speak. And I go, thank you so much for the offer, but I must decline. And the person on the other end was like, what? They was like, but didn't they tell you the salary? I go, no. And what I asked for was this. And while I would love to be with this organization, it sounds great. I cannot accept that salary, but I do wish you the best in whoever you find. And I'm sure you'll all do great work. I was great. I was gracious, and I was hopeful for them to get what they wanted. I hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, I get the call back. We can pay you your salary. Yeah. Because I was clear that who I am and what I value about me, my value proposition is my currency, and it's yours too. It's yours too. So that 4-step process looks like this. Identify what you value, strip away the doubt, build your declaration, connect worth to wealth. Now, listen, I know that I'm giving y'all like a really short, super abbreviated version. This is actually work that you would have to be willing to do ongoingly. And I'm one of those people you can do that work ongoingly with. So I've just given you an abbreviated version that you could certainly apply, but there's more work to do, okay? And what that looks like when we talk about from doubt to declaration, that framework is that whatever it is that you value, that's that step. That's that first step, just identifying that. Then stripping away any doubt that you have that you are that person, that you are undeniably valuable. There is something that you provide, that you bring to the table that makes something happen for other people around you. And you have to tap into that as your access to what? To building your declaration. That declaration is your calling card. It says to people, this is who I am and I'm not to be messed with. It informs people that you are clear about your intrinsic value, that what you provide and make available to people is unbeatable. And that doesn't mean that somebody could be a coach and you could be a coach, but what y'all offer is two completely different things. There's no competition here. There merely are differences. What I offer is different than this person. Not better, just different. But I'm clear about what I offer. And then step 4, being able to connect that worth to your wealth. Stop playing with people in these negotiations. Stop saying, I'll just be glad to get in. No. What do you want? You know, what that looks like. I recently pulled a client for a very large, prestigious fashion university. And I literally, in the call with the person I was speaking with, I said, what are y'all doing about your leadership, component with your staff? And she said, what do you want to do? That was it. What do you want to do? And I was like, I want to do this. And then we didn't even talk negotiation. I was like, this is my price. Okay. Why? Because I'm clear about what I can provide, what I make available, and the difference that it'll make for not only the individuals I work with, the organizations. I don't want to leave y'all with that was easy, because every time I go up to bat and I'm about to negotiate something, I do have a thought like, am I going to get that? That doesn't mean it's the absence of the thoughts about that. But what it means is that you start to become skilled at catching it and pulling that joker out of the way and being like, go sit back there somewhere, and then bringing your declaration to the forefront. So what money or opportunity will you go after this week using your declaration? What are you declaring? Throw it in the chat. What action are you going to take? Do not have your time in this summit be like, oh, that was good information. You wrote it in the book and then you set the book aside. What action, what money or opportunity, I should say, will you go after? All right. Drop that in the chat. I want to know, because I'm going to hold you to account for it too. All that say, what are you declaring? What are you going after? Say it, use it, be bold with it, be declarative. Don't let anybody tell you, oh, I don't know if you can do that. Cut that out. You cannot listen to the murmuring of turtles when you have the neck of a giraffe. You can see further and farther and longer than anybody else. I remember T.D. Jakes once said that. Whether you're religious or not, that's not really what's important. The phrase stuck with me. Why are you listening to the murmuring of turtles when you have the neck of a giraffe? Giraffe can see 25 feet. It has a 25-foot long neck. It can see far into the distance. It can see danger when it's coming. You can see something that others can't. So declare it and have it be yours. Final thoughts. Understanding and standing by your value proposition is your guiding force. It guides your thinking, your planning, and your actions. Another way I like to say that, it's cleaning your apartment. Your actions, your planning, and your thinking. Clean your apartment. That means whatever declaration you've made, it's going to now guide what's the kind of action that somebody who's being straightforward is going to take. What's the kind of planning that somebody who's thinking straightforwardly is going to plan for? What's the kind of thinking I'm going to do, right? So you want to start operating, right? Understanding your value proposition, the code you live by, your cheat code is your guiding force. It's like your internal GPS. It's going to be like, we need to do this. We need to go here, right? We need to do that. Okay. That value proposition is a non-negotiable. I do not negotiate my value proposition. My value proposition is straightforwardness, it's integrity, and it is workability. I'm not doing that. And I've gotten really good. That doesn't work. It doesn't work not because I don't want to do it. It doesn't work because it doesn't make sense, or it's going to take something longer, or it's not going to be effective. And I will have done the looking, thinking, and planning around that before I say that. But your value proposition is a non-negotiable. What do you value? The old folks used to say, and I feel like I heard one of the presenters say today, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. What are you standing for? What do you value? What's your value proposition? Well, I said all of that. And now, like I promised you in this next part, what's next? Well, what's next is a little bit like what Natalia's been speaking about all day, right? Or for the last day and a half, at least, right? There's a what's next for you. So you could try out the package one, which is what I call the power starter. 90 minutes, one-on-one strategy session. That's going to refine your power statement. It's going to identify what your top confidence blockers are, because there are things that get in the way. And I don't mean things that people say. I mean the things you say to yourself. And there's a lot of conversation that you having with yourself that gets in the way of you taking action in the ways you want to. And by the way, I don't want y'all left with now that I know this, that those things don't get in the way. It takes every day for me not to entertain those things that could block my confidence. Like, am I really ready for this summit? I heard the other speakers. Maybe I should bail out. All those are thoughts. So you want to get those things that block your confidence out of the way so you can take the kind of steps that allow you to move forward. There's a personal 3-step power plan. Those are I built in some tools that really have people move from doubt to action. Okay. That's perfect if you need some quick clarity, if you want some instant results, if you want to feel or experience an instant win, you want to do that. That investment is $297. That's the QR code that goes with it. By the way, any of the QR codes I present, they're all going to really pretty much link to the same page, but I like to separate it out to make it distinctive about what each package holds. The next package is what I call the performance blueprint. Now, this is something that definitely for those who are like, I'm ready to do that thing. I'm ready to move into that next what's for me and do some deep work. That's 4 weeks. That's coaching. That's accountability with me. We do a lot of one-on-one work. I don't play around with people. There's weekly sessions. There's some work around flipping declarations into dollars, some workbook work we do together, some power circle. I have some other people that participate in it, almost like a mastermind. And then, of course, you secure your seat in what I call my masterclass bonus. So that's where you do some work with some people some Fortune 500 people that I work with that are part of a larger conversation that you get to be listening in on because those people are doing things, right, that I know you want to get into. And then last but certainly not least is the Executive Ascension Experience Package. This is 8 weeks. So, Natalia mentioned this about the number of weeks that she works with people. And I really understood that because if you are out to move somewhere, there is no point in us talking for some short amount of time. And I mean, when I say you're out to ascend somewhere, then there's very specific work that we need to do. Weekly sessions, blueprint implementation of a program that that's been much lauded and I do great work with, some private access for some ongoing support. And then, of course, I do some work called Boardroom to the Bank, which is a new program that I designed, but it's really for those people out to up-level their executive status. That's for leaders ready to scale their power. This also is the program for folks who might run teams. You're in executive leadership in your company, things like that. So, and you're out to really up-level your presence in your organization. That investment is $2,997. But listen, I know that you are here at the summit to get all the goodies you can. So I gave you a doubt to declaration special promo. use the code POWER30 for any of the packages. So we moved package 1 from $297, which is that's what the value of that is, to $207, from $997 with package number 2, the performance blueprint, down to $697, and then package 3, the executive ascension, which is $2,997 down to $2,097. All of these are 30% off. I want to give you that so that you can get started right away. Okay. Again, any of those codes that you might have clicked will take you to the Linktree page where you can click, sign, buy the package that works best for you. Because the only thing I really care about is pick what works for you. But now let's say this. Maybe you're like, Dawn, I actually am not really sure where this all fits for me. I'm not really sure where this all goes. I'm not really sure even what I need to be focused on next. I got that. I actually really understand that, because as much as we want to move forward, sometimes the biggest obstacle is even just taking the first step. I really do get that. So if that's the case, and if you're one of those people, then you're not sure where to start, well, then just book some time with me. It's free, a free 30-minute power consultation. We can find your best next step. And your best next step might not be with me, and that's okay. I'm still going to give you that 30 minutes. And it's not 30 minutes designed to convince you to work with me, because frankly, I don't take every client that wants to work with me. Sometimes I'm like, you're not ready for what we're about to do. And as much as, I love money. I love money. I love what money can do. I'm not interested in taking your money if you're not going to produce results. So I won't take your money. I'll just tell you, here's where I think you should go to next. Okay. So book a 30-minute session with me. That's free, so that we can just really look and see what is actually next for you. And it might not be this, and it might be something else, but whatever it is, I want you to get to that. Before I let you go, I'm going to say one last thing. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for attention. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. But more importantly, thank you for being in the conversation about what could be possible for you when you move yourself from doubt to declaration. What's available to you? Again, before I go, I'm going to leave you with one final thing. This wasn't always who I knew myself to be. I told you I grew up in the Bronx, and, and what I didn't share is that I was raised by both my great-grandmother and my great-aunt. And I looked around. Both my great-grandmother and my great-aunt were the hardest working people you would ever know. My great-grandmother was a domestic. She cleaned houses. She worked in hotels. My mother became an office manager. She got, those, you get the certification and all of that stuff, right? And she had done that and worked her way up to an office manager. And what I learned from looking at both of those women, beautiful and powerful as they are and were, was how to work hard. And what I learned was that if I work hard enough, maybe somebody will give me a chance. But a lot of that didn't have anything to do with a conversation about my value. It just had to do with, if I do enough things, maybe somebody will see and I'll get my chance. And it took me years to learn that if you wait for people to see your greatness, you'll be waiting a long time. So if you're ready to step into what's next and what's great and your greatness, I absolutely encourage you to book some time with me, and let's see where we can go. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your energy. When you go to that Linktree, make sure you take advantage and click the free piece of material that I gave to you. It's right there for everybody who attended. That's for anybody. And make sure you click one of the offerings, whatever is best for you. And if not, make sure you click some time to spend with me, because I'd love to spend some time with you. On that note, I will say thank you. Yep.
I'm back. Sorry, Dawn. My mouse is extra sensitive. That was absolutely brilliant and amazing. Guys, you've had some amazing speakers. You've also had some amazing offers. And I suggest, like Dawn said, all of us are in different stages of our business. You know, we're all giving away calls, and Dawn's right. No one's saying the calls are not convincing you to work with us. The whole idea of this summit is creating community and creating economy. Many of us need help with ourselves, within our business, in some type of area to really level up. You're going to be able to get that help here. I was blown away when I spoke to Dawn. From a marketeer's perspective, I understand exactly what a value proposition is. I just never looked at it from the viewpoint of what that looks like when you implement it into your own personal life and other areas. So I too, actually, 2026, I realized this is something that I need to be working on. So Dawn, I'm going to be knocking on your door. You guys have been giving some amazing offers so far at this summit, like seriously. So just in case you missed it, you didn't get a chance to get those QR codes, you want to go back and review it. Remember, you can access all of these masterclasses and the replays. Okay. Any questions you got, make sure you reach out. Dawn Speaks is on the screen. Come on, guys, we're visible online. You can stalk and search us nowadays. But that was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Dawn. It's been a pleasure, and I've got no doubt that we're going to be doing more stuff together.
Oh, yeah.
And the next summit's coming around. Hope you're going to be a part of it. That's International Women's Month. But you guys just got a really big treat there with Dawn. That was a lot of useful, valuable information. And just the stories that you've got, I just connect with them so much. And I'm sure there's so much of the audience that does. Dawn, thank you so much for coming along. Like I said, anybody that you thought this was a great masterclass, you want to tell your friends about it, you want to spread the word about it, you're going to be able to watch the replay. So make sure that you spread the word. There is a link that I'm going to put on the screen right now. That link is actually going to give you that QR code. Oh, guys, I'm on a new device for this summit. And when I say this mouse, it feels like I'll just breathe on it and the cursor moves. There we go. We've got a QR code that's come up on the left-hand top of the screen. That's going to bring you onto the link for today's platform. No matter where you are, whether you're listening on social media, if you're anywhere and you're not actually on our platform, within the bio, there are tickets to the event. If you sign up to the tickets to the event, it's going to give you direct access to the platform, and you'll get direct access to all the replays. So the QR code on the screen is going to bring you to today's link where you can view all the masterclasses, but make sure that you sign up so you can get access to all the replays. Again, Dawn, thank you so much. Thank you.
We're
going to take... oh, no, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, my absolute pleasure. That's it.
Oh, you are welcome. Thank you, Dawn. Right, for everybody else, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be coming back with the fabulous Claudette Milner. We are just getting her up on stage. So, Dawn, thank you again very much. It's taken me... Oh, no, sorry, guys. There we go. So let's say bye to Dawn. And there you go. You're back with me. I was doing so well with the mouse earlier on. You didn't even notice. Right, let's go to a quick commercial break, and we will then be inviting Claudette to the global virtual stage. Beautiful souls, it's Natalia here. Now, can I just have a minute of your time and just be really honest and frank and open? Throughout my entrepreneurial journey, I have met so many organizations, companies, business, solopreneurs, but mainly Black female entrepreneurs, because that is what I am and that is who I relate to, and that's whose lives that I want to improve. And I often just see how much work and effort goes into the coaches, consultants and content creators that I work with, where when I meet them, they're just churning out all of this content. So either putting content on social media, writing blogs, trying to get their social media to where it needs to be. They're trying to get following, they're trying to get likes, they're trying to get shares, they're trying to collect emails, they're trying to build communities, they're trying to get known. And often we don't really have a strategy. We're just trying everything. And when we don't see any of the results, it can be really disheartening, especially when you put your all into it, and especially when you want to get to monetization to really make a difference in your life, those around you, and your clients' lives as well. I know how frustrating it can be when you're simply just not converting at the levels of where you want to be. That's exactly the reason why I created the Funnel Mastery program. It's a program that's really going to be able to help you put together, your lead magnets. It's going to help you put together your campaigns so you can make yourself more aware. It's going to help you get leads and create email campaigns. It's going to help you put together landing pages. Landing pages are a set of URLs and web pages that you will use to create your funnel. You're going to use it to create a journey from the top of the funnel at awareness to engagement to being able to collect information of email addresses and phone numbers to converting to really being able to nurture and really be able to upsell all the other products and services that you might offer, as well as really looking at things like your offer and just making sure that you have got a strategic funnel that you've put together and you know how to create all the content assets that you need to, but it's a part of a journey. It's a part of a funnel that flows like water and attracts you to your very audience that you want to get the attention of, and get that audience to know, like, and trust you in a very a very strategic manner, but at the same time, a very human manner. Being able to actually connect with your audience and get them to buy into you, be vulnerable with them so they can see that you're human and you can help them. But at the same time, creating an automation through technology that's going to pass them through a strategic journey that gets them to know you, like you, and again, buy from you. So normally this program would be $1,197. Today, we are giving it to you for $1,497. That's a staggering $500 off. Why do I say the word staggering for $500? Some of you might be thinking, okay, that's a lot, but it's not that much. Well, actually it is, because one of the things that we pride ourselves at, Women in Digital Business, is the amazing value that we give. We are on a mission to help 1 million Black female entrepreneurs globally level up their businesses and make sure that they've built their own table and they're not waiting for a seat at somebody else's table that does not serve them. So we already offer all our programs which are very, very, very high value. Okay, you get a lot of accountability. I show up. It's not just a set of online courses. You also get to do consulting sessions in a really small group and really be able to grow with that nurturing of coaching and consultancy that goes with the actual program. Okay, so it's lowly priced already. So we are giving away another amazing $500 off, and you will never, ever, ever see this offer again. So I promise you, take that faith of leap. Okay, make the change that your business needs strategically so you can have the fruits of your labor. So if you're tired of spinning those plates, if you're tired of the guessing work, if you're tired of feeling lonely, if you're frustrated of never getting the results that you require to really get ahead, this is the program for you. Okay, so don't procrastinate. Take that leap of faith. Take what it is that you need to do. I'm going to work with you. Whatever you put in, I'm going to match you fully, and we're going to do this together. So I look forward to seeing you on the program. Brilliant. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. So on the screen is a QR code. Like I said before, we have anybody enroll into any of our programs, we encourage you to book a call for an audit. Okay, so the QR code on the screen is going to bring you to a page all about how funnels really saved my life, what they can do for you. And as you go onto the page, as soon as you start watching the video, after a couple of minutes, a page is going to come up where you can simply book a call. So I urge you, if you need more customers, you need an online system, if you really want to be present, if you want to be doing more online, AI is here, guys. The digital age, we kept saying it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Especially when COVID started. It's now here, it's here to stay. It's time for your businesses to be able to survive in the digital realm and understanding how to connect with your customers and be able to sell online and get some growth out of your business. This marketplace is worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. Let's stop keeping the wealth. 70% of the wealth of coaching is 5 figures and below. Okay, let's break through into that 6, 7, 8 figure bracket, because there's more than enough room, because not many of us are in there. So let's level up. Okay, so make sure you start your journey now of becoming visible online. getting those leads in, getting those clients in, and really being able to grow your business and have all the things that you want. Financial freedom, flexibility, freedom to go where you want to go, helping others, building a cause, a mission, whatever the case may be. So scan the QR code, book a time in, and I look forward to seeing you. Right. So next up was Claudette Milner. Like I said, and actually we did play a part of her podcast yesterday. She is in the publishing realm and all about publishing books. She is a woman of God. She walks in faith. But what we're going to do is Claudette is just having some technical issues. So we're going to revise her in the schedule today. Okay, so that leaves us with some time for drum roll, competition time. So today, day 2, we are giving out a list of keywords at the end of today's live sessions, which will be around 8 o'clock UK time. I'm going to drop the QR code on the screen, which will give you a link to the Google form for you to submit the keywords. And you have got the opportunity to win a place either on our coaching mastery program or our funnel mastery program. If you want more information about those programs, please feel free to visit our website, www.womenindigitalbusiness.com, and you will see exactly what those programs offer. So what we're going to do is we are going to head over for me to give you the keywords so you can jot them down. I gave them already before Dawn's presentation, and I'm going to give them again. So bear with me. Here we go. Here they are. Come on, mouse, don't fail me now. I've never had a mouse so sensitive before. Right, bear with me. And let me stop saying that. I'm putting it out to the universe. Right, there we go. It's touch screen. So keywords, here we go. First keyword is, here we go, vision, then structure, then influence, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Okay, so let's go again. Vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, freedom. Okay, those are our key words. And like I said, at the end of the day, we are going to give you a link to a Google form where you can put all those keywords in, and you have got the chance to win a space on that program. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is I've got a little treat for you, actually, just to let you know. We are going to be watching a podcast. Okay, and don't forget to check out our YouTube channel, by the way. I must get a QR code for it for you guys, but it's the Natalia Nicholson Official on YouTube. And if you go on there, oops, my mouse again, you will see a host of our podcast called Spotlight Voices. Oh, sorry, I just had the screen start playing in case you heard it there in the background. We have done podcasts with all of our keynote speakers so you can get to know more about them. It can also help you maybe which masterclasses you want to go and revisit, what's coming up on the schedule. So be sure to go and check our YouTube channel out, Natalia Nicholson Official at YouTube, where you will get access to Spotlight Voices, all of our podcasts outside the summit. There's tutorials on there of really learning how to level up and be seen online digitally. So without further ado, I am going to take you to the podcast of the delightful Donna, and you're going to learn more about her, and she is going to be speaking at the summit. So watch out for her. So let me share my screen. Ooh. Bear with me. So we're going to share screen. Let me get it right, guys. I also want to share sound. There we go. Dr. Donna. Right, without further ado, let's introduce Dr. Donna, and watch out for her. She's got a great masterclass coming up, but let's learn a little bit more about her. Sorry, guys, it's not on stage. Right, there we go. I'm so sorry, guys. Right, for whatever reason, it's not letting before. Ah, right, bear with me. There we go. Boom, we're in action.
You can be social media rich and revenue poor. If or when, depending upon how confident and cocky you are, what would success look like for you? So if I fill out this funnel, the money is going to magically drip down at the end of that funnel. I'm just waiting for someone to tell me what to do so I can check the boxes and the money will miraculously appear. My sweet spot is I help people to get more clients. I help them to sell more to their existing clients, and I help them to increase their flow of referrals. They may not be the person you thought they were. All money is not good money. I'm the expert. I'm like, daggone right. You are the expert.
Welcome to Spotlight Voices. My name is Natalia Nicholson, and I come to you with our amazing speakers from the top 100 most powerful Black Women Summit taking place October 20th to October 25th. So today I have with me the amazing Dr. Donna Bellinger. So I'm not going to do the big introduction because I'm going to pass it over to Donna. Donna, I would love, Dr. Donna, should I say? Let me have some respect and manners. I would love it if you could introduce yourself to our audience and just tell them a little bit about yourself.
Thank you so much, Natalia. I am so excited to be a part of this event. It is so important to have events of this type. And I know that the women who are going to be attending this summit, you've got 100 voices to choose from. Make sure you're going to be in the rooms that are going to get you to where you want to be. That being said, if you are not generating the revenue that you need to generate within your business, I want you to come and visit me and spend a little bit of time with me, because sales is my natural language. That being said, I am not a boardroom baby. I started out as a homeless teenage mother, and I moved my way through very non-traditional ways, advancing myself, advancing my skill set, getting noticed, delivering results. And I learned that you must be able to listen your prospects' ideas and not force feed them yours. Frequently, when we are moving out of the corporate arena and into becoming a business owner, we bring that baggage with us, that corporate jargon, and I was the boss, so, or maybe I wasn't the boss, but now I'm the boss, and finger shaking. You have to let that stuff go. That is not going to get you paid. That is not going to get you paid. You must be able to.
I love that. I absolutely love that. And one of the things that I've noticed that you say a lot, actually, and I wanted to ask about, was the stop selling and start solving. Like, what does that mean, just like in like practice for a small or scaling business?
Well, what it means is your prospect, your ideal client, is coming to you because they have a pain, a challenge, whether it's in their health, in their career, in their business. Don't move directly into the features and benefits of your business. That is something that people have a tendency to do. It's like, oh, we have the best ingredients. You know, it's picked by little fairies on top of a mountaintop, or, you know, whatever else it is that, you know, you've been trained. But that's not it. So here's the way that you kind of do that. What is your challenge? This is my challenge. Great. How long have you had it? I've had it for 3 months, 6 months, 22 years, whatever. What have you already tried? That's key. Because if they say, I attend webinars and I listen to videos and I read books, as opposed to saying, I have hired experts, I have hired coaches, I have invested in this solution.
Yeah, that really hits home for me as well, because I think as well, a lot of us don't understand the importance of investing in ourselves still, as much as it's a taboo question. You know, do you invest in yourself? And you'll always hear it as more like kind of a salesy line, but the reality is that you don't invest in yourself, you're not going to learn. It's as simple as that.
So when we move into solving and serving, you have to get those questions answered, plus one other very important one. What would success look like for you in this engagement?
Ooh, yeah, I like that.
You need to have that in their language, not whatever it is you think it should be. Yeah, it has to be in their language, because you may need to manage their expectations. Or they may not be the person you thought they were. All money is not good money.
Now, that's the truth. I'm always telling my clients as well, you've got the right to pick your customers. You don't have to put up with bad customers or customers that don't serve you. It's your business. Actually, you can carve out who it is you want to serve.
Here's the litmus test. Here's a thing for determining whether or not this person is a good client for you. At the conclusion of the transaction or the service or whatever it is, will you be able to deliver a result that that person will rave about and refer people to?
Yeah, because if you can't, it's dangerous territory, especially in this day and age where people can leave reviews. The internet and smartphones have opened up. Everything has got transparency to it to a point. So you're right. If you can't actually deliver the results that actually your end user wants, leave it alone. Yeah.
Just walk away. Just walk away. And these are some of the little things that I will be talking about in my talk. I'll also be talking about 4 types of no sales calls that you can do.
I love it. My next question was actually going to say to the audience, like, what is it that your masterclass is going to be about? So what can you give us from that you can tell us now without giving away too much for the actual day?
Without giving away too much. Okay. I have a term that I trademarked, and that, you know what? Talk about investing in your business. Trademark your intellectual property. Trademark your intellect. You have a special process. You have a secret sauce. Name it, claim it, trademark it. Mine is yes-testimonials. A yes-testimonial is, I'm going to give you the recipe for it, but you get more in my masterclass. But here's the deal. You start with, what brought you to me in the first place? What was the challenge? Then, what was the transition? What was the transition that occurred while we were working together? Okay, and then quantify the result. What was the result you received at the end of the engagement? If you go to my LinkedIn page, you will see over 40 LinkedIn recommendations, and the majority of them you will see in yes-testimonial format, which means that last line is what I call the money line. So that when someone glances over it, you know, that's what they're going to do. They're going to be, yeah, scroll. They're going to see things like, helped me to improve my closing rate, helped me to win an award, helped me to 10x my earning on my job. You know, you're going to see the money line. What was the result that I delivered for them? Whether, especially for those of you who are just getting started, whether you charge them for it or not, somebody told you were brilliant at what you're doing. You have done it for people, whether you got paid for it or not. Some of you are just learning how to ask for money. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody has a first step. But you want them to give you the before, the during, and the after. Those are your yes-testimonials. And trust me, that's more important than likes, because as a friend of mine says, you can be social media rich and revenue poor.
Yeah, I think there's a big misconception about social media, though. I was literally talking about this yesterday. There's a lot of people that still think that posting organically is going to get them visibility to turn leads, to turn awareness into sales, to monetize a channel. And there's a lot of noise on the internet about how you can use social media to monetize your business without paying. But the reality is, social media is actually an extension of your brand. People go there when they're actually checking you out and they're possibly ready to work with you to see if you are who you say you are. So it's an awareness tool. It's an extension of your brand. People go there to back up what they're thinking or what they're feeling or to research you or look at you. And I think that's a misconception of social media. So you're totally right. Followers, likes, and engagement to a degree has got an element of vanity. They're vanity metrics, I always say to people. But we've got to understand that social media is key because it will help you close, but you can't solely use it by itself to monetize and absolutely do nothing else. So I couldn't agree more. But Dr. Donna, can I ask, is someone was at the beginning of their journey when it comes to the testimonials, which I absolutely love. I think I'm stealing that terminology, by the way. Where do you start if you don't have that proof of work yet?
Well, like I said, you start with people that you already know, that you have delivered a result for. Start with them. Somebody told you were brilliant at what you're doing.
Yeah.
Get it from them. You may have been the person who did projects that you have based your business on while you were in corporate. Get those recommendations, people who were on your team, people that you supported, places perhaps that you spoke at. I did workshops for my company for this event or that event. Pull your results. When you do a resume, they don't want to hear all of the minutia. I know Word, Access, Excel, PowerPoint, this code, that code. They don't care. Here's what they want to know. What kind of project have you led, completed? Did it move the needle? Did it solve a problem? What was the problem you solved? And that's what you have to focus everything on. The other thing, and I can't say this enough, is let people hear your voice. A university engaged with me recently because one of their people found me on LinkedIn, went into my YouTube channel, and I swear she told me, I went through a year of your content, and I like the way you present your solutions. And I knew that's what the people needed to hear. And I'm like, thank you. So remember that you don't need to be a pale imitation of somebody else's idea of success. Don't try and be a copy. We got one Beyonce, we got one Taylor Swift, those are like the originals, and then we've got all the knockoffs. Okay? And you are not going to pay the same money for a knockoff as you would for the original. So quit trying to be an imitation of what someone else does. That being said, own your value, consistently communicate your competence, your value in every conversation that you have. I live by that, and I teach that to my clients. Confidence is your greatest value proposition. When I wrote my first book, which was called You Lost Me at Hello, Actionable Principles That Move You Beyond Networking. The first chapter, I clearly stated, not everyone is going to like you, and you really don't want them to because it's too time consuming. It is too time consuming to try and be everything to everyone.
Yeah.
All you want are the people for whom you can provide a stellar result. That's enough. And do you know why? Because you do not want your business to be a job that you own. The purpose of your business is to serve you. If you're going to kill yourself, then go back into corporate, go back into wherever you were. Just go and do that. So you know that every 2 weeks or every month or however, you're going to have a little chink chink drop
that paycheck.
and then that's it. And then when you punch out, you're done, and do that. But If you have the entrepreneurial mindset, the business mindset that you can do bigger, better, faster, stronger, and with less stress, then that's what you're looking for. That's how your business serves you. And frequently we forget that. We also sometimes forget that we have to protect our time, just like we protect our money.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
time is the one thing you can't get back.
No, you can't. And so, when I was still working with kids at home, I had a rule when I was in my office and the door was closed, because I was probably on the phone trying to do things. The rule was only come to the door if there's blood.
Just so you know,
blood,
I'm going to tell my children this. Thank you.
Okay. No, only if there's blood. That's it. Other than that, I'll straighten everything out when I come back out. But no, because there are things that you all want. Yes, yes, mom. Okay. I have to make the money to be able to pay for those things. Yes, yes. All right. If you're interrupting me, I can't make the money, which means the next time you say, but mom, it ain't but X number. That's their favorite thing. It ain't but.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm definitely taking your advice on that one. Also, it's funny, just to go back a little bit of when we were speaking, it's funny, doing this summit meant that over the summer, I've had more than 150 calls. And the great thing about that is that I've been able to connect with some phenomenal women, including yourself. And it's funny from what you're saying. If you said to me, what's the one thing would you say was a challenge for most of the women that you spoke to? What was what was the thing that kept coming up? And it's funny, Dr. Donna, the thing that kept coming up, was the fact that they all hated sales.
Yeah.
Seriously, in different ways. It's like, I just don't like the putting myself out there. I feel like I should be selling because if people want to buy from me, they would understand what I'm selling and my authenticity. I shouldn't have to sell. I just hate selling. It feels like begging. I could keep going on. That would be the one thing that I noticed from all the women that I spoke about. So how do you kind of like reframe that? Because every business is going to need sales to be able to become profitable and to be able to grow. You can't quite avoid it. And I don't know why we look at sales like it's something that we don't want to do. We go out of our way to try and avoid it. The social media thing. Does that make any sense? The new.
No, you're making absolute perfect sense. So here's the deal. We've been in sales since the crib. You knew who to smile for and who to cry for. All right. You've always been in sales. What has happened is somewhere along the line, you let somebody hurt your feelings and instill fear into you, fear of rejection, fear of success. You've just got this fear thing. Now, one of the things I can tell you about that fear is, first of all, who are you hanging out with? They talk about the people who are in your circle. Who are you hanging out with? Because I had to move. I just moved 30 miles away from the group that I was hanging out with. We would go to the clubs and we would do this and do that. And they were not trying to grow. I was trying to grow. So when I would come back and I would talk about, rough day at work, or this man said this to me, or whatever, I would get the pity party. Oh, you're right. It is so hard. Oh, you're right. This is going on and that's going on.
Yeah.
You don't need.
You don't need to be hearing that.
You don't need that. It's like when I had cancer, I told one person, one cousin, about the diagnosis. I didn't tell my husband. I didn't tell my children.
Wow.
Because I didn't want them hovering.
Okay.
I didn't want that energy. And that cousin was my prayer warrior. My daughter's still angry with me about that.
I could kind of imagine, Dr. Donna, but I get it at the same time what you're saying about vibration.
You don't want that energy.
Yeah, you don't. State of mind is anything, and someone can come and their vibration can change your state of mind, which can shift where you're going and what the outcome of where you are. I understand what you're saying about vibrations and
So when
energy.
you have this fear of sales, what are you really afraid of? Are you afraid somebody's going to tell you no? You've been told no before, and the world kept turning. Okay. Um, are you afraid they won't pay your rate? Guess what? If they don't pay you, they're going to pay somebody else because they're going to get that problem solved. Okay. The women who will be in my room are women who are interested in breaking through that. It is nothing but a self-imposed barrier.
Yeah, it
The
is. It
women
is. You're right.
who are brave enough to get past that S word. And I had a woman say, I don't like sales, so why would I take a course on sales?
And I hear that a lot as well. And I always
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
remind people that sales is actually a part of marketing. People like to separate the two. Does that make sense? Like social media is different. It's a form of selling, but we don't treat it as selling because it's social. But you're right, direct sales is always going to exist in business and it's always going to be a part of the marketing mix. Facts.
Not only that, but you are limiting yourself because, I mean, okay, 1995. Yeah, we'll push a button on that all day long. Okay, it's only, 29.95. We'll push a button on that. Tell me you want $10,000 for your service. Tell me you're worth 15, 20, $40,000. You have to have a conversation with me
Yeah.
so that I understand your proof of concept.
Yeah.
I need to know what your successes were. If you think you're going to get into 6 and 7 figure revenue by hiding behind your social media, sorry,
yeah.
sorry.
Everything needs to be done, but it needs to follow a journey and a flow, and you can't avoid sales. And that's one of the things that even for me, I can honestly say that even as I grow within my business, sales is the one area that I know that as I grow, even the summit and speaking to people, it's somewhere that I know that I have to build on my skills with. Like for me, if I wasn't the host or organizer, I can honestly, genuinely say a lot of the masterclasses that I will be watching are around sales because our businesses are so heavily reliant on it. You can't go from startup to growth, from growth to scale without sales. And I think there's a bit of ego for some of us as well, Dr. Donner, if I to be honest with you. There is the fear of rejection, yes, but there's also and I have heard it this summer. Well, I don't feel like I should have to beg. Selling is not begging. And I think when you're having genuine conversations, it won't even feel like sales if you know what you're doing. Yeah?
Okay, so the person who sold you designer shoes, did they have to beg you to come and do that?
No, they did not. I
Okay.
freely gave them my money.
That is, this is
Yeah.
they do tons and tons of marketing. And then when you walk into the salon, you have people standing there ready to have the conversation with you
Yes, you do.
to assure you that this is the right investment to meet your need. That's basically all they're doing. They are demonstrating that this is the safe investment, whether it's a pair of shoes, whether it's an automobile, whether it's a home, an outfit, a gown, whatever. They are showing you that this is the wise decision. Why is it the wise decision? Well, it's been on the runway, or it's been here, it's been there. Concept. You must be able to, as I said before, communicate the value of establishing a relationship with you so that you can help them meet their need. You can solve their problem or their pain. That's
And you
all it is.
That's all it is. And you do speak a lot about the client's language. Can we just delve into that a little bit more, just about messaging? Because messaging is so key, even in what I do with marketing. There are some businesses that I've had, Dr. Donna, that's taken me so long to get off the ground purely because of messaging. I'm saying one thing, my audience isn't understanding what I'm saying. And I'm thinking my audience understands the messaging I'm using. Actually, I can even give everybody an example. I never forget a couple of years ago when someone said to me, you know what, I would have actually done this program a lot sooner. But when you keep saying the side hustle thing, you know, it offended me because I don't consider my business to be a side hustle. And at that point, that's where we were branding ourselves a lot around side hustles. A lot of our audience are women that are coming from corporate and starting their own business. But I know you also speak about messaging as well. So I would love for our listeners just to hear about this and all what we're talking about now. If you want to delve in a bit deeper and get a structured framework and really be able to understand and learn, okay, how am I going to implement Right, guys, I'm going to take it back. I didn't just mean to cut it right there, but if you are interested in Dr. Dunner and learning more about her, please make sure you check out her masterclass. Please make sure that you head over to our YouTube channel where you'll be able to finish watching that podcast episode that we done together amongst with other speakers. But it's that time. It's time for another speaker. And she blew up this global stage yesterday. We had comments on LinkedIn, on social media, telling us how wonderful that her masterclass is. So I would like to introduce to you the wonderful and lovely Lethea. So bear with me because we have got here Viva to introduce you, Lethea, because you deserve that introduction. So just bear with me. It's all going off today. Yes, it is. I wish you guys could see me stopping from all the 1,000 screens that I've got in front of me, by the way. You would be on the floor, I promise you. So, right, let me come back here. If you see my hands moving around, that's because it's touch screen and I'm just getting things ready. This is what happens when you do it live. Here we go. So without further ado, let's
Hi, my name is Viva.
Viva. Oh.
Welcome to the top 100 most powerful Black Women Summit. Imagine a world where your business runs smoothly with fewer errors and more efficiency. Automation isn't just a trend, it's a necessity for modern businesses. Discover how it can save time and reduce errors, boosting productivity. Businesses that embrace automation see increased success. By streamlining processes, they achieve more with less effort. Learn why automation is the key to unlocking your business's full potential and staying ahead in a competitive market.
Sasha here. Coming up next is Lethea Owens, a renowned expert in business automation and digital transformation. With over 20 years of experience, she's helped organizations worldwide optimize workflows and achieve greater success. Lethea, she is not just a speaker and author. She's a strategist who knows how to make systems work for you. Get ready to learn from someone who can transform your business operations. Let's please give it up for Lethea Owens.
Oh, Lethea, let's add you to the stage. Here you are. Welcome back. Welcome back. Lethea, you blew it up yesterday, by the way. I don't know if you saw on LinkedIn. I genuinely, Lethea, I had two women one woman in particular, just to let you know, was just like, oh my God, Lethea Owens was amazing. She lives in my hometown. You're like a celebrity.
Oh, wow. Wow. I had so much fun yesterday. It was so much fun.
But what's the odds of that? Like, she's like, oh my God, you came on. So I did pass your details over, Soz.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I appreciate that.
No problem at all. But with further ado, I'm going to throw myself off of the stage. Let's give it over to Lethea, who is going to be speaking about all things digital, a subject close to my heart. You're going to be seeing a lot more of both of us in this realm, but it's all over to you, Lethea.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Natalia. Oh my gosh. I just love being a part of this community. And today I actually can see your comments. And so today is going to be a little bit different vibe than yesterday, because yesterday I did a keynote and I really just gave you all of this energy, and I'm still going to bring the energy. Like, let's not get it twisted, right? I'm still going to bring you this energy, but I'm seated today because I am actually going to be teaching a little bit more today, and I want to engage with you. So while yesterday was a keynote, today is going to be more about me teaching and you asking me questions in the chat, and I'm going to answer the questions that you're posing in the chat. So get your questions ready. Like, just come on, get your cup of coffee or your tea, join me, and let's dive in, ladies. So when we think about this whole idea of really positioning yourself in the world of whatever niche you're in, but in the world of business, right? I've discovered that we need to create visibility. So here's the thing. Many of you right now think that you have a reputation problem. So if you feel like, man, I'm not getting the number of leads, I'm not getting the number of clients, people just don't see me, people don't get what I do, I'm working harder than I should. If that is you, I want you to put one in the chat right now. If that's you, put one in the chat and let me know, Lethea, you're reading my mail. You are speaking to me. Put one in the chat so that I know you are with me. Okay. So many of you, as I said, often feel like you have a reputation problem. Yep. Look, yeah, thank you. You often are moving and you're planning and you're working from this place of believing that you have a reputation problem. People don't know who you are, but really, your reputation problem is connected to your visibility problem. People don't know who you are because you're not visible, right? So we need to fix the visibility issue, because even if you think you have a revenue issue, it really is a reputation and visibility issue. So we're going to talk through that today and really figure out like what you can do. I want you to leave here and have figured out what you can do differently. So we're going to be talking about discoverability decoded. Discoverability decoded. And we're going to be talking about game-changing strategies for you to get found on Google, Bing, and AI. So first of all, let's kind of start from a historical perspective. When we think about our general or our traditional way of generating traffic for our businesses, typically we either buy traffic and visibility, right? We might buy ads, we might pay to be featured in a magazine, we might pay to have, banners on other websites positioned so that we can then drive traffic to our website. We can earn traffic by writing blog posts and posting on social media and creating videos, right? Or we can borrow traffic, meaning that we form partnerships or affiliates with other people who have contacts and traffic, and then we divert some of that traffic to us because we form some type of partnership. So think about your business right now, and I want you to think about, how are you currently getting traffic to your lead magnets, your landing pages, and your products and offerings? And ask yourself, what percentage am I buying traffic? What percentage of my energies are going towards earning traffic, right? And which ones are going towards borrowing traffic? And here's the thing that's so exciting right now. We know that SEO, search engine optimization, where you create content that has certain keywords embedded in that content so that Google and Bing can find it and then bring traffic to you. We know that SEO has been a very important part of our marketing mix, right? Traditionally. But when I talk about borrowed traffic, when I talk about borrowing traffic and also even earning traffic, there is an opportunity right now that is available to you that you may or may not be leveraging. And that is traffic that is brought to you by your friend ChatGPT or another AI platform. Because now when you create content in a way that that platform loves to digest content, it adds your references and your information and your tools and your content into its ecosystem, I guess I would say is the best way to keep it kind of tool agnostic. It then says, hey, Lethea is an expert at this. Michelle is an expert at this. Claudette is an expert at this. And it begins to know who you are. And then guess what it does? When it knows who you are, what I love about it is that it begins to recommend you to other people, right? And so we want to talk about this idea of really looking at discoverability and decoding it to make it easy, simple, and something very practical that you can do. So here's the question that I have for you today. What good is brilliance if no one can find you? You may be the baddest sister on the planet that does what it is that you do, but if no one can find you, and if there are no tools or resources or platforms that are talking about you and sending people your way, then you are losing out and missing an opportunity. So here's what I love about the age that we are in. And some people don't like it. Some people don't like AI. Some people don't like what's happening. Some people don't like the rate of change. And I ain't gonna lie, I don't like the rate of change. I feel like some days I wake up and I'm already behind. I mean, put a one in the chat if you feel like that, right? And I do this all day, every day. Like I study technology about 2 hours a day, and I still wake up some days. I'm being real. Like one of the things you'll learn about me is I am real. I am authentic. I'm going to always be, honest and truthful with you. And I ain't gonna lie. Some days I wake up and I'm like, my head is spinning. But I have to also admit that I kind of like it. I kind of like it because I love technology. I say to my clients, I speak geek so you don't have to, right? And so I do really, really love the cutting edge of things, but sometimes it does get a little bit too much when we think about the rate of change. But here's what I love about the season and the age that we're in right now is, ladies, it is leveling the playing field. The barrier to entry is so low right now. There are people who are making great money leveraging ideas, right? You can use your imagination to create all sorts of streams of revenue. So I don't care what you are doing or what your passion is. If you are discouraged, if you wake up and you're frustrated and you're like, I just don't know how I'm going to make this work, my advice to you is to lean in. You are called to do something great. You are called to build something that has meaning and impact. And I don't want you to ever let anything or anyone deter you from your assignment. And so lean in and leverage technology and make it work for you. So I'm going to give you 2 examples of how people are totally changing the game with technology. And then we're going to go into because what I want to do right now is just level set and help you to not be afraid of the technology, because I can teach you how to leverage it and how to really decode it. But if you still are afraid of, or you don't like the technology, it's going to be really hard for you to leverage it and really take advantage of it. So what I want to do is give you a couple of examples. Now, I'm perusing and I'm in this Facebook group with other AI automation specialists and strategists. And one of the things that I run across is a post where the person, her last name is Thorpe, Natalie Thorpe, Linda Thorpe. I am so sorry. I can't remember her full name, but last name Thorpe, Thorpe. And she has become really famous for helping people create their digital twins, their AI twins, right? And so she said, hey, I want you to take a picture of you or even your AI twin and put it into Google Lens, and Google Lens will come back with all of these products that look exactly like what it is you're wearing, whether it's your earrings or your necklace or your dress, right? And then she said, look and see if any of those places have affiliate relationships or opportunities, and then set up an account with them, and then take that same picture that you just put in Google Lens and actually start posting it and writing about what you're wearing and where people can go buy it. And guess what? You can make money from people actually just reading posts about the content that you were going to post anyway. And then here's a whole nother one that I absolutely love, y'all. I'm just going to be real with you right now. It blew my mind because it's so freaking simple.
but I love music. And for me, worship is everything. And what I'm noticing is that there are people who are writing songs using suno.com, suno.com. And they are then taking these songs and they're not selling the songs because we know I had an opportunity to interview Matthew Knowles, Dr. Matthew Knowles, Beyonce's dad, recently at the Black NSA family reunion. And he said that while other people were trying to sell music, he was selling a brand. So we know selling music is really hard. So here's the deal. They're not making the music and selling it. They are making these songs and making this music, and they're basically putting it together into a 2, 3, 4 hour worship experience. And then they're putting it on YouTube. And in 2 or 3 months, people who weren't even thought of, they have a faceless YouTube channel that has beautiful music that while you're working, you can put on jazz or you can put on gospel or you can put on contemporary Christian and listen to this beautiful music that they've created using AI tools. And guess what? They're making money because of the views, because of the time that people are spending watching these videos. So you can't tell me that you can't make money in this day and age. Yes, it may feel like a lot of opportunities are going away, but if you are creative enough and if you are hungry enough, as my mentor says, Les Brown, you got to be hungry. If you are obsessed with success enough, you will find a way. So I want to encourage you not to be afraid of the technology, but let's talk about how to make the technology work for you. Let's talk about how to make the technology earn you some revenue. And yesterday I asked you, how much money do you really want to make as a speaker, right? And I said, you could be where I was stuck in the $200 range, or you could be in the $10, $20, $30,000 range. So today I want you to be thinking about generating revenue, leveraging technology. And the best way to do that is to get technology to work for you and send people to you. So I said that AI has leveled the playing field. It has reduced the barrier to entry, and almost anyone can have an idea and implement it and begin to monetize it. So AI is rewriting the rules, ladies. It's rewriting the rules. And so when we think about this whole idea of our brilliance being hidden, what I want you to think about is the reality that I meet brilliant women every day who are coaches, consultants, creators, service providers who've built something amazing and powerful, but they're hidden from the very people who are searching for them. They're hidden from those very people. And I'll have to tell you that that once was me. And if I think about the biggest mistake that I've made in my business in the 20 years that I've been a full-time professional speaker and a digital strategist, is that I didn't start creating content soon enough. I didn't start creating content in the way that the internet wanted me to create it soon enough. And when I finally did, here's the deal. 3 years into my business, I finally got it. And I started creating content the way that Google wanted me to create content. I began to master Google's algorithm. And what happened was that a year later, I got an email that said 225,000 people have voted, and you have been identified and ranked number 8 among the top 30 brand gurus in the world. Shut your mouth. Well, first of all, I thought I was being punked by my husband because he is a character and he loves playing practical jokes, right? But it turns out he wasn't punking me. I wasn't, being, there was no one running or playing a joke on me. And what I found out is, wait, these 225,000 people don't know me. I haven't worked with those individuals. How could they vote for me? Well, the reality is that I was everywhere. I was using my market domination blueprint, and I was everywhere you looked, there I was. If you talked about personal branding, if you did a search on personal branding, I was there. And I was up with Peter Montoya, Tom Peters. Tom Peters coined the phrase personal branding. And I ended up being ranked because people when they saw the list, they're like, I know her. First of all, I made the list. And then when people voted, they're like, oh, I know her. She's good. They didn't know me personally, but they had seen my content because I had decoded discoverability and increased my visibility. And so that's what I want for you as well. So here's the deal. Visibility, ladies, write this down. I hope you got your iPad. I use the iPad to take notes. I hope you got your phone or your pen and paper if you are a traditional note taker. But I want you to write this down. Visibility is the new credibility. And in the world where algorithms shape opportunity, ladies, visibility is currency. Visibility is currency. So here's my question for you. And write this question down because I am creating this as kind of an interactive coaching opportunity. So I want you to answer these questions for yourself. And when you do, you're going to find yourself stretching and growing and having information that can help you plan to be more successful. Here's the question. When someone Googles your name or business, what do they find? What do they find, right? You want to be able to answer that for yourself. I know that when someone Googles my name, I dominate the first 23 pages of Google. Now, I know my name is a little bit unique or whatever, but there are other Lethias in the world, but I dominate, right? And so when they search your business or for the type of work that you do, I remember a time when you would search on LinkedIn, and if you typed in motivational speaker, I'm not really optimized for that phrase anymore, but I remember, I'm sharing this because it blew my mind. I consider Les Brown to be one of the most amazing motivational speakers of the last 50 years, right? He might not like it that I said 50, but we're going to let that slide. But let's just say the last 30 years, right? I think he's been a professional speaker actually for the last 40 years. I consider him to be one of the greatest. But when I started dominating everywhere, if you typed in motivational speaker in LinkedIn, you were going to see me number one above any of the. Now, I wasn't making the kind of money they were making at the time, but you would see me number one. And that's how my business exploded. And so discoverability, your visibility, it is key, ladies, to building the thing that it is that you're called in your heart to build. There are people who are out there waiting on you, people waiting for you to figure this out and to get it together and to get out there and to put yourself out there so they can find you. So get this, don't miss this, okay? And so when we think about the visibility revolution, search has changed forever. Search is no longer the same, ladies. We are moving from what I call search to suggestion. Now, the old paradigm is that Google used to show you results. You do a search and then Google would say, hey, we've indexed all this information. Now here are the most relevant search engine results, right? For this page, we called it a SERP, S-E-R-P. But the new model, ladies, is suggestion. You want AI recommending you as the go-to resource whenever someone asks a question or tries to solve a problem. See, we used to search for information on Google, but we take problems to AI. And you want AI to recommend you as the solution. So today's platforms like Google, Bing, and ChatGPT, they don't just show answers, they generate them. And if you're not being quoted, linked, or referenced, you don't exist. Let me say that one more time because some of you didn't catch that. If you're not being quoted, linked, or referenced, frankly, you don't exist. So think about the age and the transformation and evolution that we've experienced. SEO used to be everything. SEO, content, creating content was important. Being a thought leader, right? Thought leadership was really important. But now AI discoverability is critical. I'm not sure if you realize this or not, but 68%, a whopping 68% of online experiences still begin with a search for an answer. 68% of what people are doing. And 60% of AI generated answers are based on content from authoritative brands. So the question is no longer, can people find you? It's, can the algorithm trust you? Because I said 60% of answers come from what? Authoritative brands. That means you have to, frankly, convince Google and Bing that you are an authority on what it is that you do, so that they can then tell AI, because AI is using the indexes of Google and Bing to formulate its responses and its answers and to determine who is the top leader of what. So the problem is traditional SEO is no longer enough. The old playbook is broken. Unfortunately, it's broken. And it's no longer enough for you to just have some keywords that you're trying to dominate for. It's important that you have critical skills, and there are 3 critical skills that I think you should have. The first one is, I need you to understand that we're moving away from just keywords to context. From keywords to context, right? And so this critical shift here is search engines now read intent, not just words. When we were focused on keywords, it was just like, does this word appear on the page? That's what SEO was all about. But now we live in an age where it's important that we create content that really expresses the intent of the message, because it's not just looking at, does this word appear? We used to say, you need a 2% keyword density in your content. So if your content is on making love all the time, right? Making love needed to appear, that keyword needed to be in your content at least 2% of the time, right? Well, now you might not even say the words specifically making love, but you may say intimacy and other words that really is about making love to your partner and not just having sex, but it's the concept or idea of making love. I so apologize. This is nobody but my daddy. And so remember I said I'm real and authentic. So that's my dad. He is the only one who can get through to me when I have my phone and my system on do not disturb, because my dad is 82 years old, y'all. And he had a heart attack, unfortunately, recently. And so I always have my phone available. He's the only one who can get through, right? So he's probably going to call back and we're going to just have to just put him on pause again for another 15, 20 minutes. But just wanted to say that. So that's life. That's just real life, right? I am a caregiver of an aging parent, and it has been challenging, but I am getting through it. So we're going to get back to our content here. I can't wait to tell him he interrupted my conversation, even though I called him and told him before my message that I had a speech to give today. But anywho, so I love this idea that we're moving and shifting from keywords to content, right? So now search engines are able to read the intent of the message that you are creating. So be very clear in your messaging. The other thing is we're moving from optimization to authority. Now, what do I mean by that, right? So AI not only are looking at what you're saying and the intent behind it, but it's trying to identify, can we trust you? So AI trusts creators who show experience, expertise, and authority, right? Experience, actually it's experience, expertise, authority, and trust. So we call it EAT, EEAT. So you want to show those things. So you want to say things. Let me make this practical for you, right? So on your LinkedIn profile, in the byline of an article that you might write, in your video at the end of your YouTube video, or in your YouTube description, you're going to say things like experience. Let's just say I'm a digital transformation strategist, right? I'm going to say, or let's say I'm I am a leadership speaker, right? So it would, instead of saying I'm a leadership speaker, it would say, with 20 years of professional speaking experience as a leadership speaker. So see how I'm telling you I have 20 years of experience. So I need to embed that. It's not optional, ladies. I also, when I say I'm a digital transformation strategist, that tells you my expertise. When I say that I am ranked number 8 among the top 30 brand gurus, or I've written 14 books, or I've appeared on these networks, Fox, CBS, right? When I tell you that I've appeared in these magazines, that is all about authority, right? And then trust comes because the tools that we're using, the platforms, they can tell, is she consistent everywhere she is? Is today she a baker and tomorrow she's a hairstylist and the next day she's a plumber and the next day she's a CPA? Right now, I know that's extreme, but come on, ladies. Some of you all are showing up as a jack of all trades. You have no identity. You are doing everything under the sun. And I get it, because guess what? When I first started speaking, when people say, hey, Lethea, what do you speak on? I said, whatever you're writing a check for. So today I could be a leadership speaker. Tomorrow I could be a communication expert. The next day I'm a project management speaker. So I was like doing everything. And then finally, I became a personal branding and leadership branding speaker working in the leadership development space, right? So I got really clear about the intersection of the body of work that I do. So when you go out and you find me on these different platforms, you're seeing the same person. I don't look schizophrenic or unclear or like a jack of all trades. And so that's the same thing that AI and technology and search engines are looking for when they evaluate you. And then the third thing is from ranking to referencing. So you're no longer fighting for page 1, right? We used to be like, oh, if I could get to the top of page 1, if I get that number 1 spot on Google, I'm going to attract 60% of the traffic coming in every month for that keyword. If a particular keyword, leadership, keynote speaker, has 20,000 people searching every month. If I could find and look in SEMrush and see that 20,000 people every month are searching for that keyword, man, if I can get on the first page, I'm going to get, and if I can get into the number 1 position, I'm going to get or generate 60% of that traffic, 60% of 20,000. That's a good day, right? That's a good month. But it's not about fighting for page 1 anymore. And to be frank, if you're not on page 1, you don't exist either. But it's now, ladies, about fighting to be quoted. So Google ranks you, but AI recommends you. And recommendation is the new ranking. So here's my question for you. Is your digital footprint telling the world and AI who you really are? Is your digital footprint telling the world and AI who you really are? So let me share with you a discoverability framework. There are 5 visibility levers that will help you dominate search and AI. And the first one is content depth. I want you to think about, how can I show up and be the answer? Be the answer, right? Be the source, not the summary. Publish content that teaches, that solves, that clarifies real problems. So one of the things that you might want to do is, within your niche, start thinking about the problems, the real problems that people in your niche are experiencing, and then start teaching about how they can solve the problem. Start solving the problem for them and then telling them what they can do. Clarify what the problem really is, because they may think that they have a revenue problem when they really have a reputation and visibility problem. See what I did there, right? Also, it's important for you to understand that in being the answer and being the source, not the summary, AI pulls from content that demonstrates depth and clarity. So here's what I want to put a plug in for you right now. I want to put a plug and a nugget right here. It is hard to demonstrate depth and clarity when all you have is content written by AI. Ooh, y'all didn't hear what I said, or y'all may not have liked what I said. Okay. It's hard to demonstrate depth and clarity when all you have is content written by AI. Now, let me be clear. What I am saying is, your brilliance, your thought leadership, your essence needs to be in what you write. You can use AI to develop your ideas and your thoughts. But over time, if all the content you're putting out there is only content that came from AI, from the perspective that you put in 3 words and said, write me an article on these 3 words, and then AI writes an article, and then that's what you have, you got to go beyond that. I'm just being very frank with you. You got to go beyond that. So make sure you spend time first thinking about what is your point of view. What is your contrarian point of view? What do you believe? How would you say it? Give AI something of depth to work with, and then let it refine what it is that you're bringing to the table. The other thing is to use topics that are clustered and pillar pages, right? Perplexity loves GenSpark pages and Perplexity labs. They love, or AI loves when you have these pillar pages out here that speak about a topic, and you have these multiple sections and pages that create this body of work where you're helping people to understand something really specific. You're solving the problem, you're clarifying it, you're giving them depth and clarity on it. And you have these 3 to 5 supporting posts that paint this picture. So the pro tip for you here is create content so good that even AI says, "Oh, she is killing it. She is someone to watch. She is one bad sister," right? Make AI put some respect on your name, right? Okay. So the next lever is, and I'm running out of time, so I got to hurry up. I got a few more minutes. I got 8 more minutes, I think, total. So the next things I want to share with you is that the second lever is consistency, right? Train the algorithm. Train it. Don't just create content and not train the algorithm. So train Google like you train an intern, right? Be very clear, consistent with your signals. Consistency basically helps humans and machines trust you, right? Post long form content like LinkedIn articles and blog posts and YouTube videos to give AI an opportunity to really get to know you. And also maintain a consistent language, expertise, and links across all of your platforms. I have my clients create what I call a brand language. Your brand should have its own language. There should be words and phrases and quotes that you use enough that anyone who is in your ecosystem knows, oh, Lethea says that. Have you ever seen someone try to use something that comes from someone else's ecosystem, and immediately when they say it, you're like, oh, they must have studied with Lethea. Oh, they must have studied with Les Brown. Oh, they come from Mel Robbins' camp. Oh, they follow Tony Robbins because they sound like them. That's because they're borrowing someone else's language, right? So you need to create your own language, and every post is a training session for the algorithm. That's what you got to remember. Every time you create, every time you share, every time you produce content and information, it is an opportunity for you to train the algorithm. The third lever is credibility. Build your digital authority graph, right? So here's the thing. If the internet can't verify you, AI can't recommend you. So what do I mean by that? Claim your Google Knowledge Panel, your LinkedIn author page, a Wikipedia stub, media mentions, right? Like build the things out that says, I'm a real person, a real business, and I have something really important to say. Because AI is not going to recommend you if you might look like a scammer, or your business is, you're still using a Gmail email, and you don't have a Google business page, and you need the things that a business owner should have in place so that you can have a digital, or create a powerful digital authority graph, right? Add schema markup to your person and your organization. Also, I want you to start leveraging podcasts and do interviews and digital PR for backlinks, links that are on one website that point back to your website. Because if the website that you're on is a great authority website, Google respects it, AI respects it, and there's a link from your interview back to your website, then you're going to get what we call some link juice from that connection, And you want to definitely still put those things in place. The fourth lever is connection, right? Interlink everything you own. We built 3 websites for Ana Layata, past president of the National Speakers Association. She had a professional speaking website, she had a consultancy website, and then she had a learning management website. At the top of each website, her speaker website had 2 links: consultancy, LMS or Learning Center. On the Learning Center, it had keynote speaking, consultancy, right? So we created this network. Learn to network and interlink everything that you're doing: your website, your social media, your YouTube, your podcast, your media coverage. Cross-link everything internally and externally if possible. And be consistent in your bios. Again, keep your phraseology and your descriptions of who you are and what you do consistent across the board. Why does it matter? Because AI engines crawl patterns. They're looking for patterns. And when your ecosystem connects, you become the pattern. I don't know if you caught that, right? When your ecosystem is connected and everything is connected, you become the pattern. And it's like, oh, that we can recognize that. That's the pattern that we're going to recommend to the world. So the fifth lever is context. Speak the language of curiosity. Speak the language of curiosity. Optimize for conversations, not clicks. People make the big mistake of trying to get more views, more clicks, more clicks. No. Optimize for conversations. I didn't say conversions. I said conversations. Because when you optimize for natural questions, the how, the why, the what, the best way to, AI picks up on that and it's looking for that. Use FAQs and conversational phrasing. AI loves structured Q&A, and include your expertise in people also ask style snippets. People also ask. So I have a structure that I've trained chat when it's helping me write content or create content. There is phraseology in there that understands or phraseology that's created based on the understanding of the things that I'm teaching you today. So take what you've learned from this time and create your own chatbot or your own prompt for ChatGPT that will allow you to create content that AI and Google and Bing loves. So think like your audience asks. Did you get that? Think like your audience asks, not like your SEO tools search, right? So think when you're planning your content and you're creating, think like your audience asks questions, how they ask for information, not like your SEO tools searches, okay? So wrapping up, it has been a pleasure, ladies, to just share with you today. I could have had a 1,000,000 slide PowerPoint, but I just wanted to have this intimate time with you. I wanted to give you that opportunity to just really hear my voice and sit with what I'm sharing and to really learn from me today so that you can really leverage this technology to help you be more discoverable, because you have something important to say. You have something important to say. And so I want to invite you, if you would like to have me do a visibility audit with you, I invite you to really take a moment and here's a QR code that I'm going to share. You'll get 2 things. I spoke earlier today, and I spoke yesterday, earlier this week, and I offered a You Were Born to Speak ebook. And I want to also offer you an AI masterclass. Really, it's a kind of an audit. And then we're going to, in the masterclass, you can come and then ask me questions about the audit. So when you complete this, we're putting the finishing touches on that audit. When we roll that out, you'll be the first to know. So if you scan this QR code that you see now, I'm pretty sure you should be seeing a QR code. If you take a look at the QR code, let me know if you don't see the QR code, but I'm sharing my screen, so you should see it. I want you to scan the QR code to
We don't
let me
see
know
it.
that you would like to do an AI audit of your findability and discoverability, and then also join us on the masterclass. So thank you so much, Natalia, for making sure that that is shared. And I just want to kind of wrap up and close and just let you all know just how powerful of a space you are in, right? You don't have to go chasing exposure. You can engineer discoverability. And one of the things that I love about this message, see, Natalia and I, we just met, but we're getting ready to become fast friends. Like, we're super fabulous girlfriends, because what she does and what I do, they are so perfectly intertwined. And we're going to find ways to, who runs the world?
Girls who run the world.
That's right. That's right. And so I'm just so excited that we get to partner together. You're going to see more of us together, so don't sleep on it. And Natalia, again, thank you so much for the opportunity to grace your stage, beloved. I am so excited about what you're doing, and I can't wait to just be a part of all the other fun things that you do. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Oh, you are more than welcome, and we are about to become friends. That's one of my greatest anthems. I've got a little girl, and that's why I always say to her, "Who run the world?" And she says, "Girls, mummy."
Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you for that. That was really insightful. And I think for me, listening to your masterclass, it really does bring it home on what does AI look like and what does digitalization look like. What I mean by that is we all understand what SEO was. We all understand about discoverability. But I don't think we spend enough time thinking about the algorithms and thinking about the spiders and the bots and what they're looking for us to become discoverable. And you just got a golden masterclass from Dr. Lethea Owens on exactly how to do that. And these are the things that if we don't get on board and we don't start learning how to do them, we will be left behind in our business. So make sure you scan that QR code. If you missed it for any reason, you want to see it back, make sure you've got a ticket to the event. It's plastered all over the internet, wherever you're watching, the link's in the bio. I will also put the QR code to the platform, so you can get access into today's platform. There's a QR code there. So if you do want to replay, you want to get Lethea's detail, make sure you go to our main platform and you get it. And she's right. I think we're going to be a force to be reckoned with in 2026. We both very much understand this digital age. We both understand the changes that are coming with the use of AI. And you need to get on the right side of it, ladies. You don't want to left behind. It's a massive opportunity for us to take back space that is owed to us. Sorry, yeah, I said it. And I'm being quite unapologetic about it. When you look at ownership of content and you look at ownership of what we do as a people, from sports to music, the hair industry, there's just so many industries and we're not in the conversation. We've got to start creating our own table around digitalization. And it's so important for you to be discoverable. Lithia gave you some real big gems today. Okay, and there might be things that you feel like, oh, I haven't got time for that. You need to make time for it. Okay, it is urgent, because the more time that goes on, 2026 now passes, we're going into 2027, you're just going to get more and more and more left behind. So thank you, Lethea. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. You even have my husband listening, by the way. He doesn't even listen to me.
Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. If there's any opportunity I can serve you and your audience, I am always there. And I can't wait to have you grace our stage, because
I'm looking forward to
I'm
it.
going to be on the Black NSA Global Virtual Summit coming up next year in February. And we can't wait to have your funnel queen wisdom on our platform. So thank you.
I'm so looking forward to it. And don't worry, anybody that signed up for the summit, we will be sending out information of how you can access that summit as well, because I will be speaking there and I'm really looking forward to it. So again, thank you, Lethea. You're just a force to be reckoned with. And thank you for blessing our virtual stage. I really do appreciate it. Right, people, we are now going over.
It's Natalia here.
No, we don't want to do that. Oh gosh, surprised you're not getting tired of my voice, guys. Right, we want to. There we go. Sorry. Right, there we go. There we go. I need to pause this next video. That's it, taking it off stage. I'm back now. Right, we are going to be going over now to the wonderful Claudette. It's really funny. Can everybody tell that it's like even at night time in the UK? The red lipstick's now gone. It's getting dark outside, but I'm still up. I got energy, and it's the top 100 most powerful Black women summit, and we are not done by a long shot yet. There are plenty of masterclasses. People, please make sure you're streaming this from the platform, because there's 2 more live sessions that are going to be streamed on social media. And after that, it will be going over and continuing on our dedicated platform. So make sure that you use the link in the bios or wherever you are to get a ticket, or you scan the QR code, which will take you to the platform of today's sessions and masterclasses. Okay. Bear with us, because we should have the wonderful Claudette Milner, but I know we was having technical problems before. Let me go into my chat. Yep, Danielle, that was really great, Gems. Sorry, I'm seeing all familiar. I figured out how to use the chat on this platform. Right, let's find out from the team. Right, Claudette says she is here. I'm not seeing her in the studio, team. Let me look for her in the chat so I can send an invite. Right, okay, right, here we go. So I'm sending Claudette. Oh, no, that's not how we do it. Invite to studio. Right, bear with me, and then we're going to go. I'll tell you what I am going to do, though, is it's drum roll competition time. So while we are just waiting for Claudette, I've got a new message. There you go. Lithia has put the link into her LinkedIn profile, so please do make sure that you connect. It's in the comments. Right, so Claudette is about to come on, and I'm going to do the competition. So what I'm going to do is we are going to play you 2 promo videos, one about coaching, one about funnels. And this is, you have the opportunity to be able to win a place on these programs by entering into our competition. So let's go over to take a quick commercial break, find out about our coaching and our funnel program. Then I'm going to deliver some keywords that if you jot down, you can enter into the competition at the end of the day by simply entering the keywords that I'm going to mention before I bring Claudette on into the Google form, which means you'll be entered into a prize to win a space on these 2 fabulous programs. So here we go. Ask you something. Have you ever felt like you have the knowledge, the story, the skills to really be able to help people, but you're stuck on how to turn that into a business? You want to coach, consult, or teach an online course, but the structure, pricing, and marketing just feels like a maze. I've been there, and I know how discouraging it can be. That's why I created the Coaching Mastery Program. This is for aspiring coaches, those that really want to get into consultancy, and also course creators who are ready to turn their expertise into a business that actually works and is profitable. Or you might even be an intermediate or a high-end coach that really needs to figure out how to scale their coaching business. Either way, you're going to learn how to package your knowledge, create transformational offers, attract the right clients, and scale and increase those sales. This program is usually $5,000. Simply go and check our website right now. This is what this program has been running for nearly the last 2 years at $5,000, and it sells. Okay, go and check out the reviews. But because it is the top 100 most powerful Black women summit, we are giving away 2 spaces at just $3,000. All you got to do is book a call for an audit, okay? Our success rate is incredibly high at Women in Digital Business because we make sure that you're ready for any program that you go on to. We don't just sell when we know that, you're not going to quite get to where you want to be. You're not where you need to be before entering into the program. We don't set you up for failure. We only set you up for success. So we like to make sure that you're on the right program by being able to do an audit of where you are to make sure the program is going to get you to exactly where you need to be. We are giving it away for, yes, just $3,000. Okay, $297. That is it for a whole 12-week program. And for 2 lucky women, you are going to get this program at an amazing $3,000. That's all. But here's the deal. You must book a call right now to see if you qualify for this amazing, amazing offer. Let's get that audit done. Let's make sure that you're right for the program, and let's see if you can get in there and be one of those lucky 2 ladies that gets the program for an amazing $3,000. Imagine launching your coaching business or relaunching your coaching business with confidence, clarity, clients who are ready to pay you for your expertise. This is your moment. Don't let it slip away. Simply scan that QR code and get on the audit call with me. I look forward to seeing you, and let's make your coaching business a reality. And make sure you book your calls. That QR code is now going. If you're interested in our coaching mastery program, I ran a masterclass today all about getting more clients and went through what the offering is. But you need to put that audit call to make sure that you are ready to do the program. And now let's look, and remember, we're giving a free space away on the coaching program. You just need to enter into the competition. And we are also giving a free space to the following program. Beautiful souls, it's Natalia here. Now, can I just have a minute of your time and just be really honest and frank and open? Throughout my entrepreneurial journey, I have met so many organizations, companies, business, solopreneurs, but mainly Black female entrepreneurs, because that is what I am and that is who I relate to, and that's whose lives that I want to improve. And I often just see how much work and effort goes into the coaches, consultants and content creators that I work with, where when I meet them, they're just churning out all of this content. So either putting content on social media, writing blogs, trying to get their social media to where it needs to be. They're trying to get following, they're trying to get likes, they're trying to get shares, they're trying to collect emails, they're trying to build communities, they're trying to get known. And often we don't really have a strategy. We're just trying everything. And when we don't see any of the results, it can be really disheartening, especially when you put your all into it, and especially when you want to get to monetization to really make a difference in your life, those around you, and your clients' lives as well. I know how frustrating it can be when you're simply just not converting at the levels of where you want to be. That's exactly the reason why I created the Funnel Mastery program. It's a program that's really going to be able to help you put together, your lead magnets. It's going to help you put together your campaigns so you can make yourself more aware. It's going to help you get leads and create email campaigns. It's going to help you put together landing pages. Landing pages are a set of URLs and web pages that you will use to create your funnel. You're going to use it to create a journey from the top of the funnel at awareness to engagement, to being able to collect information of email addresses and phone numbers, to converting, to really being able to nurture and really be able to upsell all the other products and services that you might offer, as well as really looking at things like your offer and just making sure that you have got a strategic funnel that you put together and you know how to create all the content assets that you need to, but it's a part of a journey. It's a part of a funnel that flows like water and attracts you to the very audience that you want to get the attention of, and get that audience to know, like, and trust you in a very strategic manner, but at the same time, a very human manner. Being able to actually connect with your audience and get them to buy into you, be vulnerable with them so they can see that you're human and you can help them. But at the same time, creating an automation through technology that's going to pass them through a strategic journey that gets them to know you, like you, and again, buy from you. So normally this program would be $1,197. Today, we are giving it to you for $1,497. That's a staggering $500 off. Why do I say the word staggering for $500? Some of you might be thinking, okay, that's a lot, but it's not that much. Well, actually it is, because one of the things that we pride ourselves at, Women in Digital Business, is the amazing value that we give. We are on a mission to help 1 million Black female entrepreneurs globally level up their businesses and make sure that they've built their own table and they're not waiting for a seat at somebody else's table that does not serve them. So we already offer all our programs which are very, very, very high value. Okay, you get a lot of accountability. You know, I show up. It's not just a set of online courses. You also get to do consulting sessions in a really small group and really be able to grow with that nurturing of coaching and consultancy that goes with the actual program. Okay, so it's lowly priced already. So we are giving away another amazing $500 off, and you will never, ever, ever see this offer again. So I promise you, take that faith of leap. Okay, make the change that your business needs strategically so you can have the fruits of your labor. So if you're tired of spinning those plates, if you're tired of the guessing work, if you're tired of feeling lonely, if you're frustrated of never getting the results that you require to really get ahead, this is the program for you. Okay, so don't procrastinate. Take that leap of faith. Take what it is that you need to do. I'm going to work with you. Whatever you put in, I'm going to match you fully, and we're going to do this together. So I look forward to seeing you on the program. Oh, guys, so we're coming to the end of our live sessions. Make sure that you sign up for the audit call. The QR code is on the screen. So before we kick off with our next speaker, it's drum roll. Did you notice I put the lipstick back on, by the way? It is competition time. Okay, so I'm going to be giving away keywords. Look at me stumbling over my words. A series of keywords. Please jot them down. I've given them before. And what I want you to do is, after this next speaker that comes on, I will be issuing a link to a Google form where you can drop the keywords in. Some of you have got them already. Some of you might be thinking, oh, Natalia, say them, because I want to enter into the competition to get a chance of winning a free space on either our funnel program, which we just played the promo video for, or our coaching program, which was the commercial before it. Okay, so let's go again. Keywords for today, day 2, is vision, structure, engagement, consistency, freedom. Okay, full list of the words. So vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Got that? I'm going to say it again one more time. Okay, so it's vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Okay, and after this next speaker that comes on board, I will be issuing the Google form. I'll give you one more time those keywords in case you missed it, and I'll be giving a Google form for you to enter into the competition for winning a space on either our coaching or funnel mastery. By the way, make sure that you attend tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm actually going to be kicking off the session with a really interactive workshop of how to connect with your audience. The power of putting content together and copywriting, it's absolutely huge. Okay, and what I'm going to do is take you through some live workshops and exercises that's really going to enhance your copywriting skills. It's going to bring you closer to connecting with people, which will make it easier to build a community. So tomorrow is going to be all about how do we really connect with people to build a community, and that's through your content. So what you say and what you want to communicate in your content is absolutely key. Okay, so whether you want to call it content creation, copywriting, is content, is how you're going to create it and the message you want to deliver to that end user. So we've got a great masterclass to really kick off tomorrow, and our thing will be all around building a community. Because once you've got a community and you've got following and you're a leader and you're an authority, you know, I always say to people when you're starting a business, even if you don't have the products or service, build a following on you being an authority, you being able to speak to people's pain points and their challenges. Okay, people like to know that, you know, you can empathize with them. Empathy mapping is really, really key to surviving today's marketplace and being able to see as much as you can the world through the lens and the feet, the shoes of who your end user is. That's how we build communities, is with lasting, meaningful relationships. If you've got a community, it means it's not just your offer you can sell, but it's various other things. And it means that you've got a customer life cycle and your audience has got longevity in it, which is what makes your business scalable. So tomorrow is going to be all about community. So please do make sure that you log in. If you are just accessing this through the links that I show on the screen for every day, make sure you sign up for a ticket, because what will happen is you will get sent an email with the link for that day. And also when we're finished, all these sessions will be uploaded onto the platform, and you will have access to all 100 masterclasses, because they are absolutely amazing and they are absolutely brilliant. So without further ado, I am going to introduce our next speaker. Unfortunately, Claudette, who I mentioned, is just having some really major technical issues. I did play her podcast yesterday, so if you go onto our YouTube channel, you'll see a podcast. You'll see a podcast that I've done with her where you can learn more about her. However, she will be here. We're going to reschedule it in another day for those of you that might have been waiting for her to come on board. But today we have now got our next speaker, which is Cecilia Stanton. So ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce forward-thinking leader, educator, and change maker. Please welcome Cecilia Stanton. Cecilia Stanton blends expertise, vision, and purpose in ways that empower professionals and organizations to elevate their impact. With years of experience in strategic leadership and personal development, they have become a trusted guide for those ready to rise beyond limits while staying grounded in their values. Today, Cecilia brings to our summit a session designed to unlock the next level of growth. So whether you're refining your skills, expanding your influence, or stepping into a new terrain altogether, expect practical insights, authentic storytelling, and a call to action that will leave you inspired and equipped. So queens, my sisters, my ladies, please join me in giving full attention to the energy of Cecilia Stanton onto this global stage of ours. Okay, so let's welcome her in. She's just entering into the global stage. So bear with me for one moment. And you know what? This masterclass, I have to say, if you was in diversity, inclusion, EDI, if you're in that sector, maybe you was in that sector, there's been a lot of changes in DEI, EDI, down to the Trump administration getting rid of a lot of the initiatives. What am I talking about? A lot. He got rid of all of them. And, you know, the commercial, I feel, market followed. And it wasn't just Americans, it was global. So that has to make you think, well, did they really believe in diversity to get rid of it so quickly? As the government got rid of all their diversity programs, a lot of organizations followed suit. And that has left a phenomenal amount of Black women actually being made redundant. They're unemployed. And rather than going back into corporate America, corporate Europe, you know, they're deciding to open up their businesses. So if you are someone that is in the diversity sector and you found yourself thinking about getting into entrepreneurialism, thinking about getting into coaching and consulting, even if you're in DI now and you're thinking about moving out of the space, or you've recently started a business moving from diversity, this is a really great masterclass for you. This is a great masterclass for anyone. You don't have to have come from diversity. But what you're about to listen to now, Cecilia very much is from that diversity background, and she is going to be able to, guys, sorry, I've just got news, by the way, that Claudette Milner has gotten over the technical issues that she's been having. She looks absolutely fabulous, by the way. So actually, sorry, I'm just getting word now from the team. We are actually going to go ahead with Claudette Milner. So I do apologize, everyone, after I introduce Cecilia. But Cecilia will come after Claudette Milner. Claudette has been here for some time. She's absolutely phenomenal. She has just got a wealth of information. Like, if you want to know anything about publishing, if you're someone that wants to even reconnect with faith, you walk in faith, you want to understand how to promote your book, this is a masterclass that you are not going to want to miss. So apologies, everyone. I really do. Can you tell this is live? So let's rewind. We're going to rewind, and Cecilia will be on after Claudette. But ladies, it's my privilege to introduce you a woman with faith, vision, and a powerful purpose, Claudette Milner. Claudette Milner is an acclaimed Christian author, motivational speaker, and transformational leader whose words uplift, challenge, and inspire. Through her books and teachings, she has touched countless lives with messages rooted in faith, perseverance, and divine purpose. Her storytelling weaves together truth, grace, and wisdom, helping readers and listeners alike rediscover who they are in God and how they walk boldly in their calling. Her ministry of words is more than inspiration, it's an activation. Claudette believes that faith without work is dead. And through her writing and speaking, she reminds us that we are called not only to believe, but to become, to live as vessels of light, of instruments, of change in every space we enter. Ooh, powerful stuff here. Today, she brings the same spirit to the top 100 most powerful Black Women Summit to remind us that true power begins in purpose and purpose begins in God. So prepare your hearts, your minds, queens, sisters, okay? Welcome a woman whose pen and purpose have been guided to divine hands. Claudette Milner, this stage is now yours, and I am very happy to welcome you to it. Claudette, you are live and you are on stage. Oh, right, Claudette, the volume. We can't hear you. So if you look right at the bottom of your screen, you'll see an icon that has a volume and camera. If you click on it, there we go. So you're off camera now. There you go. You're back on camera. So if you click the microphone button, oh, there you go. You've just put it on mute. So let's take it off. Oh dear. Do you know what, Claudette? Right, okay, we still can't hear you. Our Lethea had this problem, but she said it was a setting on her end. There you go. I just heard something, Claudette. I don't know what you just did, but we heard you for a split second. I'm sitting here in anticipation. We're sitting here in anticipation. For a split second, we had you. Actually, you're on mute again. I'm going to unmute your... Right, so you're off mute. So whatever it is that you did while you were off mute, we're going to get there, Claudette. Don't worry. So you put yourself back on mute on the symbol. So we just need to figure out for you. So you're off mute, which is brilliant. Oh no, you're right. So you're off mute. So we should be able to hear you, but we can't. So it must be a setting. If you go to the set, right, here we go. Good, I think I know how to help you. Right, if you look right underneath your screen, there's a little cog. That cog is the setting button. Right. See, I can slightly hear something. And in that settings button, you just want to make sure that you're connected to the right speaker. We're going to get there. We are going to get there. I must also... Right there. Oh, there. Yep. Whatever you did. I heard now. Right, you've frozen a bit. I think you're becoming back.
Whatever I did.
Yes!
Okay.
You're on. You are on, Claudette. It's your stage. You look absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. You are here. We can hear you. Happy to have you here. I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you. First of all, let me say good afternoon to everybody. I apologize for not being in this space at 12 o'clock because I'm getting messages you were not on at 12. So that being said, I want to say good afternoon and thank you. I first of all want to thank the Women in Digital Management, for the opportunity to speak. I absolutely am excited about it. But what I want to do is first give honor to God. And I know some people out there are saying, what does God have to do with business? But let me give you this quick example. I have been pondering for 10 years about doing a short film of one of my books. And I know many of you have been thinking about it, wanting to do it. Well, I stayed in prayer for about 3 days, and a well-known producer hit me up on LinkedIn. And audience, I am always authentic. So I'm going to tell you, I thought it was a scam. I thought this was not the person. So to alleviate that, what I always do is I ask for a Zoom call. And I did all my research. I researched this movie. I did everything, okay? And then I said, okay, what is going on? And I spoke with him, and we talked about the film, and I sent him the book and everything. And he says, it's going to be $16,000. And I said, whoa, I don't have that. And then he came back and he said, no, it's going to be $20,000. So to get some credibility, I invited him to do a radio show with me where we talked about the process. And I said, okay, this will bring the money in. And then I sent an investment package to preachers, because I figured, preachers, they would read the book and they would automatically say, okay. But what happened? One ghosted me, and the other said, you know what, I can't do this. And I said, okay. And I sat down and I said, okay, God, you gave me the idea. You brought me the producer. Where's the money? And my cousin called me up, and she donated $50. And I said, what God is telling me is that this financing is not going to come from mega preachers. It's going to come from people who love God, who want to see this film out. And after that, what happened, I said, I started a Kickstarter. And the day I started the Kickstarter, it was about 15 days ago. And somebody gave $100. And that was the seed for this. And then someone out said, okay, prove it to me. Raise $1,000. And ladies and gentlemen, I checked right before I got on screen, and we are at $23,000 in 2 weeks. And we have met goal. And at the end of this, I'm going to give you the opportunity to participate in this journey of faith. I'm going to share my screen so that we can talk about purpose, because that is an example of purpose, alignment with God, and faith. Purpose, alignment with God, and faith. I'm going to go to the share my screen, which is different than on my computer. Let me see if I put this up, if it'll share. But when I started and first got out of college, I'm going to admit that I was still caught up in the what everybody else wants me to do. Everybody else wanted me to be a doctor or to be a nurse or be a lawyer. They had various things in order for me to do. And I didn't want to do those things. I'm going to see if I can share this with you. Let me see. Let's share.
So if you share screen, I'll be able to then show it for you.
Okay. If
There's a little icon at the bottom. There's a screen and plus. Brilliant.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
No problem.
The little icon at the bottom.
Yeah, so right at the bottom where there was a speaker, the camera, the next icon is a screen with a plus sign.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, so if you share, you can either share, just like Zoom, you can share a tab or you can share your entire screen.
Okay. I'm just going to share screen.
Perfect.
Was that good?
No problemo.
Well, I guess I'm not going to. Okay, there we go. All right. And the first thing I want to say to you, and I apologize, is are you asking yourself the question?
Oh, sorry, Claudette. It's not. Oh, sorry, my lovely. It's not sharing.
And yes.
So we're going to go to.
It's not sharing? Okay, let me go.
No, so when you go to share screen, it's going to come up with some menus, slides, PDF, extra camera, video file, image, and you'll see the share screen.
Okay.
If you click on that share screen.
You want me to do it again?
Yeah, we do it again.
Okay, I see that, and it's good. Okay, and then, okay. All right, and then I see share image file, video file, or slide and PDF.
Perfect. So go to share screen again.
So should I go to slides and PDF?
No, you're going to go to share screen again. So when you press on that icon, the very last option says share screen.
I did.
Perfect. So when you click on that, it then says sharing tips. Just click on the blue button, share screen. And then from there, it's going to ask you whether you want to share a tab at the top. If you look across, it will also ask, do you want to share the entire screen?
I'm going to go with it. Right. I'm going to go with that one.
Perfect. And then click on the share button. So either select the tab that you want to share or just at the top, just scroll up, just go to entire screen. So you'll see the icon with the plus side. And then obviously once you click on that, you've got all the options, slides and PDF, extra camera, video file, and image file. And then it will say share screen again. You're going to click on that. And then it comes up with screen sharing tips. Just ignore all of that and then click on the blue button that says share screen. And once you click on that blue bottom, you'll see that it says Chrome tab, window, or entire screen. Right, here we go. I think we are in business.
Okay.
Right,
I don't want to.
No worries. Take your time. We're nearly there. Everybody is being super patient, aren't you guys? Just drop in the chat
I
how
am
patient you're
feeling.
being.
I'm going to go ahead.
Oh. Right, guys. I think Claudette might have clicked out, so I know she will be back momentarily. Don't forget to put those. In fact, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's go to the QR code for keyword search form. So remember I said to you, you can enter into the competition if you collected your keywords. If you've collected the keywords, on the screen now is a QR code that will take you to the Google form so you can fill it out and submit your answers for today's competition. So Claudette would be with us momentarily. For those of you that have just joined us, we are giving away free spaces on our 2 signature programs, Coaching and Funnel Mastery. So the QR code in the top left hand of the screen, that is going to give you access to the Google form where you can drop the keywords in. And I'm going to be super kind to you, and I'm going to go through those keywords just once this time. Just once. So the keywords are vision, structure, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Okay, we're just doing it once today. That's it. So on the screen is the QR code that you can use to get you into the Google form where you can put all of your answers. Right, let me see if I can hear from the team, if we can get Claudette back onto this. Yay, Claudette is back. So let's get her deck shared and pass it over. Hey, Claudette, you're back. No problem at all. Did a quick competition in that time. So now that you're back,
are you going to?
I can, let me see, because I just need a copy of your presentation to be able to share it. So if you have a link or email, but let's just try one more.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's try one more time. So bottom of the screen, there's a screen with a plus icon inside of it. If you click on it, it's going to give you the options of slides.
I did that.
Perfect. Share screen.
And I've got it on.
Once you've clicked on share screen, you're going to see a blue button come up that says share screen.
That's right.
You're going to click on that button, and then now, perfect, you've got the choice of selecting one of those tabs under Chrome tab, or if you look next to it, it says window, and then it says entire screen. It might look different if you're on an Apple Mac, but
I just did that. And it says stop sharing. So we're going to do it again. Okay.
No problemo.
Because it keeps coming up. And
right, let me come out. I've come out of it now just in case. So I'll leave you to go back through it again.
Okay. Okay. Because it said on my end, it said, okay, let's try window.
Okay, brilliant. And then, yeah, you got to choose the window you're sharing. This.
Okay, let me share it.
Yep, something's come up.
For some reason on my end, it's just not sharing because it keeps saying...
it's sharing. Right, I've just got to... Oh, I've got to remove myself.
Okay.
I'm going to share your screen.
Okay.
Right, I'm back. Right, I've got it up here. Bear with me, Claudette. I've just got to. Well, I can see it too. Ah, I know why. Bear with me. Right, here we go. So I should. There we go, Claudette. We're in business.
The
So
host.
we can see. So I can see StreamYard. So that window that you're on, you need to add
Didn't
the.
sit
You
here
need
and
to.
say.
You need to navigate to where you want to share. At the moment, we can see the StreamYard.
Okay, it says now you're in the show.
Yep, that's right. So you're there. You just need to get it to the screen of where your decks are now.
Okay. Stop sharing.
No problem. So you can either share,
Okay.
or if you share
I see
entire
you.
screen, yeah, brilliant.
I'm going to share I'm going to share the entire screen.
Yeah, I think that'll be easier, and then just navigate to where you are, and it will automatically show.
Okay.
See, we got there in the end. A little bit of patience. Thank you for those who have been patient and stayed with us, and I can see more people have actually joined as well, Claudette.
They're probably like, she needs help. We're going to come in.
We're gonna get there. We are gonna get there.
I don't know why it's not sharing.
Right.
Okay,
Yep.
let's see.
Yep. No. You was just there. You was just there, and you came out.
Was I just there? Should I have waited?
Yep. It showed your
Okay.
screen, then it went away.
I needed. Okay.
I'm nearly there. Like you said, just share the entire screen. Oh, yep, I can see it. Yep. So let me bring that to the stage.
There.
Yay! We
Okay.
are in business.
Thank you.
So if you want to go
Now,
into
what did I
present mode,
say? What did I say? God always shows up.
always shows God. God's good all the time.
Yes,
And so what you
all
want to
the
do
time.
is just make all the time. Is just make that screen, that PowerPoint, so it covers your whole screen, because I can see the StreamYard just sitting behind it. So we want to maximize
Bigger.
that screen. There you go. You just click on that. Perfect. And you can just go in present mode. I'm going to go away now, and over to you, Claudette. And thank you, everybody, for being so patient.
Okay. Now, can you hear me? Natalia?
We can hear you loud and clear. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, everybody, I sorely apologize. I want to tell you that I have a technical coach, and he worked with me on this screening, sharing, and obviously I needed to go back to school. So we'll think about that. But the first thing I want to do is tell you to stop asking if you are enough. And with the hesitation right now, I am sure that I am thinking, am I enough? Should I have brought my coach with me? Right? But we have to stop asking ourselves that, because, and when we need help, we need to ask. We need to ask for help. 20 years ago, I went to my nephew's classroom, and during a reading circle, I became frustrated. I became frustrated because we couldn't watch these kids who were reading. I couldn't see them as they were reading. And what I wanted to do was to allow them to read about things that were important to them. I wanted to allow them to hit the stage running. In Kentucky, and you'll be shocked with this, and maybe you won't because it's Kentucky, we have a 17% rate of African American kids who are below the guidelines of reading and math. Can you even imagine? Can you all see my screen?
Yeah, we can see
Tanya?
your screen. We can see your screen. Oh, no, we can't. Oh, you're gone. No
Can you
problem.
see my screen?
Nope, the screen's just popped off. So if you share screen in the same exact way that you did before.
Right, the same exact thing. Right?
Yep.
Okay, can you see me?
Yep, it's back. So let me add it. There we go. So
Natalia,
now
can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you absolutely fine. We can see your screen. So now you just need to get the presentation up, because I don't know if you
Okay.
did you share the entire screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So now
I
you just need
did.
to open up. You just need to open up your PowerPoint again. Brilliant. So just at the bottom there of the screen.
Okay.
There we go. Perfect. There we go. And then go right to the top again and maximize it.
There we go.
There we go. You're back in action. So just use the arrows on your keyboard to go down.
I will. Okay. So what happened is, while I was sitting in the room, I raised my hand timidly because I was an introvert at that time, if anybody can believe that. And when I raised my hand, I asked the teacher, I said, why is it that these stories do not represent the demographics of the class? And she said, Miss Milner, why don't you write something that will represent the demographics of the class and come in and teach? And so I did. And that was the beginning of my career as a writer. And the stories became my first book, Children of Plains of States. This was the day that I had the epiphany. This was the day that I finally knew what my purpose was. I had went to college and studied biology and chemistry. I was going to be a chemist. I was going to do sickle cell research. I was going to do all these things. Do you know what your purpose is? Write down what your purpose is, because this is your mantra. I got excited when I identified myself as a writer, but and I was sending out my manuscripts to publishers. If we have anybody in here that's trying to write a book, don't do it my way. I didn't research publishers. I didn't really figure out my genre, except that I was going to write for kids. I imagined a publishing contract, bestseller list, becoming a millionaire. I imagined it all. Once I began submitting the manuscripts, I was not prepared for rejection. Rejection letters put doubt in your mind. If you go to the bank 3 times, 3 different banks, and they say, no, we can't give you a loan. When you go to the business incubator and they say, no, we can't give you a loan, that settles in your mind that you are not good enough. The old questions start to surface. And I don't know how many people that's happened to, but our doubts tend to lead us. I threw the manuscript in the dumpster. I call this my dumpster story. That day, a letter came in the mail. It was a letter from an editor at a publishing company, and she wrote, "We don't publish your genre, but you are a talented writer. I would advise you to retain an agent." This, ladies, is the day I did my first dumpster dive. I literally went into the dumpster and got my manuscript because I had been reaffirmed. Sometimes God sets people up to reaffirm your dream, to reaffirm your journey. There's several reasons to write a book. There's several reasons to start a business. There's several reasons to climb the corporate ladder. That is the most important question you will ever ask yourself. The answer will identify if you are passionate enough to walk the journey, ignore the naysayers, rejections, bad reviews, and long book events where you may not sell a single book. I have been there at a very good book event, and I've been at a book event in West Virginia where my tires got slashed. Well, I didn't sell a book. But what you must do is write down your purpose for writing and what you hope to achieve, or write down your purpose for your business and what you hope to achieve. Because when you get in the quiet night and you're sitting and you don't know it all, how you're going to make it to the next day. Is your business going to be open the next day? Where are you going to get the funds to renovate when the flood comes? You need to look back at this piece of paper and say, this is my purpose for writing. This is my purpose for my business. This is my purpose for my avocation, and what you hope to achieve. Because if you don't, you will quit. I want to look at the reasons that you start a business, the reasons that you write. 1, financial status. Now, this is where I separate worldly financial status and God-spirited financial status. If you say to yourself, I want to get rich, I want to make 6 figures because I want a beautiful house, a beautiful car, I want to go to the country club, I want to go to the premiere, and you don't get to do those things because you're in the red, you're going to quit. And you're going to look for another way to make that $1 million. But if you look at your finances, and when you set your goal, you say, I want to be a millionaire, but I want to be a millionaire so that I can give service to others. so that I can create a foundation, so that I can start a charity. I want to make $1 million because I want to align myself with the Word of God. And when you think about that, then you think about the quotation in the Bible that says, what you do for others, you do for Jesus. Recognition is another reason. And I hate social media, but it's a necessity. Recognition is fleeting. You are recognized by God the Father every single day. But recognition from the world, if you're up, they're with you. If you're down, they ignore you. They ghost you. So if you're starting a business or seeking a promotion or doing something beside recognition, you are setting yourself up for failure. Share your expertise. You want to share what to do, what you do with your audience, as all these women have been doing. They're sharing their expertise. They are giving back to a community. They are teaching. If you are starting your business or writing a book to entertain, you must also know that when you entertain, like comedians, when they don't laugh, when you aren't a good jokester, when you can no longer entertain them, then they're going to turn on you. So give God the work and let Him be entertained and gift you. Share your story with others. Writing tell-alls right now is a big thing. I promised myself I would never write about my abusive childhood until my parents died. There was no reason for me to publicly drag them through the mill through a book. I speak about it in order to help other people heal. Many people write a book to heal. They start a business to heal. And I know that sounds crazy, but they start the business to heal because someone told them they weren't worthy. So they spent all their time trying to make that $1 million to prove to who? The world that they matter, the world that they're not invisible, the world that they can show their story. Healing takes place with God and with mental health counseling. Do not think that you will ever totally be healed of PTSD moments, or you will be totally healed with life. Never think you're going to be healed because you prove to somebody that you're worthy, because that person will never think that you're worthy. Seek counseling, seek mental health. It's so important. We want to talk about picking a genre, because this is about writing a book or opening a company. You see how we interfuse the two. When you're writing a book, what you must do is decide on a genre. When you're opening a business, you must decide on what kind of business that you're going to do. After examining your purpose, what is your genre and audience that you want to reach? Write that down. The more specific you are, the more concise your marketing strategy. Write down your genre and your audience. Write down the business that you want to be in and who you're going to cater to. Do you want an upscale restaurant? Do you want a drive-in restaurant? Do you want a food truck? You must be specific about your genre and your audience. And while you're writing that down, I'm going to just show some genres because we think fiction, nonfiction, historical, but there are several different kinds of books. If you don't let anybody box you in, I'm African American with a little of this and a little of that, right? But the reality is people want me to write books about African Americans, and they want me to write books about urban, and I do write some urban books, but in the context of being a Christian. Don't let anybody box you in. If you want to write about comics, write about comics. If you want to write about mystery, write about mystery. Tell your own story. Control your own narrative. Don't let anybody tell you you can't open a French restaurant because you're Black. Let's just get real with it. This is a big mistake for people. When you're choosing an editor and you're excited about your book, request references or initial meeting, whether by Zoom or in person. Check references, check prices, check things. When you're interviewing a candidate for your restaurant, don't give Cousin Sue a job, and Cousin Sue studied marketing, but now she wants to do accounting. How many of you have done that? How many of you have said, well, the relative is cheaper, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hire them? Wake up, wake up. You need an accountant, you need a CPA. That's why we have this 100 Black women who have businesses and expertise. And I guarantee you, if you use somebody with expertise, you will not end up in the end trying to figure out what went wrong. Be very specific. Always check into references. Check into social media. Check in to see if they're really the KKK. And I'm sorry, in this day and time, you have to figure that out. You have to figure that out. If you're doing a book, you can choose the type of publisher. There are 3 types of publishers. You want to research each option. I have done traditional publishing. I have done self-publishing, and I've done hybrid publishing. Hybrid publishing, we're going to look at the 3 types of publishing very quickly. Traditional publishers handle the entire publishing process, including editing, cover design, printing, distribution, and marketing. But let me tell you about traditional publishing. It usually takes the book 18 months to come out. You get an advance, say you get an advance of $30,000. You don't get a royalty check until you pay them back $30,000. If you don't sell in 6 months, that book comes off the shelves. And that's a reality that they don't tell you about. And then you get 15% royalties, sometimes 20% on an ebook, if you're lucky. And if you were doing a film, which is why I bought my contract out, if you're doing a film, they will receive 47% or higher of the revenue. I worked hard. I've written over 70 books. I'd rather do book events and buy my books from Amazon for $2.30, sell them for $10 to $15, and bring that money home to me. So it's always your option of what you want to do. Self-publishing, I self-publish, but I have a team because I'm not crazy. I don't format. I don't set up the ebooks. I have to have an editor following me. So I have a team of my own that I pay so that I can receive 70% of the royalties on my ebooks and 60% on my paperbacks. Hybrid publishing, you pay people, you pay for the publishing process. They do everything for you. They help you. They're like a partner. Your royalties are less in hybrid publishing, but you don't have to hire a team. Hybrid publishing, the publishing market is your team. And there are women on this agenda that are publishers. I should be a publisher because I've published so many books, but I choose to stay in my lane. I self-publish, but I stay in my lane. My current project is, and I know we kind of went through the first part of it, is the short film for forgiven of our transgressions. We are gathered here today among women who are experts in the field of marketing. This summit is about more than just sharing knowledge. It is about supporting and empowering one another as we continue our journeys to success. I'm raising funds for the movie with Clay Walker, and it's entitled Forgiven of Our Transgressions, Psalms 32:1. And the reason I'm doing this is because I believe that God is present in the boardroom, on the call center, in this meeting today. I believe that in every avenue of our life, God is present. And where we mess up, where we as Christians mess up, is we think that everybody that does not go to church is not visited by God. And that's the biggest lie ever told. Forgiven of our transgressions has three major characters. One is in the advertising field. And no, I didn't write it for this summit. One's in the advertising field who is searching desperately for peace. And she can't find that peace. And she believes because she's single, unmarried, no kids, she has a right to live her life against the word of God. And it catches up with her. We have a husband that just loves to have fun, doesn't know how to be a Christian father or a Christian man, and he betrays his wife. And we have a woman who, and some of you may be this woman, that go to church every Sunday, teach Sunday school. I was this woman. Teach Sunday school, was married, not to God, but married to the church. And it's about her finding her place of peace. That is what forgiven of our transgressions. Our goal was 20,000, as I said before. I've written 61 books on this edition. So the purpose of it is to do the short film, present that at the film festival, and then try to sell the other 61 editions to Amazon or Netflix. And some of you may be thinking, well, that's a big feat. However, Clay Walker has a show right now streaming on Amazon and Tubi and other major networks. So he already is entrenched. God sent me somebody that already had the connections with Amazon and Netflix. So that is our goal. How can you help? I had to redo this, y'all, because it's happened in 2 weeks, right? But you can purchase the book on Amazon.com. You can look at my website and find Forgiven of Our Transgressions. You can purchase the ebook or purchase the book, because that always adds to my bonuses and royalties. But I was going to ask you to donate to the Kickstarter campaign, but they are over. They are over. So what I'm going to do instead is ask you to donate for other expenses, because we've already covered that. But I'm not just going to ask you to donate. When you go to the Kickstarter campaign, if you can look at this, on the tier 1 reward is your name in the credits of the movie and a digital copy of Forgiven of Our Transgressions, Psalms 32 and 1. If you go on the Kickstarter campaign, in order to get this, you pay $100. Today, I'm discounting that price to $75. And what you will do is you will pay by Cash App or PayPal, and you'll put in the comments your email address and the tier that you're wanting. You can have your business name in the credits. This is a faith-based film. So I like to tell people that, because some people may not want their business name affiliated with a faith-based film. That's just, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different choice. On tier 2, you get an exclusive live stream Q&A with filmmakers, and that will consist of Clay Walker, the screenwriter, and also the producer. And they will answer any questions that you have about the film, or if you want to discuss the film, that will happen. That on Kickstarter is $500, and I'm going to discount the price to $300. Now, during that process, if you have a book that you're trying to turn into a film, you can ask those questions. Or if you have complex questions about the script, you can ask those questions. But that live stream will be about an hour long, and I will be present also. Tier 3 reward for divas, you get a VIP access to the film premiere, which will be at Cannes, or a film festival that's in your area, and you get a digital copy of the film. The price on the internet that a lot of people are taking advantage of is $1,000, and the discounted price is $600. With the $600, I'm allowing people to pay $300 in 24 hours and then $300 in the next month. Because I know that there are a lot of rewards and offerings. The campaign is over on November 3rd. So if you want to later go to the campaign and pay the full price, you can do that. If you want to donate to the cause, and I'll tell you what I'm doing with the money that's donated to the cause. It will pay for my flight up to Colorado to sign all the papers. The studio is in Colorado. It will pay for my hotel. It will pay for any other expenses like the rewards. So that is what I'm asking. You all to do to help me and to join in an economy where everybody is suffering. Most people are suffering in this economy. There's things, but in 2 weeks, people have contributed over $20,000 to see this short faith-based film. And that tells me that this is something that is desperately needed. And I've been told that it will open the doors for faith-based films by African Americans. And as an African American writer, I'm proud to be able to deliver God's work internationally. Your story is important. You are important. Your story is valuable to the success of others. It will be your legacy. Take the first step to writing your story. But most of all, take the first step to controlling your narrative. Controlling your narrative by setting up what you want to do, aligning it with the Word of God, using your faith to get through the struggles. And always remember what you wrote down in that first piece of paper. Why do you want to do? Why do you want to be a nurse? Because nursing is challenging. What did you want to accomplish? So that every time you go through a challenge of faith, every time you go through a struggle, every time you're broke down and thinking you're nothing, take that piece of paper out and say, I wanted to be a nurse so that I could help others. And see if that will get you through, combined with your faith, to control your own narrative. Michelle Obama stated, don't be afraid, be focused, be determined, be hopeful, be empowered. Thank you for your contribution, and thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, this mouse, I'm gonna murder it. Thank you, Brenda. I'm back. I was talking. You couldn't hear me. Give a big thank you to Claudette. That was absolutely amazing. And what I was saying, when you could see my lips moving but no sound coming out, it's really important that we keep our stories alive. The arts is something that is really close to me. And what Claudette is doing is she is really lighting a candle and a path of being able to get her stories out, being on platforms like Netflix. She's a very focused lady. If you look at her history and what she's achieved so far in her lifetime, is absolutely amazing. So please do make sure that you look her up. Claudette is actually just a wealth of knowledge. And please do try to donate to her cause. If you want to catch a replay, make sure you're watching this on our main streaming channel and not just on social media. Make sure you sign in, get the tickets, because every day you will get a link that brings you to the masterclasses, and you'll also get a lifetime copy of all of them when we tie up. But we're not tying up for the week just yet, because this is the top 100 most powerful Black women summit. Okay, and we're actually really just getting started. There are an array of masterclasses. Oh, no sound still. Really? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? I can see someone still says no sound still, 807, which is now. I can see my microphone going up and down. Please let me know if you can hear me. Just thanks, Jezza. Jezza can hear me. Right, Brenda can hear me as well. So, Petrea, I don't know if it's something on your end that you still can't hear me. Apologies, just check your settings on that. So yeah, the summit is continuing all day. So please make sure that you go straight onto our platform. I will put, I love a QR code, don't you? I will put the QR code up to access today. But you really want to sign up, go to the bios, go to the links wherever you're watching. You want to sign up for a ticket because you're going to get the alerts. So as you know, we are giving away spaces on our 2 signature programs, Funnel Mastery and Coaching Mastery. So I'm going to read those keywords out again. And I'm also going to give the link to the Google form where you're going to put your answers. Okay, so the keywords are, and I'm only going to say it once because I said it before, Claudette, and I promised that I would say it afterwards. So the keywords are vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Okay, those are our keywords. And let me change the QR code. If you now scan the QR code, that's going to take you to the Google form, where if you enter those keywords, you'll be entered into the competition to get a free space of that coaching and funnel mastery program that we do. If you go onto our website, www.womenindigitalbusiness.com, you'll see all the information about those 2 programs. I have played promos, so I'm going to play them one more time so you can see what you're going to be winning if you enter into our keyword competition. Throughout today, I've given a set of keywords. I just gave them a moment ago. There's a QR code on the screen for you to download the Google form to enter into the competition. Please scan the QR code right now to get your Google form so you can write your keywords down. We're going to go to the commercial break where I'm going to talk about the funnels. I'm going to talk about the coaching, and then we are going to go to the last live speakers of the day. Woo! Cecilia. I kind of introduced her already. I'm going to introduce her again. It's going to be powerful. It's going to be impactful. So if you're online with me, please stay here with me because we're going to do that. But in the meanwhile, bear with me. What I am going to be doing is just playing you. Bear with me. Like everything you're seeing here today at this summit, everything that we put together, how we presented everything, all of our automation, that's really been the shift of how I become visible, is really being able to understand how you put a funnel together. Okay. And I just want to share my story with you. Oh, bear with me. I'm just getting a video up. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we're going to show. Oh gosh, I've got a frog in my throat today. We're going to show the last live stream for today. So just bear with me. Oh, here we go. That's not it. Right, bear with me, ladies. Here we go. Got it ready. Got it ready. Got it ready. So I present to you today just breaking barriers as a female entrepreneur and what that looked like for me. I just really want to share it because we've got an opportunity. Okay, in this. Oh, sorry, I've got too much sound going on. You know, as Black female entrepreneurs, we've just got that grit, we've got that tenacity, we've got that determination, we've got that focus. And for many of us, it doesn't translate through to the success of where we should really be. Okay, if you're anybody that feels like that, please drop your comments into the chat. We've got to start sharing stories. This journey has not been easy, and sometimes I get really frustrated when I'm on the internet and I can hear, just follow this for 30 days and you too can get a following of 10,000. If you do this, you can get here. Just follow what I do. It's just a whole load of crap. I'm so sorry. I've just got to keep it real. Anybody that's a part of the Women in Digital Business community, we're quite unapologetic and very intentional. And it is a whole load of crap. Anything for you to be an expert at has to have proof of work. It takes around about 7 years to be an expert at anything. So for anyone to think that they can enter into the game and take some shortcut and have this magical microwave lifestyle, it's just not the case. But that noise, it just takes us off track and it's not fair. We have got the grit, tenacity, and the hard work. We know what we have to put in, but some of these distractions keep leading us up paths that aren't really serving us, and we just end up working, but not working in a way that's actually going to result in the objectives that we want to reach. Okay, and this is what this summit is all about. We've all got things that we need to work on to be better and grow. And each day, all of the masterclasses that are coming out at you are there to help you within your journey. But we're not all at the same point of the journey, which is why we've got 100 masterclasses. But I really want to just share with you what it looked like for me and how I actually monetize and become successful, and how being strategic, and when you don't know something, when you know, and I just really want to open up and put a spotlight, if you want me to be honest with you, on how we can really get visible online. We are living in a day and age where literally from your bedroom, from your living room, from anywhere that's got an internet connection in your laptop or computer, you can create a business that can be as big as you want it to be if you know what you're doing. Quite often the technology can overwhelm us. Quite often we just want to follow these steps. In life, especially as a community and especially as Black women, we're very much used to, especially here in the UK and in Europe, going through a process, putting some type of application out, getting approved, and that means we get what we want. And because of that, our mind is very much set into, let me complete, process, I get what I want. Okay, so whether you're applying for a mortgage, you're applying for a car loan, you've got to apply for college, no matter what you want to do in this system, the system has been designed that you complete an application, you follow a process, you follow the instructions, and then you get the output of what you want. So that's why our mindset is geared towards that. Our mindset is geared towards, what are the steps that I need to take? I need to make sure I've got letters after my name. I need to make sure that I only learn in academia and have a certificate from an institution. None of these institutions that teach us actually come from entrepreneurialism. They don't teach the knowledge of wealth and of business that we really need to know to be able to level up and get ahead. And sometimes those distractions of, following this process that we're so used to, we've been indoctrinated with it. School was not built to educate us. School was built to make us workers. So we've taken the blueprints that we learn from school, we learn from education, we learn from the system. And it feels like if we just follow a set of instructions, somehow we're going to make it. And it's not quite as simple as that. So I just want to share this story with you. And then I'll be introducing Cecilia to the stage, which are those for you that are coming from maybe corporate America, corporate Europe, you're working in DEI, maybe you've been made redundant, you've lost your job, or you've just had enough of that scene because it is so toxic and you want out and you want to start your own business, Cecilia's masterclass is going to be a great masterclass to listen to. But for me, I am ending my time and what I deliver you today with a story about how funnels really saved my life. So let me share screen and take it away. I absolutely love what I do, and I love the impact that I get to have on other people and other businesses. Yes, but I was being stomped. I wasn't allowed to other people and other businesses. Yes, but Black women start businesses at the fastest rate globally. My wings were clipped. Hang on a minute, but always a but, isn't there, sometimes? And I absolutely love what I do, and I love the impact that I get to have on other people and other businesses. Yes, but I was being stomped. I wasn't allowed to break a ceiling height. I could do what I do and do what I love. Welcome, ladies. My name is Natalia Nicholson, and I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business. And today I want to share with you my story. I want to share with you of how I became that Black female entrepreneur that just wanted to conquer the world, to having a coaching business and scrapping around for years to get the clients that I needed to get for it to really become profitable. And I want to share and give you some insights, because these insights, I wish someone had given them to me. And you might have heard people say this before, but they don't always authentically serve you. It's my mission to help people just like me. Black women start businesses at the fastest rate globally. You know, we get up, we work, we put the effort in. We have to put so many different faces in. We have to appeal to so many different people, whether in the corporate world, whether you're a mum, whether you're a daughter, whether you're a wife, whether you're a mother, whether you're a friend, whether you're a community leader. We wear so many different hats, and when we show up on point. Okay, and when you put all that in, you're always waiting for that big thing to come back and happen, and quite often it doesn't. And if you feel like that, just, hear me out. Hear how I got through some of my really turbulent times, and I'm hoping that they will help. This story will actually help you. And at the end, I'm actually going to give you a gift that is really genuinely going to help you, because my mission is to help women just like me. I want to make female Black entrepreneurs stronger and better, and make sure we're not waiting for that seat at the table, but we're owning the table. So around about 2013 is when I decided that, you know what, I want to be a coach, I want to be a speaker. I've always had a burning desire to have a voice and to be visible and make a difference in the world since being a teenager. And it got to a point when I had my first son where it's kind of like, okay, it's time to do this. I felt like I'd had enough experience. I'd gone through bankruptcy. I'd gone through, actually making a successful business, selling a successful business. I felt like, I had enough experience and wisdom to really be able to get into coaching, speaking and consulting, and really being able to help others. So I wasn't sure how to go about it, in a sense that I wasn't sure what it was I was going to sell. So I stumbled across a business called YB12, Your Best 12 Months, on LinkedIn. And I kind of thought, actually, this might be a good place to start, because this company was saying, we're going to give you all the content that you need. So we're going to give you the decks, the slide, we're going to teach you how to present it, we're going to teach you how to get your own audience. And it kind of felt like, okay, this is a good, entry into market. So I did it. It was like a franchise. So paid a fee, became a part of this organization, turned up to training sessions. And this is where the first thing that they taught me was to deliver this 45-minute keynote presentation, all about procrastination and how people can have their best lives ever. And then they taught me how to deliver the actual program, which is really getting people to apply themselves to a program that's put together for them to achieve all the things that they want in a 12-month period. Got a few clients out of that. Slowly learned that actually I'm not a fairy godmother. Life coaching, I don't know, it didn't come that naturally and easy to me. And also getting the customers was tough. So they also show you, you know, how to market and how you get customers. You know, make sure you put in leaflets in coffee shops, posters in your library, go to breakfast meetings, network with people. And I was following all the structures down to an absolute T. And yes, I was getting clients, but not enough. I was not nowhere near that 6-figure and 7 figures that, whoa, way off. I remained in that 5-figure bracket for a while, and I kept pushing and I kept trying. You know, I remember being in Portugal with my family and delivering the keynote presentation and saying, record me, you know, send it to your friends. I'll have a call with them. I want to book them on. And at that time, I think I was charging about £60 per hour. And my goal was within a year to get to £100 per coaching session. So what often can happen, I don't know if it's happened to you, the desperation of money can kick in. You know, I'm older, I've already had a business that's failed, I've already had a business that's successful. I want more out of life. I don't just want like £60 an hour for private coaching. So that's when I thought, okay, let me invest in myself again, and I'm going to buy the corporate package from this company, which allows me to go and do corporate training. So again, they teach me how to do this keynote, how to get on the phone, and I'm on that phone and I'm following the framework. I'm doing what I'm told, because as far as I'm concerned, these people look like they're really successful. There's other coaches within the group of people that I'm learning with. They are exactly where I want to be. They're super successful, but there's still like this feeling of like, well, I'm black, I'm a black female, I'm on the outside. You know, this group is full of a lot of white males, there are white women, and you know, I'm someone that can blend in. I can blend in with the best of them, but I didn't feel myself authentically. So think about it. If I don't feel myself authentically, I'm selling a program that doesn't come from me, from people who deliver it really well in a world that I don't even exist. Even when I'm going for business for sales, even when I'm delivering, I don't have that full belief in what I'm saying or doing. I don't have that gut feeling that it's like, yes, this is it. This program is going to change your life. Because usually as a coach, you would come up with a program based on a revelation or something that really helped you, that you can say, look, this helped me. This is my story. This is how I got out of my situation. And I can help you get out of yours by helping you because of what I've done. Usually that's how most coaches work. Even if it's not your story or your why, it will still be connected to maybe somebody else that you helped, where you saw how what you did and, you know, a process that you put together or you came up with or you tweaked or adapted that might have been someone else, but it's personal to you. You saw the results and now you can say, I'm going to do this because I know this works. Because I didn't put this program together, and because I couldn't say that, as confident as I am and as much as I can sell, there isn't that full belief and conviction. There's still that fear that can creep into your head. There's that imposter syndrome, that trying to fill in, wanting to fill in, but still feeling different somehow deep down. You can't really articulate it, so you just get up and you go on with your everyday. So a point came where it's just like, this is a lot of work for not much return. You know, I think I'm going to put my own coaching program together, and I need to choose who I'm serving, because being told who to serve, it just means that I'm doing a job. I'm not coaching because I really feel like I can make a difference. It now felt like that I'm getting into coaching and speaking just to pay the bills. So I started losing my passion for it. So then I decided, okay, I'm going to reinvest in myself again. So I'm now spending another batch of money. So now I'm going on programs of, you know, learning how to speak, learning how to tell my story, putting my story into a system. You know, on that program, I learned how you can put an acronym together. Within that acronym, you're going to put the steps of your program together. But yet again, ladies, I'm following somebody else's framework. I'm taking what somebody else is saying and then I'm forcing it into things like acronyms, or I'm forcing it into a system that they're doing and it looks really good. So I'm thinking I can adapt myself and do that because I want to be like them. I can see success, I can smell it. That's where I want to be. So even though I'm creating my own program, I'm investing in myself heavily. These are not no small amounts of money I was spending. I was going on programs that were like 15,000, 20,000, like really crafting my art of how to speak, how to tell a story, coming up with the program, going on to courses of how to get bums on seats fully booked, training myself on Facebook ads. And that took me to a whole nother journey, the digital age, but we'll get on to that. So now I'm really focused on having my own program, putting my own business together, but it's still based off all these different frameworks. So again, I'm getting more clients, but am I where I really want to be? No. And if you ask me, what do I do? Who do I help? And you ask me some really detailed questions about my business, I'm not answering you in one sentence. You know, if you are taking too long to explain what you do, there's way too much going on. And at that time, because I'm following different programs, I'm following different people's, I'm just adding things on. Oh yeah, the business can do this. Yeah, let's target that person. Well, actually, we can do this. But I'm not being successful at anything at this point. I'm just getting scraps of customers in, and I'm working much harder that's reflecting the income that's coming in. So that's when it just got to a stage, and I'm getting older now. I'm on like kid number, like, is it 2 or 3 at this point? And it's like, come on, I did not start off all this time, like within my 20s when I launched my first e-commerce business, for me to be here. And it just feels like I'm getting all this education. I'm traveling around the world. I'm listening. I'm putting the work in. I'm following all the things that people are telling me to do, who I feel are an authority. But I'm still not at that level of wealth or income that I want to be. So then that education turned into, okay, let's go again. Now I'm going to figure out, how do I really sell to people? How do I get more clients? Because clearly there's a problem with the amount of clients that I'm getting. So that's what I realized. It's like, okay, I bought somebody else's program. Then I've put together my own program, buying a template or someone showed me how to put my program into a system and into a business. And neither one has really brought me to where I want to be. So that's when I really started to think, okay, how do I market? How do I sell? And at that time, that's when the internet and the smartphone had come out, and the internet was now really blowing up. I mean, it had always been around, but now it was like, it's constant. That smartphone gave us access to channels 24/7 all the time. And that's when I really started to get into marketing. Plus, I missed being an entrepreneur. So I actually put together my own range of candles, and as a sideline hustle was selling candles on Amazon, and built my own Shopify store. And again, I put all the work in, done all the operations, logistics, the finance, went to China, you know, imported, yet bought everything back. Started selling, but I didn't actually really sell. So I had this side hustle with the candles, okay? Then I had, you know, the coaching business that was bringing clients in. But I'm doing all this work, investing in myself, investing in stocks and products with the candles, and I'm not really making the money that I should be making. So this really now was a task of, okay, this is a marketing problem. And I actually graduated in marketing, so it also felt personal. Like the one thing that seems to be letting me down was the one thing that I was educated in. So from there, that's what really took me on a journey of really figuring out how to sell online. And oh boy, did things change at that point. Entering into the marketing, and now at this time the digital marketing space, it just brought me to a whole different level. For the first time ever, I remember I went to San Diego and I walked into this massive conference called Traffic and Conversion. And it's all about how to create traffic and how to convert. And it was all about the online space. Remember, at this point now, I'm on it. I'm really laser focused. I'm thinking this is the last step in what it is that I've got to do to figure out. And that's when I really found my gift for everything digital. That's where I found my community. So I'm in this conference, and literally it's 3 whole days of 45-minute lectures, a 15-minute break, you go on to the next lecture. And it talks about everything to how you make people aware, the different channels you can use, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Messenger, bots, video marketing, how to get people's attention, how to write copy, how to use design softwares that can really save you time. It was a whole world of everything digital that you really needed to be visible online. And I just fell in love. I fell in love with all the people there. I found my tribe, the education, and that was my biggest turning point. And not only did I find my passion, but I understood how to start. Not only did I find my passion, I started to understand how you sell online. And the secret of selling online is to make sure that you connect with other humans. It's the human to human, but you also have a strategy which is built into a funnel. That's what we call it in the marketing world, a funnel. Some marketers call it a user journey, a customer value journey, touch points within a life cycle. They are all the same thing, but essentially it's a funnel. And at the top of that funnel, what you've got is really thinking to yourself, okay, how do I make my audience aware of me? Then the next stage of the funnel as you come down is, how do I get someone to consider buying from me? How do I engage with them? How do I put content out, which is the objection to sell? You know, as we keep coming down into the funnel, how do I get people to subscribe to me? How do I get their name, their email address or telephone number so I can continue nurturing them? You know, how from there do I actually get them to convert into a sale? You know, what's the first thing that I can sell them at entry point to get them to trust me so they can continue to buy from me? What can I do to really get them excited and happy that they bought from me? What can I do to the ascension ladder where I'm upselling products and services now of what I do? You know, how do I do advocacy? How am I going to go about getting reviews? And those reviews will then help more people come into my funnel. And it's a strategy. It's a strategy of thinking about every level of that funnel, from the very top to the very bottom where you convert and make money and you make a business. But at the same time, for you to go from one level to the next, what you've got to have is human to human connection. You've got to be able to solve a problem in someone's life that they genuinely have, and you can genuinely help them and serve them and humanize it, rather than having a framework that feels very robotic and so too. That works great in the corporate world because that's what's needed. When we're talking about people, we're talking about entrepreneurs and we're talking about humans. And even in the B2B market, you're still dealing with someone that is in a position and they are human. Even though it might be easier to sell because the industry or the marketplace might demand the service that you sell, and that's what's trending at the moment and that's what's needed. The person that buys from you is still human. They still need to feel connected to you. People buy people. They need to know that you can really be able to help them. So funnels really taught me on how to humanize my approach to selling, and also how to understand to create a strategic number of levels and touch points that get people to know, like, and trust you. And when I started doing that, it didn't just have impacts on me finding clients in the marketing, it had an impact on my offering. You know, what am I offering? You know, what's my value proposition? Who is my audience? What do I really do that's going to help them get from A to B? Really thinking about how I can help them, and that passion that I wanted to help Black female entrepreneurs now makes me think and look at my offer and a program in a whole different light, because now it's very humanitarian. Now I'm thinking, what's the big picture? And it was just absolutely life-changing. It brought me from 5 figures to 6 figures to 7 figures. And I just got better and better and better at building funnels. Because you need a funnel for each one of your customer segments. You need a funnel for each one of your objectives. A funnel is a framework that you put together with your heart at the center of it, and then you build a strategy around it, and then you watch the magic happen. And if you track it, because marketing intelligence, there's so much of it now. So if you're tracking everything you're doing, if something's not quite working, you can go to the data. You can then optimize it. You go again and you'll see your conversion will increase. You know, there's nothing like it. Learning how to build funnels and learning how to reach every single objective of goal with a funnel changed my life. Funnels just brought me into a whole new different world. Not only did I learn to build funnels for my own coaching business, and for each objective that I have, it was like tick, 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 tick. I was just getting them, and it was because of my understanding of funnels, and I absolutely love building them. But it also brought my business into a different direction as well, and brought me even more success. I then started to work building out other people's funnels. So solo entrepreneurs, corporate organizations, companies that are backed by VCs and have got rounds of funding. So from seed to startup, actually working and implementing and putting the funnel strategy together. I've had the best time in the last 5 years. I've gone in and I have 10x some companies' revenue. I have gone in and I put companies on the maps and make sure that they have been seen, they've been made aware, they have leads, and they've started to get income. Then I've left. I've gone in and out of many different organizations. I've had the privilege of talking on global stages. I've had the privilege of coaching, speaking, consulting, training, facilitating, all around digital marketing and all around building funnels. And I absolutely love what I do. And I love the impact that I get to have on other people and other businesses. But, always a but, isn't there sometimes? what was happening when I was going into the larger companies, I was finding that I didn't have as much leeway as what I might have with maybe a solo entrepreneur or a business that's got a really small team. Okay, I started to find that actually, hang on a minute, people who don't do as much as I do get paid a lot more than what I'm getting paid. And some people might say, but nah, you were making a good income off this. Yes, but I was being stomped. I wasn't allowed to break a ceiling height. My wings were clipped. I could do what I do and do what I love, but it came with its limitations. And when it came with its limitations, it takes that human to human away. So now I'm building out funnels with all these different limitations, my wings being clipped, which means I wasn't really getting the results that I knew I could get. I wasn't getting the freedom to just be able to go in and be able to do all the things that I would know and reach the objective of that client. So then when I found out that you've got other people junior to me even being paid more to me, it started to make me feel like I'm not valued here. Okay, it started to give me that imposter syndrome. It started to make me feel like a black woman. And that's when I decided, you know what, why am I helping a group of people, an organization with a culture that doesn't care about me and doesn't care about people like me? And that's when I decided, you know what, I've got to do this, but do it to black female entrepreneurs. I need to help people like me, because too often in this corporate world, we're clawing our way up and we get to a level and there's a stop sign. And then we keep having this carrot being dangled in front of us, being told, it's coming, just hang on, hold tight. So what happens is you keep waiting for this seat at the table that doesn't occur. You reach this ceiling height and you're just waiting for these crumbs to keep dropping, like you've got to catch them. And a point comes in a girl's life where you think, I'm tired. And actually, when I very, very first started out in this entrepreneurial journey, my mission was to help black people. For 400 years, there's been a struggle of one type or another, from slavery to flooding drugs and guns on the streets to, not having representatives at the top. It's a new decade and it's just the same thing. And I just got tired of it. And I just wanted to be me. I wanted to be free. I want to be authentic. And that's when I decided to go back to my roots, and I thought, I'm going to start helping black female entrepreneurs. Because essentially, a funnel is all about strategy, and it's all about being able to put the nurturing and that human to human into it. And it's about coming up with a strategy of how you're going to drive your prospect from one touch point to another. And the thing that lets a lot of businesses down and a lot of female entrepreneurs is actually the technology and the automation. So when you can figure out, okay, how do I map out the strategy? How do I put that human to human element into it? And how do I really think about my different customer segments? What is my value proposition? And what is it that I'm going to offer that is absolutely life-changing, it's going to really help someone? What are the tools and tactics that I'm going to use? What's the software that I'm going to use to be able to achieve an automation that even as a solo entrepreneur or a small business, I can appear as a brand to be a stable organization, a business that can really help people and people can trust me. Automation is what's going to get you to absolutely grow and scale your business. That's what's actually going to take you to the next level, because without automation, you're going to have to be doing everything manually, or you're going to have to get a team. You're pumping more money out. You're not actually executing as well as you can with your actual offer because you're so caught up with marketing and other functions of your business. So automation allows you to do that. Technology allows you to be present online digitally and actually have a flow and understanding what you're doing and track what you're doing. Without automation, it's very hard to track. With automation, you can set your tracking up seamlessly, which means you're always can see, where am I going right? Where am I going wrong? You start doing more of the things that you need to do that's right and less of the things that's going wrong. And you start to see results, tangible results. You start to convert more. Okay, really being able to understand that strategy, the tools and tactics, the technology, and the automation that you put together, which enables you to track so you can then optimize. It's life-changing, because when you don't know, you don't know. So I want to make sure I give a gift back to black female entrepreneurs. And I really want to be able to help you level up. I'm tired of all of us having to wait for this seat at the table where only a select few go through, and the masses of us are, building ourselves up. I say it and I'm going to say it again. As a group, we start businesses at the fastest rate. There is no other group that starts businesses more than a black female entrepreneur. And I want to be a part of a movement, and I want you to stand with me and be a part of a movement where more and more of us have successful businesses in the 6-7 figure bracket. We can give jobs, we can grow communities, and we can start trading with one another. I want to show you all the secrets that I've learned along the way. So my gift to you is I want to offer you an audit of your business. I want to jump on a call with you. I'm going to look at your website. I'm going to look at any landing pages you've got. I'm going to look at all your social media channels, what content you're putting out, your actual offer, what is it that you're selling. And I'm actually going to give you an audit. And not only will I audit your business, I'm also going to give you an example of how a funnel could change your business and map it out with you on a call. That way you get to physically see, hear how you can implement a funnel and how it could possibly change your business. Okay, and that's my gift to you, and I'm doing this. You're not going to turn up and there's someone else there. So ladies, if you book a call with me and you can't make it, please make sure you either cancel or you reschedule. I have never done this before. I've always had a sales team. This time I want to jump on the call to show you how powerful funnels are and how it can really get you to level up. But if you're going to book a call with me, just give me that respect back if you can't make it, that you change the time. And this is actually just going to be for a limited time only. Okay, in my mind I said I'm going to help 10 women. That's it. So make sure you book a call. I want to go through your business with you. And at Women in Digital Business, I've built this community giving away value. Anything we offer, you're not going to find anywhere else at the level of information that we give out and how we help. We do it authentically. I'm never going to sell you something. I'm never going to do something for you that doesn't serve you. But on this occasion, for absolutely free, I'm giving back to you. I want to give you a gift. I want to make sure that you elevate. So simply click the button below, book your audit call with me, and I look forward to seeing you. Hello. So on your screen, let me come back. There we go. Hello. Right, so on your screen, there is a QR code. Book your audit call now. So we can audit your business and just see, how we can help. You can either come on the call, you can gain the audit, gain the information. We are not here to sell. Whether you choose to do the funnel mastery program, great. If you don't, come on the audit call because you're going to get some sense of direction and some help as well. Really, really, really important. But the summit has enabled us. It's a big giveaway. So make sure you book an audit, and we have got a really great success rate here at Women in Digital Business. So we don't want anybody on the program that's not ready to be on the program, because anybody that enters into the program always gets more sell and a growth of their business, and we want to keep our record going. Okay, so scan the QR code, book an audit call. Let's see if you're ready to really level up and build a funnel out, and let's see how we can help you, and where we're going to figure out where you are now, and what would be the ideal way for you to get to where you're going. So scan the QR code and book the audit now. Right, we are coming up to the last live streaming masterclass for the day. The masterclasses are continuing on our platform, so please make sure you register. If you are streaming through social media, simply go to the bio of where you are. It will give you an opt-in for a ticket, and that just means you've got access for the rest of the week, and you'll also be given access at the end of the summit of the whole 100 masterclasses. Okay, so really important. Do not forget, before we come off being live on social media, we go again. Tomorrow, I'm doing a great workshop all around customer segmentation, customer avatars, and understanding your target audience. This week, I'm also going to be looking at business modeling, social media. So make sure you're with me from 2 p.m. UK time, 9 a.m. Eastern time, as I kick off every single day with a masterclass and a hands-on lesson. So tomorrow is all about understanding your audience, all about walking away with being really clear on who your target audience is and what segments make that up. Because one of the things that we really want to teach you how to do is to build a community. If we're going to have ownership, we're going to own our own table. We have to own our own content. We have to own all of our own digital assets. Okay, to be able to do that, we have to understand who our audience is and who we're building a community and a tribe with. So it starts with really understanding who your target audience is and what your customer segments are. So this is something that would help absolutely everyone, whether you're at the beginning of your entrepreneurial career, whether you're seasoned and you're profitable. This is going to give you growth. I've spoken a lot about the funnel over the last 2 days, and I have mentioned a lot of times about how important it is to understand the psychometrics of your customer. So tomorrow we're really going to be taking a deep dive and just looking at how you can have more empathy and how you can get to know your customers better, making sure that you can put together that better offer. Okay. And it's not just the offer as well. It's also about content, how you can put content out to really connect with your audience. So tomorrow we're going to really break down target audiences and customer segmentation. And it's really the work that you need to do that goes ahead of you really starting and growing a successful community. Okay, because when you've got a community, they buy from you again and again and again. You're an authority. You can launch different products, different services, and your community will buy from you. That's how we get lifelong learners. That's how we get legacy businesses. And we are going to start with that lesson tomorrow. So please make sure that you tune in for 2 p.m. UK time. That's 9 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. With that said, as you know, we've got there's a QR code, so I'm going to take it down at the moment. So book your audit call, by the way, for your funnel audit. So I'm about to take that down in 3, 2, 1. And what I've replaced it with, I've just changed the QR code, is your, get the words out, Nat, the brain fog is real. What you've got is your Google form to put your keywords in. So I'm about to announce for the last time today what the keywords are, so you can win a free place on either our funnel mastery program or our coaching mastery program. So the keywords are vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Okay, one more time, the QR code is on the screen for you to get the Google form for you to enter the keywords in and enter into the prize draw. So the keywords are vision, structure, influence, engagement, consistency, and freedom. Okay, so QR codes on the screen. Make sure you download the Google form, you submit those words, and you've got a chance of getting onto one of our programs. Okay, so before we head out, I would like now to introduce to the stage the wonderful Cecilia Stanton. Slightly later time than we scheduled, but she's here, she's fabulous. And ladies, it's a great honor to introduce a forward-thinking leader, educator, and change maker. Please welcome Cecilia Stanton, as she blends expertise, vision, and purpose in ways that empowers professionals and organizations to elevate their impact. With years of experience in strategic leadership and personal development, they have become a trusted guide for those ready to rise beyond limits while staying grounded in their values. Cecilia Stanton brings to our summit a session designed to unlock your next level of growth. So whether you're redefining your skills, expanding your influence, or stepping into new terrain altogether, expect practical insights, authentic storytelling, and a call to action that will leave you inspired and equipped. Sisters, queens, please join me and give the full attention to Cecilia Stanton as she enters the stage. And remember what I said to you, if you have been made redundant, you're in corporate America, you was in the diversity space, this is going to be a really great workshop. Make sure you spread it on to your friends, to anybody you know. Okay, any links that I'm sharing, please make sure you share them. This is a movement. We're here to stay. We're building our own tables, and we are working to bring Black female entrepreneurs together. But without further ado, let me bring to the stage. Where are you? Here we go, Cecilia.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Cecilia Stanton Adams, and I'm the CEO of Stanton Adams Consulting. And I'm excited to bring you this important topic, DEI burnout to breakthrough. That was really my journey because I spent the last 20 years working in diversity, equity, and inclusion. In fact, when I first started in my career, they used to call it diversity. Years later, they added inclusion, so it was diversity and inclusion. Then years later, they would add the E, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I've been through a lot of changes. Diversity was also around way before diversity. It was called slave abolition. We've been fighting for freedom for a long time. And we're in a really interesting place. And so today I want to talk about my journey and how I'm dealing with what's going on in today's world. So just take a look at some of these headlines here. They were the ones that really shook me up. I mean, what's going on here? Everything was copacetic. We were working towards DEI after George Floyd's murder. And I'm here in Minneapolis, so it was right here, right 15 minutes from where I live. So many organizations committed to racial justice and to doing things differently, only to see us several years later, us end up where we're at today with a new president and government that really doesn't care too much about our freedom. And so watching DEI really be dismantled has been really disheartening. But it's also given me the opportunity to think about our ancestors and what they had to go through. In fact, this isn't the first time we're dealing with resistance in this country. Back in the 1960s, when there were the civil rights movements, there was a lot of resistance. And back then, it was all about segregation. People didn't want to see race mixing, as you see here. It was equivalent to communism, as you can look at some of the signs. This is not that long ago, right? We're talking about the 50s and 60s. I know my dad was born in the 50s, and so this was a reality for my dad. If I look more into, what happened after the civil rights movement in the 70s, when we started to really get some programs in place to create some equity, that included things like affirmative action. And it required the government offices, government agencies to ensure that they're working with third-party organizations that were minority or women owned, and that they were hiring people that were minority or women. Unfortunately, because of the affirmative action, there was a lot of folks that benefited, but it was mostly white women. Black men and women were really not on the receiving end of a lot of those benefits. But even so, this is where I feel like we got the stereotype around, diversity jobs, that you get a job just because you're a person of color or just because you're a woman, not because you're qualified or that you're, 2 times better than, the minimum standards of what you asked for. These are just some of the headlines that you would see back then. And again, it was resistance. Resistance is not new. Every time we've pushed forward, there's been a push back. And it made me a little bit sad, but also a little bit hopeful, because what it said to me is that if our ancestors could push through and get us to where we were at, we can do it as well. Check out this employment division survey. So this was a survey that they did to ask organizations if they would be open to hiring someone that was LGBTQ. And folks openly would say, again, this is back in the 60s and the 70s, they would actually say no, like they would not hire a person. And so people's discrimination, their hatred, the feelings that they had about people that were different were pretty overt. And over time, we've seen it become a lot more covert. If you look here, this was a really interesting time. This was maybe about the 90s and the 2000s, when we really started to talk about this melting pot. I mean, that was always supposed to be the metaphor for us in the United States, where people come from all places, all walks of life, all countries, and they come here and we get melted down in this melting pot where we become this one America. And it's not a reality because when people come here, they still want to retain who they are, right? And for many of us that didn't get a choice to come here, right, you still want to maintain your culture. For the folks that were originally here, being able to maintain your culture and your language is of utmost importance. And that's what the melting pot was trying to do, send us a message that they wanted folks to assimilate. If you were in America, you were supposed to be able to speak English. You were supposed to carry yourself in a certain way, right? You were supposed to be professional. All of these unwritten rules that oftentimes were a barrier to people like you and me. And so I wanted to share this book that came out then, The Menace of Multiculturalism. Can you imagine? Like, this is how scary diversity was to people at this time, and still, even to this day. Um, Here's a familiar one that I'm sure you all have heard, the lowering of standards. I mean, that's still living true to today. People believe that diversity means lowering standards, when in fact, having diversity programs is actually creating a meritocracy. Because without those diversity programs, what we find is a lot of people hire people just like themselves, their friends, their neighbors, their family members, people that may not be fully qualified for the role, but who you think is a good person. And so programs really require organizations to not go that route and to actually fill the positions with jobs with people who actually earned the criteria and the competencies needed. And so, that's another lie that we've been told for a long time. So let's look at some of the perceptions of DEI in 2023. So this was just a couple years before we would be where we are at today. But we already started to see this dip in interest around DEI, right? So we're building a diverse and inclusive culture. In 2021, 85% of organizations said, yeah, we're building towards a diverse and inclusive culture. In 2023, that dropped to 77%, right? We focus on more than just compliance aspects of DEI, from 71% to 60%. And we have sufficient resources to support our DEI initiatives, from 34 to 33. But did we ever really have good resources to do this work? Nah. This was shocking to me when these maps started to come out and you started to see the rate of anti-DEI legislation just moving across the country. I'm in Minnesota, so we were insulated from this for a while. And I knew a lot of people in different parts of the country who were working in diversity, equity, and inclusion, places like Florida and like Texas, who are saying this is bad, like they're going down a road that we're not going to be able to come back from. We would later find out that that was actually true. And a lot of the things that they were trying to test out in places like Florida and Texas, they actually would then roll out after Trump would begin his administration. And they started to work on those things across the country. And so, this is a lot of weight on all of us that are doing the work. And even if we're not in a specific role around diversity, equity, and inclusion, the fact that you're walking around in this skin says that you're going to have to think about diversity, equity, inclusion at some point, right? This is a post that I wanted to share with you all. Your words are lifting a weight off so many of us. Just know that. Thank you. The exhaustion, the politics, the tiptoeing, the pet to threat, the lack of appreciation and or thanks, the long drawn out excuses about willingness to change. It's all just too much sometimes. Everyone take care of yourself. It's not worth your health, sanity, or peace. I know I felt like that many a times and still do. This was another one that really stood out to me that came out a few years back. And it really stood out because it was a message to Black women specifically. And he shares, I've watched over the last few years as a number of amazingly talented women have transitioned out of specific roles, be that people, marketing, compliance, finance, etc., and have had directorate, VP, and senior manager roles offered to them in DEI, and they've taken it, often from organizations who wrote checks with their mouths that their bodies couldn't cash. And shall we talk about the colleagues who were supposed to be working with them in DEI? Well, you know the rest of the story. And many of us knew. Earlier, you saw the post about pet to threat. This is what she was referring to. It's an image that came out a while back from the Coco Institute. And it's an image that shows what happens when a woman of color, particularly Black women, when we come into the organization, particularly to do this work, right? We enter into the organization and we find that, you know, we're probably the most highest ranking woman of color or Black woman in the organization. And most of the leadership is white. So here we fall into that tokenized hire, right? And they're so excited about it. So excited that they made this hire that, you know, you have this honeymoon period. Sometimes it can last up to 3 months if you're lucky, where everything that you do is just golden. You're the golden child. Again, it lasts up to 3 months, no more, because reality then sets in, right? And when reality sets in, you're starting to be exposed to microaggressions, right? The reality is coming forward. Women of color point out issues with the organization because that's what you were hired for. She tries to work within the organization's structure and policies, and she pushes for accountability like every leader should. But here's where it's not so much fun for them anymore. The honeymoon period is over. So then you get the response, denial of racism. I've had this happen so many times. You want to talk about gaslighting? You know in your gut when things aren't right. And then when you have the data to prove it and you are still told that you're not seeing things the way they are in reality, it's really frustrating. So in response, the organization denies, ignores, and blames oftentimes the individual or groups within the organization. And then retaliation. The organization decides that the woman of color is the problem and targets her. She becomes the target, right? She's the problem. She's the one that's got the big mouth. She's not a good team player, right? If you've ever experienced that, don't feel bad. You're not alone. This was part of the job. This is what was meant to be done for folks like us in our role. We were supposed to be so frustrated that we eventually would give up and move on. So, how has the current DEI climate impacted you, your family, and your community? Well, for me, through years of this up and down, the gaslighting, the microaggressions, the being told that I'm not good enough, only to end up in this place after 20 years, watching all of the work of our ancestors go down the drain, it can be really depressing, makes you very angry and upset. And frankly, I deal with a lot of depression because of it. So I wrote about it because I knew I wasn't the only one dealing with this. When I wrote this article on LinkedIn, Self-Care and Mental Health, A Personal Journey as a DEI Practitioner, I was really nervous. In fact, when I look at the picture right now, I get a little giddy, nerves, some butterflies, because I know this story is out there. I put it out there. And it's a vulnerable time for me. It was a time when I was really struggling with burnout and I didn't have the language for it. But what I was dealing with was overwhelm because everyone wanted something and it was never good enough, especially after George Floyd, right? You're really pushing for DEI. You want people to understand, to come to the trainings, to really see the benefit of diversity, equity, and inclusion. But then after George Floyd's murder, everybody wanted to do it all at one time. But they really wanted you to do the work. And that's where the emotional exhaustion came in. Putting together book clubs, getting people together, helping people debrief, helping people to figure out how to talk to their kids about race, right? Emotional exhaustion. Increased cynicism. Now, we folks that work in diversity, we tend to be a positive bunch. Even if things aren't working out right, we know how to hold that inside. We're really good at that as Black women. But I knew I just had this sneaking feeling like nothing's going to work out here. I don't think that they really care about this work. It was this increased cynicism where I wasn't feeling very positive about the work that I was doing. I had personal identity struggles because this work was my identity. And without this work, who was I? What had I accomplished in 20 years of working? Aches, pains, and lack of sleep, doubting my impact, feeling isolated, and a loss of passion and motivation. If these things sound anything like what you have been experiencing, or maybe are experiencing right now, then most likely you're dealing with DEI burnout. So, what is DEI burnout? It's a state of emotional, mental, and often physical exhaustion, and it's experienced by individuals that are actively engaged in DEI work or are living in a body that requires you to think about and often be aware of DEI issues. So, burnout is very, very real, and it's not the same as just regular burnout when you're burnt out from a job. DEI burnout is very specific. It arises from a prolonged exposure to challenging and emotionally charged DEI situations. You know them. DEI burnout often occurs within settings that are resistant to change. So if you found yourself in organizations where you bring things forward over and over again, but no one changes, yeah, that's going to lead to DEI burnout over time, where they allow culturally insensitive behavior to persist. That is ultimately going to give you a feeling of hopelessness, where they undervalue DEI contributions. Oh, well, that's just fun, or they're just doing that because they want to get out of real work, right? Lack of systems of accountability. Yeah, we say it's important and we're going to hold the leaders accountable, but how? It doesn't show up in any of the metrics that we hold them accountable to. And it requires a high degree of emotional labor, that kind of labor that leaves you at the end of the night feeling spent, exhausted, unable to even get up and walk to the other side of the room. You're just really out of it because you've exhausted yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally. So, what are the signs that are unique to diversity, equity, and inclusion? I'd like to share those with you and just share a little bit more of my experience with them. So the first one is questioning your impact. So as I said, I've worked in DEI for 20 years. So I've got expertise in this area. I've gotten my bachelor's degree, master's, and a second master's to support my work in this field. But I began to often feel like, am I really good enough? Right? Am I really adding value? Am I really changing things? I started to question whether I was actually making an impact on other people. And there was so much data that was coming at me, information that was coming at me to tell me the opposite, like people talking about DEI hires, right? That's really hard to hear on the news all the time. DEI hires are those people that are not qualified for the job. And guess what? If you're a woman of color, you're a DEI hire. Well, of course, that's going to make you feel some sort of imposter syndrome, right? And so dealing with that on top of everything else, feelings of isolation. I felt, especially at the beginning, like I was the only one dealing with this issue. I mean, I even have family and friends that are people of color that didn't really understand what it felt like to do this work every day and to feel this the pain and the anger that you would come away with every day. So I'd often feel alone, like I couldn't really share it with anyone because no one would really understand. Identity struggles, right? I spent all this time doing DEI work. Like diversity is my calling, not just my career. So if DEI is outlawed, who am I? What am I to be doing in this life? It's too late for me to start over. I don't know who I'm supposed to be, how I'm supposed to bring value into the world. And I struggled with that question for a long time. The physical and emotional fatigue was probably the worst, and it's what made me stop and question what was happening. I remember one day I was leaving work and I was so exhausted. I couldn't sleep and I didn't know what to do. And someone had suggested I go try acupuncture. So I was like, okay, needles, I'm not sure about that, but went in, did it, did my acupuncture. And after the needles were in, I fell in a deep sleep and I slept for like 20 minutes. And the person came back in to wake me up and take the needles out. And she was just like, you were just sleeping so good. I didn't want to wake you. And it just felt so good just to even get that 20 minutes of refreshing sleep. And so I knew then I had to take a medical leave and I had to really tend to myself physically and rejuvenate all of that energy that is a part of who I am naturally, right? I'm not this tired person that has to drag this body around all the time. Another part of this was I wasn't going to the doctor because I was so busy all the time trying to meet everyone's needs around this work. I wasn't tending to my own needs. So this is a big one that I really stress that you all pay attention to. So how do you take care of yourself when times get tough? I know we talk a lot about self-care, but this isn't just about getting a massage or taking a hot bath at the end of the day. This is really about how do we fill up our cup? How do we get back to who we are and who we're meant to be? So here are some of the things that got me back to where I needed to be. One, focus on the present. We can't control the past and we can't control the future. Yes, we can plan, but for now, focus on the present. You're alive, you're breathing. Give yourself what you need. If it's rest, if it's food, if it's a walk, give yourself what you need in this moment. Two, physical health and diet. What you put in your body is your fuel to get you through the day. And if you're like me, you're probably skipping meals. Not a good thing because we want to fuel our body for the fight. Because the fight is not over, it's only just begun. We are going to have to work fearlessly to hold on to the rights and the freedoms that our ancestors fought so hard for. So, nourish your body. Mental health and recovery. As I mentioned earlier, I have depression. I also have anxiety. And so it doesn't make sense to just ignore it. I have to pay attention that that's a part of what I have to tend to, especially when I'm dealing with really hard things. It means that I have to monitor how much time I'm getting on the news because it brings me really down. If I start to feel like I'm getting out of control with worry or anxiety, I've got to take a step back. Gardening has been a lifesaver for me because it's one of those things that forces you to slow down and really just think about life in a new and different way, right? Planting seeds in rich soil, watching it grow, watching it make its fruit or flowers. That helped me so much in my mental health and recovery. So it's small things that you can do to really help keep yourself in the best fit shape, mind, body, and soul. The next thing I would say is work life boundaries. And I know, again, these are all really hard things. That's why you do it step at a time. Work life boundaries are really important because we might have found that we were actually doing more work than life, right? If you were working so much during the day that you had no life at the end of that day, you couldn't really spend it with family or friends, at least not without feeling exhausted and maybe a little resentful. So you have one life. Balance it in the way you want to balance it. And if that work isn't allowing you to do that, perhaps you might need to plan how to get another work. Wisdom circle. Again, so important. The wisdom circle is what's going to help you get out of that feeling of isolation. And that's surrounding yourself with other Black women who are also going through the same situation. It's important to be able to hear other people share their stories. There's power in learning one another's stories because we get to understand that our story isn't the only story. There are others experiencing the same thing, and that together we're stronger than one of us by ourselves trying to fight that battle. So get your wisdom circle, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about a wisdom circle that I'll be bringing together shortly. But work with, not against, your rhythms and motivators, right? Work with, not against, your rhythms and motivators. What do I mean by that? Well, I learned that when it starts to become the fall, right, and the seasons are starting to change, it's really hard for me to get up early in the morning. Whereas in the summertime, I can pop up 6 o'clock, no problem. And so instead of trying to force myself, drag myself out of bed, I said, I'm going to try to work my schedule so that during that time of the year, I can start my day a little bit later. And maybe I have to work a little bit longer at the end of the day, but I can start the day with that energy that I need instead of starting it feeling sluggish. And that's really made a huge difference. But there's one other thing. I came to terms with a really, really important truth. And I want you to think about whether this truth is true for you. I carried the weight of progress. I spoke truth in rooms that weren't ready for it. I stayed when the work got hard, when it got lonely, and when it started to hurt. But somewhere in the fight for equity, I also lost pieces of myself. I started to wonder if the system I poured into was ever built to hold me. When I started to come to terms with this, that's when everything changed. That's when I truly realized I have one life to live, and I'm going to live it in the way that I want to. And I'm going to work towards that. And part of doing that was owning my own business. I've owned my own business for 15 years. It used to be a side hustle. I would work full time and then do a couple hours at night. I would take a day off to do a training. Over time, I was able to build my business up so that I could leave my full-time job. And it has been a lifesaver. It definitely has its ups and downs, especially right now. It's a down period. But not only am I a DEI person, I'm a businesswoman. And so are you. When you're a businesswoman, it's not about holding one thing up. It's about being creative enough to pivot to give the market what it needs. And right now we know DEI is being taken away, right? It's not happening. Well, we also know what happens as a result. People are going to lose their staff. People are not going to want to stay in organizations that are not aligned to their values. People are going to need training to be able to move up into positions that maybe they're not ready for. There's so much opportunity for the skill sets we have. It's just about deciding what's next. And that's why I created From Breakthrough to Blueprint. Breakthrough to Blueprint is all about coming together as a group and thinking about what does burnout look like for us? What are the signals or the signs that told us, hey, we've got to make a change. We're dealing with so much exhaustion that we don't even know what difference we're trying to make anymore. This 2 hour time that we're going to have together is going to be an opportunity for us to really think about what your 5 transferable powers are, because you have them. But right now, when you're dealing with identity issues, when you're exhausted, it's hard to see that very clearly. So we're going to take the time to get clear, right? To understand what are the skill sets that you bring to the table and what are the things that bring you joy. And then we're going to work on designing your next chapter. What does your next 90 days of reinvention look like? These 90 days that are going to be before you after this Breakthrough to Blueprint class is going to be transformational. It's going to give you the strength, the energy, the positivity to take that next step forward and to keep making a difference in this world. Because diversity and equity and inclusion is not just a career, it's our calling. It's what we were meant to do.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Cecilia. That was an absolute excellent presentation. And what a way to end off our live streaming. So even though we're coming off live right now, please remember there are masterclasses continuing to run throughout the day and throughout the evening if you're here in the UK. Please make sure you just visit the summit. I have put the link that will take you straight to our platform. Team, if there is, hang on, what I am going to do is let's put the link for the tickets into the chat, please. Because if you register for the ticket, it just means every day you're going to get a link to the platform. And at the end, you'll get a link with all the 100 masterclasses. Obviously, you've also opted in with the QR code on the screen. That is going to bring you to the masterclasses for today. But if you have opted in, it means that you should get an email tomorrow. If you don't get an email, it's probably because it's gone in your junk. So if you sign up for anything to access this summit, please make sure you're saving our email address and you're making sure it's going into your primary box, your main email box, so you can get the links daily. So scan the QR code on the screen now, and that will take you over into the main platform for day 2, where we'll be continuing with the masterclasses. But our streaming live on socials is about to come to an end. Again, a massive shout out to Cecilia. Thank you. Shout out to Claudette. Shout out to Lethea. Shout out to Dawn Speaks, Ebony. We've had some great, fantastic speakers out today. Tomorrow is day 3. Can you believe it's day 3 already? I'm going to be delivering sessions all around your target audience, customer segments. And I'll also be doing some stuff on social media and some more digital marketing channel stuff as we go to the end of the week. Please watch out, because I'm going to be running a boot camp, a digital boot camp on Saturday. That's going to start at 2 p.m. in the UK, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, it is going to be a hard-hitting workshop that's really going to get you to put together a digital marketing strategy that's really going to bring you more presence, more leads, more customers, more sales. So make sure you watch out for that. We'll be handing that out on Friday so you can register. It's first come, first serve. Anybody that comes into any of my training sessions knows I like to keep a small group. That way it just means that I can help you more. So make sure you stick around for your invite to the bonus day on Saturday, where I'm going to be running like a 3-hour boot camp. You heard it. You're going to learn absolutely loads. Ladies, it's been an absolute pleasure. We will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. UK time, which is 9 a.m. Eastern time. I often come on a little bit earlier to give you some bonuses. So make sure you log on from about 1:45, where I always just like to get you warmed up for the day, where start off another competition, and I'll be jumping into my masterclass all about customer segmentation and target audiences. So for today, peace out. Love you. And I will see you tomorrow. Oh, before I go, we've got some comments in the chat. Also, yes, Elizabeth Showers is going to be here, otherwise known as Liz Speaks Money. Now, you are in for a big treat. Okay, love me some Elizabeth, and seriously, she's gonna come, and she's a very powerful speaker. But only is she not powerful, she's full of a wealth of knowledge, and she can really help you, especially around in terms of money and building wealth. So there's an array of speakers here tomorrow. To be fair, before I go, we have got tomorrow Elizabeth Showers, like I said. We've got Chloe Wallace. We've got Danielle. Oh, Danielle's powerful. If you want to know about natural remedies in your health, stay around. We've got Michelle Shelton, Helena, Tonya, and we've got Clary Johnson, another digital marketer. She's absolutely amazing. So we've got a whole host of speakers tomorrow throughout the day. So make sure you're here, streaming live our keynotes. But don't forget, we've got other speakers as well. We've got Tanya, Zarel, Exania. We've got Benita. We've got Karen Moore, we've got Leslie, we've got Lynette, Kimberly. We've got a whole host of speakers every single day. This is just what's streaming live. So make sure you check out the platform. to make sure that you get access to it. But I will see you here tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Can't wait. And again, thank you to our speakers. Take care.